Today is not just another conference, it is a milestone. 70 years of AIMA, 7 decades of shaping Indian management, thought, leadership, and enterprise. And what a fitting theme for this historic year, transforming for tomorrow, growth with resilience. In a world shaped by constant disruption, transformation with resilience is essential. Today, we explore how India can think bigger, build stronger, and move faster. We have an exceptional lineup of leaders to guide us through this conversation. Ladies and gentlemen, sponsorship is more than support, it's a partnership. We take the opportunity to thank all of our sponsors for standing with us and making this event possible. We thank our platinum sponsor, Tata Steel, our diamond sponsors, Kirloskar Brothers Limited, Jindal Steel, our gold sponsors, Apollo Hospitals Enterprise Limited, Air India Limited. We thank knowledge partner KPMG in India. We thank our silver sponsors, Triveni Turbine Limited, Transport Corporation of India Limited. We thank our bronze sponsors, Nico Engineering Services Limited, GAIL India Limited. Associate sponsors, Team Rajiv, Ambuja Neotia Group, Nico Cables Private Limited, Kevin Care Private Limited, Indian Oil Corporation Limited, JK Cement Limited, NTPC Limited, Life Insurance Corporation of India, Cochin Shipyard Limited. As we are about to begin in a short while, we have some important announcements to share with you. Please kindly take a moment to switch your mobile phones to silent mode. We request you to please refrain from answering calls inside the hall during the sessions. During each session, we invite you to please kindly write down your questions for the respective speakers on the slips provided and pass them to the nearest AIMA representative. We will endeavor to take up as many questions as time permits during the interaction. We are delighted to have you with us today for a day of thought leadership, rich insights, and engaging dialogue. Let's quickly take a look at the poll question for this session. India has ended growth uncertainty by signing trade deals with the US and the EU. Whether you agree, disagree, or can't say, please do share your opinion. You can scan the QR code and share your responses. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now beginning the formal proceedings of this Platinum Jubilee celebration. It is my privilege to invite the dignitaries to the stage to please kindly come up on stage for the ceremonial lighting of the lamp and the start of this morning's proceedings. With a huge round of applause, please join me in welcoming Mr. T.V. Narendran, President-AIMA and CEO and MD, Tata Steel Limited. Mr. Vishal Kampani, Senior Vice President, AIMA and Vice Chairman and Managing Director, JM Financial Limited. Mr. Vineet Agarwal, Vice President, AIMA and MD, Transport Corporation of India Limited. And Ms. Rekha Sethi, Director General, AIMA. I request all the esteemed past presidents of AIMA who are sitting with us here to please join us on stage for the lamp lighting ceremony. And all the esteemed office bearers of AIMA as well, may I request you all to please join us on stage for the lamp lighting ceremony. It is my privilege to request the dignitaries who are seated with us on the dais to please light the ceremonial lamp and inaugurate the Platinum Jubilee celebration. May we have the honor of requesting all of our esteemed past presidents and office bearers to please join us on stage for the lamp lighting ceremony.
Ya kunde tutusha ha ya शुभ्रवस्त्रामृता या वीणावरदण्ड
Thank you, sirs. Thank you, ma'am. It is now my privilege to invite Ms. Rekha Sethi, Director General AIMA, to deliver the introductory remarks.
Good morning, and thank you for being here nice and early. I'm sure a lot of you took my advice of keeping 15, 20 minutes time for yourselves to reach here. So thank you for being here. Mr. TV Narendran, President-AIMA and CEO and Managing Director, Tata Steel Limited. Mr. Vishal Kampani, Senior Vice President, AIMA, and Vice Chairman and Managing Director, GM Financial Limited. Mr. Vineet Agarwal, Vice President, AIMA, and Managing Director, Transport Corporation of India. Ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome to each one of you who have joined us today, both physically and online, on this truly special day. A very warm welcome to AIMA's past presidents, council members, AIMA members, LMA leaders, and friends of AIMA in the audience. It is a pleasure to have each one of you with us this morning, and we are grateful for your sustained engagement and support. It is both a privilege and a joy to celebrate AIMA's Foundation Day, and with it, the beginning of a 70th year. 70 years is not just a milestone, it is a testament to resilience and renewal. Since 1957, AIMA has been at the heart of India's management journey, guiding leaders, shaping institutions, and creating platforms for dialogue that have helped our nation navigate change and seize opportunity. This year's theme, Transforming for Tomorrow, Growth with Resilience, speaks directly to the challenges of our times. We live in a world of disruption, technological revolutions, geopolitical shifts, climate challenges, and social transformations. In such an environment, resilience is not just about survival. It is about thriving, turning uncertainty into opportunity, and building growth that is sustainable and future-ready. India's story itself is one of resilience. Despite global headwinds, India continues to grow at one of the fastest rates in the world. But growth must empower people, strengthen institutions, and prepare us for tomorrow's challenges. That is where management plays a crucial role by fostering agility, adaptability, and innovation across enterprises and governance. The program today reflects this very spirit. From geopolitics and technology to leadership across generations, inclusion, and the narratives of transformation in business and culture, each session is designed to explore how resilience can be turned into opportunity and how India can prepare for the future with confidence. The Foundation Day is also celebrated as the National Management Day, and today we reaffirm our commitment to strengthening India's management capability and contributing to the nation's progress. Before I close, I warmly invite all of you to join us this evening for the AIMA Managing India Awards 2026. The award ceremony is always a highlight of our calendar, and this year it is even more special as it coincides with the start of a Platinum Jubilee celebrations. We will honor extraordinary achievers whose contributions inspire us all to aim higher and think bigger. Before I end, a big thank you to all our sponsors who have made this event possible. Platinum sponsor Tata Steel, Diamond sponsors Kirloskar Brothers, Jindal Steel, Gold sponsors Apollo Hospitals Enterprise Limited, Air India Limited, Knowledge Partners KPMG India, Silver sponsors Triveni Turbine Limited, Transport Corporation of India, Bronze sponsors Nico Engineering Services Limited, GAIL India Limited, Associate sponsors Team Rajiv, Ambuja Neotia Group, Nico Cables Private Limited, Gavin K Private Limited, Indian Oil Corporation Limited, JK Cements Limited, NTPC Limited, Life Insurance Corporation of India, and Cochin Shipyards. Welcome once again, and let us begin this Platinum Jubilee Foundation Day with gratitude for the past, pride in the present, and confidence in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. May I now invite Mr. TV Narendran, President AIMA and CEO and Managing Director of Tata Steel, to deliver the welcome address.
Good morning, everyone. It's good to hear some good mornings here. Vishal Kampani, Senior Vice President-AIMA and Vice Chairman and Managing Director, JM Financial. Vineet Agarwal, Vice President-AIMA and Managing Director, Transport Corporation of India. Rekha Sethi, the Director General of AIMA. Our past presidents who are here, council members, members of the local management associations, ladies and gentlemen. Firstly, like I said, a very warm welcome and good morning to all of you. I know we keep talking of work-life balance, but we always find a Saturday to organize a conference, but I think for a good reason. It's a very special day and a very special year for AIMA. Vishal, Vineet and Rekha, thank you for joining me in this kickoff for starting AIMA's 70th year. 70 years is a long time for any institution, and many don't make it. The ones that do usually find a way to stay relevant through every turn in the road. And since 1957, when AIMA was formed, India has had quite a few turns. When AIMA was founded, management was largely an imported concept, wrapped in American textbooks and British institutional frameworks. And India was a young nation still finding its industrial feet. Today, Indian companies are acquiring businesses across continents. Indian managers are running some of the world's most complex organizations. And India has a $4 trillion economy with credible ambitions to be amongst the top three. That arc from borrowers of management thought to contributors and increasingly to creators of it is worth reflecting on. And AIMA has had a ringside seat through it all, and I'm sure has played a role in this journey. But rather than look back, I want to spend our time today on the world that is taking shape around us. Because the forces reshaping businesses and economies right now are unlike anything that we've navigated before, not in their individual parts, but in the way that they are arriving together. We are living through a period where it is not one thing that is changing, it's everything all at once and a pace that is accelerating. We concluded the India AI Summit here in Delhi just yesterday, and that in itself tells you something about the pace of change. Artificial intelligence is no longer a niche conversation. It is central to how governments think, how businesses operate, and how societies prepare for the future. Geopolitics has gone from being in the background to center stage. Supply chains are being rewired, trade relationships renegotiated, and the very idea of globalization is being redefined. Climate change is no longer a distant risk. It is showing up in balance sheets and regulatory frameworks, and demographics are shifting in ways that will redefine labor markets everywhere. With India's young population being both our greatest asset and also a most urgent responsibility. Individually, none of these forces are entirely new. What is new is that they are unfolding simultaneously and at speed. This year's theme, Transforming for Tomorrow, Growth with Resilience, captures this well. Growth alone is no longer enough. Growth without resilience is fragile, and resilience without growth is stagnation. The organizations and nations that will thrive are those that learn to hold both together. India stands at an inflection point that most nations never get. Our digital infrastructure has leapfrogged what many developed nations have built over decades. Our startup ecosystem is vibrant and our manufacturing ambitions are real. The world is looking at India in a way it hasn't before. But let us be honest with ourselves. The quality of management across public sector, private sector, social sector will determine whether this moment becomes sustained prosperity or remain a story of potential unfulfilled. We need managers who understand technology well enough to deploy it wisely, leaders who can navigate complexity without losing sight of purpose, and organizations that can operate at global scale while staying rooted in Indian realities. If the past few years have taught us anything, it is that efficiency without resilience can be dangerous, and global supply chains optimized for cost proved vulnerable to disruption. Trade relationships once considered stable are being reconfigured, and geopolitics is influencing business decisions in ways that we had perhaps underestimated. We are seeing strategic trade realignments, potential FTAs with the US and EU, are not just trade agreements, but geopolitical signals. They offer access to capital, technology, and markets, but they also bring higher compliance standards, competitive pressures, and exposure to global regulatory regimes. Resilience, therefore, is not about withdrawing from the world. It's about engaging with it with capability and with confidence. In practical terms, it works at multiple levels. It is economic, having diversified markets and financial strength. It is institutional, reflected in systems that are adaptive and transparent. And it is human, rooted in skills, learning agility, and ethical grounding. This is where management matters. Because policies can create frameworks, but execution happens in countries, in public institutions, in universities and startups. It happens through managers, people who allocate capital, develop talent, manage risk, and take decisions under uncertainty. So India's aspiration to become a developed nation over the coming decades will depend on our ability to navigate through the uncertainties and will have the consistency and still have the consistency of execution and on building institutions that can lead with foresight and absorb shocks without losing direction. That in many ways is the space AIMA has occupied for 7 decades, bridging the world of ideas and the world of practice, connecting industry with academia, reaching not just the metros but tier 2 and tier 3 cities through its network of local management associations, and creating a critical mass of managerial prowess that can power India's journey. It is a role that is easy to underestimate but essential and hard to replicate. As AIMA completes 70 years, its role remains relevant precisely as it creates a space for thoughtful dialogue between industry, policymakers, academicians, and young managers, and extends that conversation across the country. The discussions planned today around geopolitics, resilience, and transformation are very pertinent subjects, and they are practical concerns for every organization represented in this room. On this National Management Day, perhaps the simplest reflection is this: good management does not eliminate uncertainty, it prepares us to deal with it. Thank you and welcome once again for today's events.
Thank you, sir, for setting the tone for the day. We now move on to the release of the AIMA Platinum Jubilee Foundation Day souvenir. May I request the dignitaries on the dais to please kindly unveil the publication. It is now my pleasure to invite Mr. Vishal Kampani, Senior Vice President AIMA and Vice Chairman and Managing Director of JM Financial, to address the gathering.
TV Narendran, President AIMA and CEO and Managing Director Tata Steel. Vineet Agarwal, Vice President AIMA and Managing Director Transport Corporation of India Limited. Rekha Sethi, Director General AIMA. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a pleasure to be part of this celebration, and I'm privileged to be part of the AIMA leadership team in its 70th year. As Naren explained, this is an incredible achievement, and 70 years is a long time. Today, we are looking at ways to transform Indian economy and make its growth more resilient. Financing of India's growth is a key issue in its resilience, and I'm pleased to share a capital markets perspective with you. India's capital markets have broadened and deepened during the past decade, and have shouldered a big part of the financing of capacity creation of various sectors in India, including infrastructure, industry, and services. The investor base has widened, and a lot of the liquidity in Indian markets now is provided directly or indirectly by Indian investors and Indian retail investors. Some of the data points to cover the same. If you look at the last decade, DMAT holders in India from 2015 have grown almost 8 times, from 2.5 crore DMAT holders to 20 crore DMAT holders in 2025. Let's look at mutual funds, assets under management. 2015, the mutual fund industry had 10 lakh crores in AUM. Again, that's grown 8 times to 80 lakh crores in 2025. The AUM to GDP ratio, which was at 7% for mutual funds in 2015, now is at 21% in 2025. And most interestingly, mutual fund AUM to bank deposits ratio has moved from 12.6% in 2015 to 33% in 2025. Indians have now become investors from being savers. What does that mean? That means that the market cap to GDP ratio, which has an average of 80% for the last 10 years, has seen an average of 129% in the last 3 years. While some may call this expensive, the US market cap to GDP ratio today stands at 210%. And this has led to one of the largest IPO booms in the Indian economy. Let me talk a bit about IPOs. IPOs are a marker of investor confidence in capital markets. And despite dips due to geopolitical factors last year, the Indian capital markets afforded substantial fund-raising opportunities. Again, resilient. In 2025, there was an IPO almost every 3 days, and we nearly raised 2 lakh crores of capital from investors. Many foreign MNCs listed in India, a first. Many startups got listed at very interesting valuations, again a first. And a large number of financial services, banks as well as NBFCs raised equity capital from the markets, strengthening balance sheets and providing more for credit growth. And a lot of the strength and resilience of Indian markets came again from domestic retail and institutional investors who refused to follow the lead of the retreating foreign investors. In my opinion, Indian capital markets could support IPOs well in excess of 2 lakh crores in 2026. India today has one of the largest pipelines of IPOs in the world and also has its largest pipeline IPO in its own capital market history. And interestingly, the offerings are from a broad range of sectors and industries. And while Indian capital markets have shown significant resilience and have strong long-term tailwinds, there is still a lot more to do to increase the depth and width of the market. And let me speak about a few points that are important from a long-term perspective. One, regulation. Second, education. And third, taxation. We need regulation, education, and taxation to improve and make markets more resilient. Disparity in taxation of debt and equity earnings is not helping developing the bond markets. In the long term, if you look at the US market, $60 trillion is the size of the equity markets, but they have a $30 billion robust bond market. Long-term development of bond markets are equally important as equity markets. We have a lot of restrictions where insurance and pension funds, which boost long-term savings, can invest, but they
upgrade of many sectors of the economy. In the sector that I am in, specifically logistics, there is a tremendous transformation in progress. The sustained high investment in infrastructure, never before seen at the scale and pace at $1 trillion a year, from highways, airports, roads and rail freight corridors, urban infrastructure like metros, housing, power, is all supporting the rapid growth of our country, creating access and making India's exports competitive and aligning to changing consumer trends. There's a significant technology adoption in the sector thanks to digitalized documentation and digital retail. There is an acknowledgement of the importance of the logistics sector in the government, and India now has a national logistics policy which is targeted at creating world-scale digitally driven logistics ecosystem and lowering logistics costs to international standards. The NLP is dovetailed into the ambitious Gati Shakti infrastructure expansion scheme so that goods can be moved seamlessly, speedily, and economically. The implementation of these initiatives is key to the outcomes of India's industrial and trade policies. Beyond logistics, the impact of infrastructure has a 3 to 4x multiplier effect on the economy. The sectors that have immediate gains include construction and EPC, materials from steel, cement, glass, aggregates, etc., to capital goods and machinery, and of course, transport and logistics assets. With lower costs, higher productivity, and better systems, there is a boost to manufacturing, rural and urban development, services, and agriculture and food processing. The PLI schemes that I've talked about a lot, the new FTAs that are coming around, will work only if India offers least friction and costs. While infrastructure is essential, it is also necessary to keep regulation and administration free of friction. Speed and costs should have a positive correlation, and India needs regulatory reforms for simple compliance and quick clearances. Time is often the biggest hidden cost in export competitiveness and national productivity. The growth of these sectors create their own challenges, and the most important being a tremendous skill gap. There is a need for significant change in the structure and the economics of skilling, be it reskilling and upskilling, including reskilling and upskilling. Increased consolidation and formality are critical for attracting capital and talent and technology, especially the use of AI, to this vital sector. The government policy and investment support also remains comprehensive, yet not holistic. While the center is quick to form ambitious policies and programs, the states also need to get up to speed. The first and last mile access remains a pain point in every aspect of our daily life, and workforce productivity is a big drag on competitiveness. Land, labor, all the factor reforms and environment rules and practices need to be cohesive to expand and upgrade the overall prowess of the country. Importantly, India is moving in the right direction, and I'm confident that infrastructure will turn out to be a key enabler of growth, resilience, and transformation of the economy. With these words, I welcome you all to a very exciting day ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. That concludes our first session, the welcome session of the day. Ladies and gentlemen, please kindly remain seated as we are starting the next session. Our next session is India's Destiny in a Wobbly World, Building Growth Resilience. We are seeing on screen the results for the last poll question. There it is. 53% agree, 33% disagree, and a few are undecided. So let's take a look at the poll question for this session. Global volatility is good for India's economic growth. Please do share whether you agree, disagree, or you can't say. Global volatility is good for India's economic growth. You can scan the QR code to share your responses. And once again, a gentle reminder, there are question slips on each and every table. So please kindly put your questions down on the question slips and hand them over to the nearest AIMA representative. And now you can see on the screens, there is a QR code. Please kindly scan the QR code to participate. And please join me in welcoming the panelists of the session with a huge round of applause. We are now ready to start our next session, which is India's Destiny in a Wobbly World, Building Growth Resilience. Please join me in welcoming on stage Mr. Vishal Kampani, Senior Vice President-AIMA and Vice Chairman and Managing Director, JM Financial Limited, Mr. Vineet Agarwal, Vice President-AIMA and MD, Transport Corporation of India Limited, Mr. Sanjay Kirloskar, Chairman and Managing Director, Kirloskar Brothers Limited, Mr. Mihir Shukla, Chairman and CEO, Automation Anywhere, and the esteemed moderator of the session, Mr. Pranjal Sharma, Economic Analyst, Advisor and Author. Let's welcome them with a round of applause, please.
Thank you.
May I now request Mr. Pranjal Sharma to take the session forward?
Good morning, and it's wonderful to be here on this momentous historic occasion. The theme of this session is about a wobbly world, but that's, to my mind, that's a very polite word. I would prefer to use the word weaponized. You know, we live in a weaponized world where technology, talent, trade, tariff, everything has been weaponized. And therefore, India finds itself in a unique position where it's actually the most stable political economy in the world. And you see this also in the context of the US-EU fracture. So we are seeing very interesting developments happening in real time in a matter of weeks and months that we would not have anticipated for several decades. I'm going to request all our eminent business leaders to share their thoughts at a macro level, but also specific to their industry. But I think what's important, and then we'll come to some thoughts from all of you as well. But Sanjay, I want to begin with you as an industrial titan and with the family legacy, which has seen several decades, if not a couple of centuries of industrial manufacturing. But do you see today this change which is happening across India, across the world, impacting India? Do you see these as a challenge or an opportunity?
Thank you, Pranjal. I don't know whether you asked me to speak first because I'm the oldest or I run the oldest company.
Both.
Because I think on the logo over here this year in January, we said we've been manufacturing pumps for 100 years, right? And manufacturing them successfully, selling them to over 130 countries around the world. So there is something about resilience, I think, in the organization. The world is changing, and I think what we see around the world is the way Mr. Trump has weaponized trade, markets, the way different countries are behaving. I think we need to understand what's going on behind the scenes. And my own example, or my own company's example, is that you can face the future with confidence if you have belief in yourself, right? And if you can have belief in yourself, you can have that confidence if you control almost every aspect of your business. One of the things that we've tried to do right from the beginning is design in India. Design in India so that you're not dependent on anyone else. And I think that's the thing that this country needs, faith in itself, faith in its citizens, faith in its citizens' capability. Because if we have that, I think we have a very bright future. Companies that have been able to do that go on regardless. Countries that control all aspects of their economy, control technologies, have been able to do that. And I think that's what we should aspire for. So I'll stop over.
Thanks, Sanjay. I think you made a great transition. I think faith is important, but some people would say we should also be careful about overconfidence. So we see shades of that occasionally. But Mihir, I'm going to request you to speak. He has come the furthest. Mihir is he's an entrepreneur based in Bay Area. And Mihir, from the perspective of technology, and as the name of your company suggests, automation, it creates excitement, but also creates anxiety. If we look at the technology-led shifts which are occurring and leading to changing business models in nearly every sector, from your perspective, how do you see this as a positive disruption, or do you see this as a negative destruction?
I think first of all, thank you for having me here. I think everybody should accept the fact that AI has been invented and it cannot be uninvented. So at this point, you just have to assume it and move forward and make it your strength. We have customers in 90 countries, so I bring a global perspective there. If you think about countries with less population, this is a gift of a century. Because countries with less population can now produce, with the help of technology, 10 times more. So those countries are going all in because there is no other option. Even on the battlefield, you can defend against a large army if you have technology and AI on your side. So you can imagine it is helpful to think about how everybody else is reacting. So now in that context, think about how should India react? In India, I'm basing this on a data. We have about 1,000 customers. So there are 10-20% customers are behaving as if there is no tomorrow, and they are adopting heavily and creating global competitiveness. While the others are still debating between labor or technology. I think we have to make it and. It is always labor and technology, like the way China did in manufacturing. And you move decisively forward because there is no other path forward. One of the key topics that we spoke with the leadership here is that India's future lies in applied AI. We should always develop our models, but we shouldn't chase West in pursuit of some kind of a technological superiority on models. Because the applied AI is the infusion of AI in every sector of the economy is the real power. If you think about Germany, who invented printing machine, Dutch used it to create a superpower. The industrial revolution should be leveraged by France. Instead, England used it to infuse in every part of the economy, became a Great Britain. I'm giving an example where diffusion of technology is the superpower. And that is where India should focus on.
So one quick point on applied AI, and there is this huge debate about sovereign AI and sovereign technology. Now, how does a country like India balance between using the AI solutions developed in the US versus applying it locally? And you were at the at the AI Impact Summit, and you had a lot of conversations with our policymakers as well. What is the way ahead for a country like India?
I think there I would divide it into some kind of a pyramid. So think about defense and critical infrastructure, where you definitely need as much sovereignty as possible. And there shouldn't be any question about it, obviously. Outside of it, sovereignty is about control and not isolation. And you can achieve strategic control through various mechanisms. And I would focus on it. Take an example. If you can imagine creating a sovereign data center by a small player in India, but in the security environment that you operate on, with straight actors attacking different infrastructure, if you don't leverage the best of the security, the risk that comes out of security is far bigger than the sovereign risk, right? So sometimes in the exuberance of sovereignty, we shouldn't create other risks. And there is a careful way to navigate this, where, and I think India is doing a beautiful job of it, inviting global players, learning from it, creating a broad ecosystem, and then strategically move in a sovereign direction in a critical areas where the return is significant.
That's a great point, Mihir, in terms of balancing security and sovereignty, though, of course, it's a huge debate as well. But I'll turn to Vineet on this point, Vineet, because as one of the largest logistics companies in the world, you, based in India, are at a very interesting point where you are enabling internal commerce as well as foreign trade. Where is India on that front in a trade weaponized world? Are we in a position to actually take on what is happening? Are we investing enough in the trade infrastructure?
Actually, I think that realization of investing into the trade infrastructure has just started of late. Let me give you an example. In 2020, during the pandemic, there was India was trying to export a lot. And at that point in time, of course, we are entirely dependent on our containers can only move by international shipping companies. And shipping companies from China actually did not call on India on purpose, because they were able to then essentially block India's trade. They were able to capture some of that trade. So that was weaponizing trade directly. And at that time, we proposed to the government that India should set up its own container shipping line. It's happening now. So 5 years hence, but it's happening. So that's a clear-cut example of how weaponization has affected us by trade. Now, some of it is visible, some of it is not visible. Apart from that, we have our own internal problems. I think the clearances that it takes for documentation and SOPs that exist today are still very onerous and require a lot of change there. It has to be completely digitized. I mean, there's no question about anything having any manual. We don't want any manual stamping anywhere. We don't want go to this desk, go to that desk. No, has to be completely. Those 30 odd forms have to become one or two. Actually, worldwide, this also happens because they also weaponize this. If you're trying to export into some other country, they will have this documentation as well because they are trying to ensure that they protect the domestic trade. So, but we have to now grow much faster. We have to, and our merchandise trade today is at our our industrial or rather manufacturing is at only 17%, and it can only grow if we are going to export. That will be one of the biggest markets. So to do that, we have to get our trade flows and all these things that actually create bottlenecks completely eliminated. And I mean eliminated, not.
But do you see that happening
In
at the pace that you would like?
In steps, not entirely. I think things like the whole logistics platform ULIP that started, Unified Logistics Interface Platform, where all documentation, whether it is for domestic trade or for international trade, is actually going on to a single platform, is a great step there. So we've started moving in that direction. We need to move much faster.
Thank you. And Vishal, nothing moves without money. And since you are one of the biggest money managers in the country and the world, you mentioned very interestingly that India is a country with the longest pipeline of IPOs. That's, I think, a very interesting statistic at a time where markets are more than wobbly across the world. And you know, every other day you see a trigger for the markets to collapse and rise. So there is, you know, it's swinging between panic and exhilaration. You know, when you have a new software and a cloud version of Gen AI coming in, everybody crashes. And then, you know, when the Supreme Court in US stops the tariff, it suddenly goes up again. So how difficult is it to manage money and to keep steady capital flows at a time when you don't know what could be the next trigger for panic?
Well, that's a great question. I wish I knew the answer, but honestly, we have never seen this kind of volatility that we have seen in markets in the last couple of years. Of course, it's partly due to the largest country in the world pushing its weight around the world. In a manner of speaking, you can call it weaponizing, but in other aspects, you can say they're actually protecting their turf. But I think that is here to stay. I think volatility is here to stay. See, if you look at the world, you've got three large engines of growth. You've got AI, you've got defense, and you've got global infrastructure. And India needs to have an important play in all of them. And the important aspect is that these changes in AI are profound. Just to give you an example, when we were in Silicon Valley together, courtesy one of Vineet's friends, we had a trip down into a company called Cloud Chef. Cloud Chef is a company which is built by an IIT Mumbai engineer. It's funded by, again, an Indian who spent a lot of years in Google. And they have robots that made us save puris. And all of the save puris looked the same and they tasted the same. Right? And these are robots making save puris. I mean, my grandmother couldn't make save puris which looked the same and tasted the same, right? So things have changed a lot and they're going to change a lot. And India has to make sure that we have a play in AI. And it's hard to see where the play is today. But I'm sure it'll emerge. AI will have a lot of implementation services as a broad term required as enterprises more and more adopt to AI. India already is, from a consumer standpoint, one of the largest user bases in the world for AI. So I'm sure we'll have their play, but we need to navigate that well. Defense, sovereignty, defense comes number one. And we cannot become a superpower in the world unless we don't have a super powerful defense. And I think the government and PMO recognize that, and all efforts are being made to get there. And as Sanjay mentioned, there is a lot of spend on the India infrastructure side. Government's taking the lead, and hopefully we get there. So all in all, I think if from your investment perspective, you're going to see a lot of volatility that we expect. But if your horizon is 3 to 5 years out, and a horizon is always very important when you're putting money to work, I think I remain very bullish on India.
So, Vishal, one supplementary question. There seems to be a lot of money sloshing around, but is it going in the right places? One gets to hear that a lot of the IPOs, a predominant set of companies have a tech footprint, but there are discussions that certain sectors are not getting adequate money. In your view, where should, as a country, as an industry, where should more money be put and invested?
Pranjal, don't ask him for stock tips.
No, not yet. That's going to be behind closed doors.
Yeah, I think that's a great question again. I think one thing is, in at least my career of 27 years, I've never seen activity levels being as high as they are in a broad set of sectors in India. Even when it came to equity issuance or bond issuance in a certain year or a certain period, it was always a few sectors that dominated. And while you're seeing a lot of Indian startups, and to your question, we see startup valuations being elevated, there are still a lot of other sectors that are raising money. Like financial services was a dominant raiser of capital last year, not just startups. Industries raising capital. So I think there is a broad base of industry and sectors that are able to raise money. To your question on where should we be investing more, I think, see, India needs to run at some point in time trade surpluses. Right? India needs to have a strong defense, and India needs to have a play in AI. And that would mean India needs strong infrastructure, a lot of investment in manufacturing, right? And of course, defense-related investment and AI-related investment. I mean, these are the promising sectors for the next 5 to 7 years. So I think if we direct our investment more into these sectors, that should augur well for us.
So, Vineet, there was a hidden stock tip in what he just said, right? So you know which sectors to look at. Sanjay, I want to talk to you about the other three-letter word, which is very exciting these days, FTA, right? And we've had a series of FTAs in the last few months. While we had the mother of all FTAs being signed, maybe the father of all FTAs could possibly happen later this year. But the interesting part is that already Europe is talking about $4 trillion investment in defense industry alone. And, that's, Vishal, to your point. Do you think, not just for India, can Indian industry, manufacturing industry, engineering industry, perhaps be part of this recreation and rebuilding of the European defense industry? Isn't that an opportunity for India? Are we ready for that?
I was going to, when Vishal talked about where the money should be going, I was going to say it should go into manufacturing. Because,
to your company as well?
No, I mean, forget that. But what was it? 10 years ago, we said we have to move manufacturing to 25% from 15%. And we're where we were. And I think part of the problem is somewhere down the road, people think when Indian companies manufacture, it's not the best in the world. And this is there in government. This is there in private sector. And, for me, the biggest problem is if I can export to the US and to Europe, why doesn't government of India trust me to manufacture for India? Or public sector enterprises trust me to manufacture for them? There's something called proven track record, right? And this proven track record, which exists in the public sector, says that unless you have made something before, we will not trust you to make it, right? You get a foreign collaboration. You might have made a big one, a big piece of equipment, like a big pump. You might have made a smaller one. And they say, but I need something in between. You've never made that before. So this nonsense has to go, because many times we've got proven track record because we can't get it in India from foreign companies like Saudi Aramco and others. So if they can do it, why can't we do it? And that's why I began by saying we should have faith in India. Look at Bharat Forge, another company in Pune. How long it took them to get into the defense sector? Why should it take? Why does government of India, and the government of India being the biggest buyer, why don't they trust Indians more than foreigners? That's the big question that I have in my mind. I hope I don't get into trouble for saying this, but I think that's what is required. We also see how foreign countries, now Europe, protects its own industry. They believe that companies that are owned and controlled by Europeans or by Americans should be the ones getting first preference. We were trying to supply to the city of Dallas stormwater pumps. We are the world's largest manufacturer of something called concrete volute pumps. A guy came, he said, I've never seen a company in India like this before. You should participate. He goes back, makes the spec, says you should have a turnover of $100 million in the US for the last 5 years. You should have a manufacturing facility within 500 miles from here, and eliminated everyone but an American company. We protested. We said to the city of Dallas, how can you do this? Right? You want foreign companies to come in. And they said, you know, these specs meet state and federal rules. We want you to participate. Now, you know, somehow we do not protect Indian industry like they protect. They want us to open up our markets. Recently, I was at a Maratha chamber function where the person who was speaking pointed out that some of the largest companies in India are owned by foreign companies, right, in their respective sectors. Possibly largest bank is owned mainly by the foreign individuals or foreign owners. So step by step, he mentioned different organizations, and he said, you know, we are already open to the world. The world is not open to us. So I think put faith in Indian industry. Indian industry will deliver whatever you want. I mean, 200 years ago, Mr. Wadia made a ship which was used by the Royal Navy, right? So if we could do that 200 years ago, I'm sure we can do it now. Indian manufacturing can do it.
That's a great point. I'll come to Vineet on this. Vineet, because one question to you broad is, it seems from what Sanjay says, even Indian industry does not believe Indian industry. You know, we understand that there is a procedural issue between government and private sector. But at a time when now, for example, we are focusing on manufacturing containers in India, manufacturing ships in India, how can this distrust between or within the Indian industry, especially in manufacturing and selling, how can that be reduced?
I think it's not an easy answer because, you know, this is a legacy problem. I think we come from years of bureaucracy that has just stifled us to an extent that we don't want to think beyond a certain. And sometimes I joke with some of my friends is that if you do not, and we believe as Indians, is that if you cannot do something in this lifetime, maybe you'll do it in the next lifetime. So it doesn't matter, let it take its own time to finish. So I think essentially that we have to get out of that rut of just doing what we were doing and have that confidence that yes, we can do. And you know, Sanjay's company is a great example what has transpired in the Indian economy and how and of course ultimately it's collaborative. I think the government has started to listen. The government understands it, but there's obviously the thrust has to come from both. Government cannot be only doing the spending. I think we have to remember that also. We cannot be over dependent on government spending because that will just crowd out private investment entirely. So the push has to be with a mindset change. And that mindset change is what actually does not happen in one shot, but it's sometimes a generational change.
But I think sometimes I also believe that we don't have time for a generation because, you know, several shorter generations will pass before we wait for that 20-year cycle.
I think we should treat each other as partners. We should not worry about whether we're private sector, public sector, government, whatever. We are Indians, right? And we should trust ourselves more than anyone else.
I think that's a very key and profound statement. I think trust within ourselves and within our own systems has to be enhanced. Mihir, I want to talk to you, and maybe you could just do a short introduction about Automation Anywhere as well. In terms of what you are doing and how you see automation changing industries globally. And then I'll come to you. And, you know, there's a question which we've got from some of you about, for example, how AI is changing finance. And I'll come to you on that, Vishal. But maybe, Mihir, you could talk about the concept of Automation Anywhere and how should industries and many of the business leaders and young professionals present here, how should they even begin to embrace this? You said it very well that it's not human or technology, it's human and technology. But sometimes the relationship is so complex, it's difficult to figure out how to embrace.
So Automation Anywhere is an AI and automation software company. We today run 430 million AI digital workers on the planet in 90 countries. Soon there'll be billion of it. In certain countries, the ratio of employee to a digital worker is 1 to 20 already. So it might give you a sense of where some people think that's future, but part of the future is already here, and you can see it. When you have billions of this digital worker, now this is not new. Like this happened in manufacturing already. We have billions of devices. Maybe each one of us have 10 different devices for every person. So this has already happened, and we have seen what that does. Now it's happening in the knowledge worker industry. In context of India and its connection to the labor, one of the things I highlight is we naturally think of AI as a replacement for labor. And maybe it is something about it that takes us there, because we are thinking, what does this mean for me? Versus you step back and say, what does it mean for everybody around me? Then you arrive at a different answer. So take an example, a company has three resources. You have capital, you have material, and you have labor. Now, if you think about a manufacturing industry, the cost of labor is in single digits. Am I right? Right. And the Indian labor cost is 1/3 or 1/4 the price of the China. So why would you optimize a single? I mean, you can, but that's not where your biggest return is. So we worked with one of the Indian large manufacturing house, and we looked at the capital efficiencies. And we could find with AI 20,000 crores of capital efficiency. Because in India, the cost of capital is a bigger issue. But the nation, we have to strategically look at every industry, identify its weak areas that are making us less competitive, like the cost of capital or transportation. It's not the cost of the labor cost in manufacturing. And then go after it with a national mandate that in 5 years, it is here and it has to be here. So that you can create a enduring competitiveness on those industries.
Thanks, Vishal. Cost of capital, but also a question we've got from the audience is about how AI itself is disrupting the world of finance.
Yeah, I'll address both of them. So I think quickly on cost of capital. So sometimes it's hard to say whether India's growth creates inflation or inflation creates growth. But the fact is that India's had bouts of inflation for a long period of time. And when you have these bouts of inflation, you don't have supply chains under control, you'll always have a slightly higher cost of capital.
We can say that a dead economy has no inflation, right?
Yeah. No, but it's always very hard. I've faced this question many times on why the cost of capital in India is high, right? And this is just one answer which I broadly give people because it's very hard to drill down to figure out why this cost of capital remains high. But the fact is, you're right, we need at least a 300 to 400 basis points lower cost of debt capital. Equity risk premiums sometimes have seen numbers which are fairly decent, but on the debt side, it requires at least 4 to 5% kind of long-term cost of debt, for private sector capex to really go in and put a lot of capital to work, because you can make good equity returns if you have long-term money available at cheaper costs. To your question on AI and finance, so finance obviously is a very regulated subject, and if you look at the finance sector all over the world, you will find that most regulators are actually behind technology. You will find technology exists today, which is probably 5 to 10 years ahead of what finance can implement. And the reason they cannot implement is because regulators will always be very careful, because money and the movement of money touches each and every one of us, whether we're consumers, individuals, enterprises, etc. And therefore, the regulators will always look at changes in technology very carefully before making sure that they allow an impact of AI to come through on finance. But having said that, AI will have a profound and significant impact on finance. When you look at the back offices, for example, in India, look at the stockbroking back offices. I mean, it's literally ancestral, right? It's like our back office is 25 years old, right? It's completely built on patchwork, right? And today you have an opportunity, and not just ours, it'll be 95% of industry, where AI can really rewrite everything, right? And the same thing exists for front office managers. I mean, why do we need so many research people who are doing basic jobs? They can do differentiated jobs, and we can allow AI to do a lot of balance sheet modeling, basic research modeling. So I think it's going to have profound impact on everything, right from back office to front office. But we need regulations to allow us to do certain things, which I think progressively will happen.
Pranjal, if I can just speak to the finance industry. So if you think about in India, one other sector where more than 50% of the Indian population doesn't have an access to a structured credit facility that we could offer. Now, if we could offer that, it would be a game changer for small businesses and individuals everywhere. But we cannot offer that in the current way of operating. So what has to happen is we have to use AI and get 200 million more customers that we can serve. But in order to do that, to your point, what will happen is back office will get as autonomous as possible. The jobs will move from back office to front office, because if you have 200 million more customers, there is more need for customer-facing people. But instead of thinking of this thing as a job loss or job creation, we have to think about what does a better world look like. Is 200 million people getting better credit a better world? I think so. And for that, some certain structural changes have to happen. And so it's in the best interest of the society to make those changes.
That's a great point. Vineet, on jobs, I think your industry probably employs the most people on the ground, and AI or not, you still need people to physically deliver products. I want to understand from you the domestic e-commerce industry and the internal logistics industry seems to be also in a phase of transition. There is a lot of talk about gig workers, but if we look at the highway network which has been which is being invested in, you see a big transition happening in internal logistics to last mile delivery. Where do you see the opportunity? Are you optimistic about it, or do you think there's still some work to be done?
We've moved away from the wobbly world topic.
Well, we're talking about the internal wobbly world. So I mean, you've seen the controversies about gig workers' rights. We've been talking about road safety. We talk about quality of trucks on the road. We talk about highway safety. So these are all linked to the sector which moves goods around. And is the goods industry in a good place?
Yes, of course. So I think let's take a step back and talk about what is the new generation wanting. The generation wants instant gratification, and instant gratification essentially means that I want it now. So deliver. I
want it now, and I want it frequently, right?
As well. So I don't want to wait for a day if I want to order something. So hence the rise of quick commerce, and that's the proliferation has just been tremendous. And that has changed several things, and it's starting to change several things, including not just the logistics infrastructure, the network effect that is happening on there, but also on the way that companies are now stocking and managing inventory. Because earlier the inventory used to be at a certain place. Now the inventory is completely distributed into these dark stores, which are essentially 10 to 15 minutes away from you. So that is changing the entire supply chain from, not from the consumer end to the complete back end. Now, it also means that your demand planning has changed. Now, I do not know how often there's a cricket match going on and suddenly the demand for potato chips is going up very rapidly and getting delivered in 15 minutes. So, which essentially means that your response time to something like this has to be very, very fast. And you have to keep rejigging your inventory also quickly. So it will lead to a lot of, and that's where AI will step in quite a lot. and we will see a little bit more predictive behavior versus right now we are just working on certain assumptions. So that is a major change that will happen to supply chains and networks, and essentially, and then the back end has to happen also. So the road infrastructure, the replenishment of inventory, the decarbonization, so EVs is becoming a big thing, for example. I think those are bigger game-changing events that are starting to happen, which I think infrastructure is going to now move from top of mind to hygiene.
Are there any estimates, Vineet, what kind of job or work opportunities? I'm not saying job or employment in the classic sense, but do you see your industry being amongst the biggest provider of work and livelihood in the coming years?
Amongst, yes, till the time robots start making deliveries. But yes, today also the jobs are changing. The rider who used to essentially just take the material and deliver to your house has actually changed his job profile. He's also now picking the material in the dark store. So he gets a bag and he gets a slip and he goes around quickly inside the dark store, picks up those items, maybe it's a potato chip packet, and puts it in his bike and leaves. So the skilling has changed also, the job nature has changed. And certainly I think for the foreseeable future, this sector will create more jobs.
Thank you. One last point, because we want to end on time, Sanjay. The point about you were, I think more than 10 years ago when I wrote my first book on Fourth Industrial Revolution, you were talking about 3D printing and additive manufacturing. You were way ahead of the curve and you kept it quiet, of course, until I wrote about it. What is the future? Is 3D printing, additive manufacturing, new forms of manufacturing, is that being adopted in India?
I think it's been adopted across the organization, at least. Pumps are the second oldest machine invented by man, right? And so what do we do? The question over here that I've received is AI plus QC.
Quality control.
Quality control. Let's move to quality assurance. With 3D printing, an opportunity or a challenge against library of intellectual property and design engineering. I think all of it works together. So what we have done is we have an AI model. We've digitized, whatever the word is, all our drawings and everything. We have a photograph library. And the way we are using it actually is that you get a damaged part from a customer, someone's equipment is down. Our model recognizes the damage. We're able to understand what the damage is, what it is going to cost to repair it, the time it will take to repair it, right? We have hydraulic knowledge within the company to rebuild that part if that is required, and make the drawing, send the file to the 3D printer. So, everything can be done much faster with the combination of the new technologies that are coming in if you use them in the right way. And I think what is most important for us is education. Mihir mentioned that countries with less people are adopting AI very quickly. But, we worry about people, but we have 1.4 billion brains. Let's not forget that we have not 2.8 billion hands, but we have 1.4 billion brains. And those brains can deliver far more than hands can. And the idea is, how do you educate people? How do you skill people in the latest technologies? Because that is what will take us forward as a country.
Thank you so much. At this point, I'm going to end the session. I think the world may be wobbly, but it seems that we are in the most stable place in the world right now. And I think we have to make sure that that stability is harnessed into very productive and constructive growth for ourselves, and leveraging all the opportunities that the chaotic world is creating, because, chaos creates opportunity. Please join me in thanking all the speakers over here.
We thank you all for a very engaging discussion. May I request Mr. Yezdi Nagporewalla, CEO, KPMG in India, to please join us on stage and kindly present mementos to our esteemed speakers. We thank Mr. Vishal Kampani, Senior Vice President-AIMA and Vice Chairman and Managing Director, JM Financial Limited, for being a part of this discussion. Our thanks to Mr. Vineet Agarwal, Vice President-AIMA and Managing Director, Transport Corporation of India Limited. We thank Mr. Sanjay Kirloskar, Chairman and Managing Director, Kirloskar Brothers Limited. We thank Mr. Mihir Shukla, Chairman and CEO, Automation Anywhere. Our thanks to the esteemed moderator of the session, Mr. Pranjal Sharma, Economic Analyst, Advisor and Author. Thank you, Mr. Nagporewalla, for joining us on stage to present the mementos. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, as we prepare for our next session, we will have a quick change of nameplates on the stage. May I request you meanwhile remain seated. Meanwhile, you can see on screens the result for the last poll question. Global volatility is good for India's economic growth. There it is on screens, the result. So now let's take a look at the poll question for this session. Donald Trump has changed the world forever, and the era of multi-alignment is over. Please do share your opinion with us, whether you agree, disagree, or you can't really say. We would love to hear from you. And a quick reminder, please. Do share your questions on the slips provided. They are on your tables. Our team will collect them, and we will address as many as we can. So from wobbly world, we are now moving on to the global stage. This is a panel discussion, Geopolitics and Global Business, Navigating Uncertainty in a Changing World Order. Once again on your screens, the poll question, Donald Trump has changed the world forever, and the era of multi-alignment is over. Please do share your opinion, whether you agree, disagree, or you can't say. Meanwhile, please join me in welcoming on stage for this very important discussion. Please welcome our esteemed moderator, Mr. T.V. Narendran, President-AIMA and CEO and MD Tata Steel Limited. Joining him on this panel are Mr. Nikhil, Vice Chairman and Managing Director, Triveni Turbine Limited, Ambassador Sujan Chinoy, Director General, Manohar Parrikar Institute for Defense Studies and Analysis, and former Indian Ambassador to Japan and Mexico, Mr. Yezdi Nagporewalla, CEO, KPMG in India, Mr. Chengappa, Group Editorial Director, Publishing the India Today Group. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome them with a round of applause. I now hand it over to the esteemed moderator of the session to please take the session forward.
Thank you, and good morning once again to everyone. We have an interesting subject and an interesting panel with diverse experiences amongst them. We have Nikhil, who runs a global company with origins in India, now operating in more than 80 countries. We have Raj, who everyone knows is a well-known journalist, who's today sitting on the other side, because I think the last time we met here, he was asking me questions, so I have an opportunity to pay him back. We have Ambassador Chinoy to my right, who has not only spent time in Mexico and China, he's in fact said that he's spent a lot of time on China, so I'm looking forward to his views. He's also spent time in Australia. He's involved in defense, so certainly looking forward to his views. and we have Yezdi, who's again the head in India of a global organization. So, we have different experiences, different contexts that they've gone through. I'm going to start by inviting each of them to share their thoughts on the subject of this session. And then after that, I'll ask them some questions, and we'll keep some time for the audience as well to ask questions. So, so let's start with Ambassador. Your thoughts on this whole subject of geopolitics. I know it's always been important, but it's like changing by the minute now. So looking forward to your thoughts.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good morning to all of you, and congratulations to AIMA on their anniversary. Let me begin by simply mentioning a few words about the rules-based international order, the RBIO, which is linked to the treaty-based organizations of the United Nations. For these are the ones that are currently under challenge and flux, and that's what is adding a lot of uncertainty to geopolitical situations around the world. So the fact of the matter is that it is the United States of America that midwifed the United Nations in 1945, permitted the rest of us to have a UN charter in exchange for what was otherwise a Faustian bargain, to have a UN Security Council with permanent membership and privileged veto powers. And so it is that United States which is actually unhappy with the RBIO today. And President Trump has made it quite clear that he believes that the rest of the world is taking advantage of the RBIO. And the US, at a $30 trillion economy today, still a hyperpower with expeditionary capabilities that are matchless and peerless, is in a position to do something about that RBIO. And that's what we are seeing right now. And so the action has shifted from the four corners of the UN Charter and the RBIO, that is what I call the normative space, to, in fact, the empirical space, where, in fact, it is power asymmetry, which is self-apparent, and the US knows that. It is therefore using the empirical order to shift the global situation in its favor once again. That's a reset button on economic engagement of the rest of the world. And from that source comes the tariff war against friends and foe alike, without any kind of distinction. So that's the broad situation in which we find ourselves in an era of uncertainty. The point here is that there are several factors that are exacerbating this uncertainty. One is obviously the weaponization of trade and technology. Now, I would have said until Trump inflicted the tariffs on the rest of the world, that trade was more difficult to weaponize because it is essentially structural in nature. It's not necessarily conducted out of Pentagon and the State Department and South Bloc and things like that. But Trump has shown that with tariffs, he can even weaponize trade and make it extremely powerful tool. Technology has always lent itself to greater weaponization, especially high-tech, because high-tech does not come easy. It requires vast sums of investment by governments and big tech. There is IP involved, and that's the kind of ecosystem in which we have seen consistent efforts by the United States, not just recently, but over the last 7-8 years, to erode the very ecosystem which has occasioned the rise of China as a challenger, as a near-peer economy. And so we see that both trade and technology in different ways are being weaponized. But there are other factors that lend to this growing uncertainty. And among them is also transparency, the lack of it. In other words, this absolute opaque system in which intentions and motives are not very clear. You wait for some kind of tweet, or a message on Trump's social media to get to know what to do next. So we are in this kind of a situation. And I think everybody is looking at de-risking in terms of looking at alternatives. India has done well for itself by hedging its bets, engaging in very resolute, determined, and patient negotiations with the United States of America. Having concluded an interim trade deal, I should say it's like, in a sense, the father of all deals. We should leave the nitty-gritty to the people that know the subject. I'm not going to comment on which codes and which particular product should be deemed as successful as part of the negotiations or otherwise. So we've done well there, and mother of all deals, of course, was the one that we did with the EU. And we have a number of other FTAs that we have chosen to engage in. And this is very important because India's uncertainty also comes from the lack of a presence in the RCEP and the CPTPP. And so therefore, for us to put some kind of certainty, we must engage in bilateral, trilateral, minilateral, plurilateral kind of engagements so that we can also engage in a bit of risk mitigation, diversify our markets, reduce our overweening and overwhelming dependence on any one market. That includes, of course, the biggest market in the world, that is the United States of America. That is a very important market, though, because it has occasioned the rise of virtually every country with which the US had a benign and cooperative relationship historically. Whether it was Japan that rose phoenix-like after the Second World War, whether it was the Asian tigers that followed, whether it was China that followed in the late 70s and 80s and 90s. The whole point here is access to the US market makes for success in the long run. So we must continue to work at that. But at the same time, we must also work on other alternative markets around the world. I mean, these would be my opening remarks.
Thanks, Ambassador Chinoy. So Vishal, you're running an organization with a footprint in many countries. And how do you kind of see the impact of all these policies and, on your day-to-day business?
Well, firstly, thank you, Naren, and big congratulations to AIMA for this wonderfully set up NLC, and to Rekha and team. Very well done. Happy to be here and to follow. I know. But I'm happy to be called Vishal.
Nikhil, sorry. Nikhil was
to follow
my
Ambassador,
predecessor, but I was referring to my successor.
But as Ambassador Chinoy said, from a business perspective, of course, it's apparent that the rules-based order has some cracks, and there is a need, there's a lot of talk, and you have people like the Finnish president, and who Kampani also alluded to in his Davos speech about moving towards a more values-based, realism-based paradigm. And what he, I think, tried to stress is that the realism is self-interest. And while that may have underpinned most geopolitics for always, but for the lay citizen, it is now apparent and upfront that self-interest is the primary determinant of any bilateral, multilateral, plurilateral exercise or dialogue. So what does that mean for companies? With this increased uncertainty, of course, from the balance sheet perspective, you want to be more asset-light so that you can be more nimble and agile. You want to cater to your working capital requirements in a manner that is diversified enough, and you're not constrained by supply chain restrictions that may come about because of things like tariff barriers. But I think the larger question here is, how do you allocate capital within a company knowing that there is an increased amount of uncertainty in the future? And I think that the only way to circumvent that is to invest in technology. Exports is a reflection of the competitiveness of a product or service. And that, to the greater extent of a product that is exported or a service that is exported, the better is the comparative advantage versus others in the same product line. And I think that the encouragement of exports is there so that you know that you're competitive in your home market as well. But underlying, while you underlie the fact that competitiveness is important and a benchmark for exports, the reason why you're able to sell is the relevance of the product. And if you are not investing in technology to be relevant, I think that you will not be successful in your strategy. The way that we as a company see it is, and we manufacture rotating equipment for the energy space, specifically towards heating and cooling. You have a unique situation where technology needs to be made in India for Indian requirement, which is not going to be made by other countries for us. And I'll give you a small example of this. We have about 50% of end energy demand is for heating and cooling purposes, which is for industries, residential and institutional purposes. Now, at the same time, incremental energy demand in the United States, about 90% of that is for data centers, While in India, 60% of incremental energy demand is actually for heating and cooling applications. The technologies that have to be deployed on the ground are going to be fundamentally different, and they're not going to be created by the West for us. You have the Kigali Protocol that India is a signatory to, which is moving chlorofluorocarbons or HCFCs down to zero because of the global warming potential. While the West has adequate capacity for these refrigerants, what is going to be India's alternative when we have only 11% of our households which have refrigerant or cooling capacity? I think these are questions that have to be answered by Indian companies who can then leverage the technological solution and to the global south, but also to the global north. I think these will be equally relevant because the cost point at which we operate is significantly better and the value proposition that much higher. So that's the way that we approach it.
Thanks, Nikhil. I'll come back to you with some questions on what you're doing on the technology side, because I think increasingly India needs to differentiate itself through the IP that it creates. Yezdi, KPMG is a global organization, and while you head its Indian business, you would be dealing a lot with global clients who are looking at India. So you also have an outside-in perspective as much as you're servicing internal Indian customers. So what are your perspectives, and how do you see the interest in India growing or waning because of all these uncertainties?
Thank you. Thanks, Naren. I'll actually just add to what Ambassador Chinoy and Vishal stroke Nikhil spoke about. But a couple of dimensions which we are seeing now emerge out of this. One is, while all of this, the geopolitics, the uncertainty, the tariff, and all of that prevails, we simultaneously have a huge potential revolution evolving in the form of AI. And it is the flavor of the week right now in India, but that revolution also links itself to the uncertainty. So while you have industrialization of weapons, and then the consequences coming into tariffs and wars and things like that, technology, deep tech, and AI are playing a very, very synonymous role in the scheme of things. And if you put all of this together, what's happening is sovereignty is taking a primary focus, with each nation looking at self-reliance. Each nation thinks they are on their own, whether it's Europe as a cluster or India as a cluster. And this is exactly where India emerges as a potential destination. We are fortunate that we see this coming. We are fortunate that our government machinery is proactive as well as reactive in some cases. And if it wasn't so, then it would really set us back in different ways. But it's because of these pieces, and a classic example are the free trade agreements that we have already in place, or the foresight that we have for data centers and other infra, the digital infra equal to the physical infra, is creating the attractiveness of India. Earlier, India was seen as a cheap destination or a location for labor. It's no longer cheap, and it's no longer viewed as a cheap destination. Today, it's viewed as as a region on its own, but parallelly also how it can contribute into the global scheme of things.
Thanks, Yezdi. Raj, you had a ringside view over all these years, and Ambassador Chinoy talked about the rules-based order. Nikhil referred to the Makani speech, and one of the things he said in his speech, at the beginning of his speech, was he said there was a rules-based order, but it was not perfect. I mean, it depended on who broke the rules, and I'm not saying the exact words, but he said that it depended on who really broke the rules. So it was imperfect in its own way. Today, we say that we don't have it, but was it there at any point in time? Maybe better than it is today, but how do you as a journalist view it?
Thanks, Narendran, and a pleasure to be back at this forum. And I don't profess to be an expert. We have really top experts here, and I'd look at myself as a commentator. And the question that you asked, Narendra, I'd like to look at it through personalities. And my recent cover, which Donald Trump did post on Truth Social, and you get that instant fame for a while. But I'm referring to that because in that, there are two personalities that we need to look at. When we talk of all these events, we're looking at two 70-year-olds. One is our own Prime Minister, a little more than 70, and so is Donald Trump. And he's in his third term. And we have Donald Trump in his second term and final term, if he goes by the rule of law and the Constitution. And so what are these men looking for? And they're looking for legacy. And if you come back to our, and if you take the subject that we're looking at and how India can challenge or take on the new global order and disorder, if you want to call it, and cash in from it and push ourselves forward, I think one of the most interesting things that when I was researching this piece was when I spoke to Nipendra Mishra, who was the former Principal Secretary to the Prime Minister in his first term, and of course then Nehru Memorial, and was responsible to a large extent for building the Ram Temple in Ayodhya. And he made a very interesting comment when I asked him, what do you think Prime Minister Modi should be doing in his third term? And he says, Prime Ministers will be determined not so much or not only by what they build, but also what they dismantle. And I think that's very significant because what we have today is a constellation of circumstances, events, you can call them stars, you can call them personalities, whatever, that in some senses conspire to push us into a situation that many of all here would be familiar with was the 1990s, when Prime Minister Narasimha Rao and Dr. Manmohan Singh had to guide us through these very troubled times. And the reform process that happened that transformed India on many fronts. I think we have reached that inflection point in 2026. And in this case, if you look at the way the Prime Minister has operated ever since the setback that the government had in the 2024 general elections, which the big lesson, as one expert told me, was why did they go down to 240? Was jobs, jobs, jobs. That was the thing. And then getting his mojo back after back-to-back victories in the assembly elections, as well as we saw that fantastic victory in Bihar, apart from Maharashtra, which gave the ruling establishment the confidence to move ahead with the kind of reforms necessary that could define, if we are calling 2026 as the moment, resembling that of 1990. And if you see the series of things, the Prime Minister himself talked of what he called a reform express. And we have seen that unfurl in the last year, whether you're looking at the GST rationalization, the income tax reductions, the labor code passing. You're seeing a series of sort of major things that have come. And let's not forget the RBI lowering the repo rate to historical levels. And when I spoke to the RBI governor, he called it the Goldilocks moment, where we are a very sweet spot of having high growth and low inflation. And then if you come fast forward, we thought the budget would do, but I think the budget established a few frontier areas, which I think Yezdi touched upon, and so did you, Nikhil, in terms of where we should be headed to, whether it is biosimilars, whether it is artificial intelligence, whether it was semiconductors and Mission 2.0. So you had the drive, but I think the biggest reforms came in the what we called on the cover of India Today, the great opening up, which was the raft of trade deals that reached its zenith in the last 2 weeks or 3 weeks, when India signed up with the EU, as well as the made an interim arrangement with the US. So what does this all do to us? Is that it puts us in a position where we have dismantled, and that's, I think, very important. I was also talking to Rajiv Gauba, who's the in charge of this whole deregulation effort. And he was saying that what they're doing is to get off the business of enforcement, which is putting more rules, and get into regulation. And he said that's the true thing that we need to do, rather than just keep building more and more license Raj, certifications, and everything. So why I gave this broad sort of thing is that we are in that major moment where we have prepared ourselves to leap into a very uncertain future, but much needed, because the imperatives are staring at our face. If we don't do what we should be doing, we see only disaster ahead. We've seen what happened in the neighborhood of the collapses of various regimes. I'm not saying that will happen to India, but that is something we need to take note of. And just my final point, I'll come back later to this, is that the big question, are we prepared? And that is something you, I, and everybody else have to look at, because no revolution happens just by accident, just because someone did it. There has to be a build-up. And if you look and ask ourselves honestly, do our cities work? I mean, how do you do business if you have the highest amount of pollution happening across the world in most of our cities, and particularly in the city that we are currently sitting in? How do you do business if civic services are collapsing? I'm not talking of the kind of traffic rush that we had during the AI summit, but it's there for everybody to stare at. Simple things like that, that becomes preparatory steps. And if you take it to the larger extents that what we were talking about, are we really prepared for the CBAMs that Europe would come in, the big restrictions that you're talking about? What have we done across, both by government and amongst ourselves as industry or journalists or any citizen, to prepare ourselves for this great leap forward to cash in? And the alternative is frightening and scary. And we can talk later about this. Thank you.
Thank you. So, I'm going to kind of tell my fellow panelists that I'm going to ask them what do they think companies and countries need to do to be better prepared as we have this discussion. But Ambassador Chinoy, coming back to you, many years back I read a comment that earlier countries became powerful after they became rich. But with the growth of China and India, you become powerful before you become rich. And you kind of followed China for a long time. How do you see this journey that China has made even in the last 30 years? And how do you see India learning from that journey for the next 30 years?
So professionally, when I started dealing with China about 45 years ago, I realized that China was actually poor as a church mouse. In fact, in 1980, their GDP was roughly the same as India's. The per capita GDP was the same. By 2000, it was twice as big. By 2010, it was 4 times as big. And by 2018, it was roughly 6 times as big. Now, because we are growing quite well, it has come down to something like 5 times as big. But the point is, there is a huge power asymmetry there. So the real question for us should be, how is it that China was able to translate its human resources, its large geography, and access to certain resources into making it the world's 2nd largest economy and the world's largest trading nation? And so it's entirely opposite for us to take a page or 2 out of their book. The first thing I would recommend here is that we need to study how they always linked FDI to technology transfer. Whenever they permitted JVs to be held in China, to be incorporated in China, it was always with attached conditionalities for transfer of technology. It's not that they have spent a great deal on R&D. They've also followed an approach whereby they have actually, literally sponged a lot of technology of the West. The second, of course, is obvious, a no-brainer, the focus on infrastructure. Now, I was looking at some statistics, and it's obviously very clear that China today has 10 times the capacity of throughput as compared to India in terms of its ports. About 350 million TEUs versus 23, 24 million TEUs for India. Shanghai alone, where I also lived once for more than 5 years, has 55, 56 million TEUs capacity. And if you put both, Mundra and JNPT together, it's no more than 11 or 12 million TEUs. So where is the comparison here? You need to work on logistics. India cannot simply be a low-cost manufacturing center for the rest of the world. It has to be low-cost, high volume, with what you call high quality as well. And we've not been able to do the scaling up and the quality control as we keep focusing on low-cost manufacturing. So the manufacturing scene in India is also greatly fractured. It doesn't have the same kind of access to clustered supply chains, as China has created for itself. Even roads. Google will tell you today that India's road network finally is a little more, a nick above China's road network. But the comparison ends there, because ours is a road network where there is very little of expressways. and disproportionately low when it comes to paved roads. So it's mostly rural roads, country roads, dirt roads. China has worked extremely well with regard to high-speed rail, expressways, etc. We rely unnecessarily on road transport. They have a much better and more sophisticated coastal shipping system. We've been quite wanting in regard to coastal shipping. So when you look at the totality of it all, trying to say that they have a better system or otherwise, there's no judgment being passed here. But it's true that even in the case of Dr. Reddy's laboratory in Kunshan or Sundaram Fasteners, I know that their experience in East China was very different because once they had power shortages and the local government came and said that, look, we don't want you to suffer in terms of your manufacturing capabilities and your wonderful addition to our special economic zone here. So we will put up a separate transformer for you. And our companies were not ready to shell out the money for that. But that was a misunderstanding because the local government wanted to put it up at their own cost. So I think we'll have to go the extra mile in terms of encouraging our private sector to do well, to scale up, to produce better, with better quality control. And the role of big companies in India is critical. Unless the big companies in India, in a kind of flying geese formation, try to create the vendors, chains, the supply chains, involving the large number of MSMEs that we have here, how do we get over the finishing line there? Because India will have to be competitive in this age of uncertainty. We will have to have companies that are global. Your risk appetite must increase. Big companies must not be complacent simply with investments in India in a predictable environment. They need to step out. They need to plug into global supply chains, be part of a local landscape in Europe or in other parts of the world, and then acquire technologies. That's how China's leveraged its MNCs as well. So while China remains a competitor, and we have other issues too numerous to mention, we must also see what they did right. And there's plenty that we can learn from them. I'm not saying we can create overnight the kind of leverage that they have in certain industries like, critical minerals and rare earths and all that, which is how they've actually managed to kind of, stem the onslaught of Trump tariffs to some extent, to leverage that. I know they're suffering 34 to 37% tariffs and ours are lower, but there is something to be said for creating excellence in niche areas. So let's try to identify 1, 2, 3 niche areas. What are those niche areas where Indian companies can be global players of consequence?
Thank you. We have a few questions, and since we have 15 minutes, I'm going to read out some of these questions and spread it amongst all of you. One is there's a question around how does India balance US, EU, Russia, and on top of that, China, which to some extent, Ambassador Chinoy, you've referred to. The other for you, Ambassador Chinoy, is also about the Board of Peace versus the UN, and how do you think the Board of Peace will function? That's another comment. There's a question or comment on, as this is the 70th actually, Foundation Day of AIMA, should we be discussing blending environment and health with economic growth? I think Raju referred a bit to civic, the civic conditions in which we live in. There's a comment around democracy and China and India and that difference playing out. Nikhil, is resilience a new currency of global trade? Is resilience a new currency of global trade? So I'll come to you. You can address that. Plus, building on the comments from Ambassador Chinoy, one thing as Indian industry, and both of us kind of live that experience, I think what, as an Indian industry, we are able to do is to deliver competitiveness within our factory gates. We can be very efficient within, but a lot of it gets negated because of the infrastructure gaps. And what you said about logistics is a great example. Not just coastal movement. China moves a lot of stuff on the rivers, and that's the cheapest way
to move goods. So how do you see competitiveness? And I think, like you said, innovation and technology is an important piece of your success. I was hearing the other day that China is no longer interested in being the factory to the world. They want to be the innovation center for the world. And in many ways, at least as far as green technologies are concerned, they are pretty much there already. So what are your comments, advice to Indian industry, big and small, on what we should be doing different?
So thanks for that, Naren. And as one of the stalwarts of Indian industry, you lead from the front in terms of innovation. So you know how to practice that. In my opinion, the fact is you need to be able to align long-term expectations of demand with your product or service. I think, unfortunately, India does not provide enough clarity on long-term demand and policy, and we do waver. So the fact that we're not consistent in policy or hold ourselves accountable to any change is a little bit of a problem, which is something that we can learn from China, which is how they've been able to actually allocate and divert more capital into strategic areas such as rare earths. I believe that for us, as we look forward, investment into technologies that we think will be relevant to India regardless of policy move is the right way to move. For us to partner with educational institutions, not only in India, but increasingly internationally, to be able to leverage both IP as well as capability and capacity that exists globally is extremely important. As you said, this should be done within the company itself. To rely on government institutions and infrastructure, I think, would be wrong. It would be slow, wouldn't be fair, it would lead to a greater level of bureaucracy. So I believe that what we need is a sense of confidence in India, that Indian entrepreneurs need to have the confidence to be able to project that India is going to have a lot more demand for everything going forward. We're a $2,500 per capita income country. Just on a steady state growth rate, we will achieve success, whatever it may be. And getting to Viksit Bharat is not a question of when, it's inevitable. It will have to happen because that is the way of aspirations of our citizens. I believe something that the government could do is to encourage more investment, both in technology as well as fixed assets and employment in the country, is to differentiate the risk that entrepreneurs have. I think this definition that we have of promoters and the disproportionate risk that it carries does not do the country any good. And this current government has done more to bridge the trust deficit between industry and government than any other government in the past. So I hope that we can further that, but it is ultimately a question of taking all parties along. And you do have a noisy democracy in India, so hopefully we can align on some major objectives of investment in technology, de-risking capital investments that are necessary for our progress.
So, but how do you see in today's day and age, there's far more access to capital than there was maybe 20 years back, right? So do you see that as an environment which is more suitable for first-time entrepreneurs?
Yes, most definitely. And it stretches from all senses of the value chain. You don't AI and digital has always required less capital than a steel factory would. But you have amazing business models that are coming about these days in terms of utilizing spare capacity that may exist in large fixed asset-based industries. So you have newer business models that are coming out in this day and age which will allow for efficiency. One thing that you have, and the government recognizes, is that the formal sector of established companies will not be able to generate the jobs that are necessary for the country or for the number of people who are passing out of college or coming into the workforce every year. So entrepreneurism is necessary and essential for the social cohesion of the country. Capital is available not only from the government system, but I think for the first time ever, banks are flush with cash and ready to lend to anyone. You have state electricity boards which are solvent now. It's unheard of. So you have a very strong macroeconomic fundamental in the economy. I think all you need is a little bit more of a risk appetite for people to go and invest, but you need an enabling system which de-risks people from being able to do that.
Thanks, Nikhil. You know, Yezdi, while Nikhil and I, in some sense, represent the manufacturing sector, the services story has been a great story for India over the last few decades, including, I think, this year, we've either caught up or catching up on services exports. It's going to exceed merchandise exports. And there's also a question from the audience on GCCs and how that's going to play a role. How do you see that evolving? There's a disruption because of AI. There's an opportunity also at the same time in India. So how do you see that playing out?
So Narendran, you're absolutely right. What we have now is a situation where there is equal focus on manufacturing and services. Once upon a time, services was one leg, and we were very proud of it. Now, the entire gamut of services is also undergoing a huge change, and there's enough disruption coming in with deep tech. And our challenge is now to maintain that leadership. We were known, so if China was known to be the manufacturing hub of the world, we were known to be the services hub of the world. And consequently, we had a number of GCCs coming, setting up shop in India. We still have a huge plan for GCCs. And that is now linked in many ways to deep tech, because GCC is not going to survive just on bodies that you supply. There's a huge amount of technology and innovation linked to it. And we are in the process of metaphysizing into evolving ourselves into that space to keep that momentum going. But having said that, it's not as if the rest of the world is watching us. They are not sleeping. They are far, far ahead, some displaying how ahead they are, and some not. And we have to, I would personally say, we don't have to compete with them, we have to learn from them. And the biggest advantage or opportunity that we have today is the opportunity to build trust. And trust comes from all of the things that we spoke about, but trust also comes from transparency. It comes from digital traceability and those aspects. If we get those appropriately in place, then we'll have our act. It's not a switch on, switch off. It will take time, but we'll have to be stubborn about it.
Thanks, Yezdi. Raj, the question on the different alignments, geopolitically between countries, the new institutions being created, erstwhile institutions being undermined a bit. How do you see all this playing out, and how do countries prepare for a fairly turbulent world? I think we go back to Markani's speech, and he referred to it, saying that you need to build your own relationships. You may not agree on everything, but there are for different reasons, you may have different relationships. How do you comment on that?
Narendra, may I, pass that question to Sujan, but refer to a question before that, to I think what someone had talked about. One of the questions was about our civic services and what needs to be done around that. So I'd like to touch upon that. I can talk on the other subject, but I think this is very important, because one of the things that we need to do, and I like the phrase that the Principal Secretary to the Prime Minister, the current one, Dr. P.K. Mishra, when I asked him what this Reform Express he's talking about, and he said it is about reducing everyday friction. And I think that is very important, because, and the other thing that he mentioned was working on a trust-based, and these were two things Nikhil as well as Yezdi had mentioned. How do you work on a trust-based system in civic affairs rather than a distrust-based system? And if you take a look at all the cities that have been, even in the city that you look in, where are the real pain points? Simple things like registering your property, sale of property. I mean, you can have the people saying there's, at the top level there's no corruption, but you just go down to that level and you will see that irrespective of whatever it is, you have to make transactions that become painful. Anything that you do, any interface with the civic side of the government, whether it's electricity, whether it's this, things have improved considerably, right? We pay our bills, we can do it on the internet. All those days where we stood on queues and all that is gone. But the whole concept of ease of living, as much as ease of doing business, has to take practical root. You take a look, you talked of the fact that all our discoms have suddenly possibly coming into the green. We can question that, right? But just take a look at our municipalities. They all broke. I grew up in Bangalore. I can't go back there. I mean, I grew up writing Bangalore as the boom city, and I had to write 2 years back that it is the doom city in terms of infrastructure. So one of the big focuses I think we need to do is just this, is you have to provide the facilities for business. If cities are the engines of growth, and agriculture will, of course, have its place, but not in the kind of place it should have currently, then one of the big investments every one of us has to make, and even as citizens, is how do we change our cities? How do we make them easier? I mean, all the factors of production that you talk about. Land, can you get land easily across? What are the kind of things that you can do to do it? Have a look at labor. What is the one reason why we all stay in cities? Because of absolute ease of living, right? We don't want to be staying in some remote area because our children don't go to better schools or whatever. So I think in preparation for whatever we want to do, and that should happen, I was talking of dismantling. You have to dismantle a whole lot of things and also then invest in the right areas. And I'll finally end with a point, I think, which is very important, as why we make these huge plans but are unable to implement them. And one of the things, the lessons we have, and let's be very clear, we're highly intelligent as a population. I mean, the Indians are the brightest. And if you take a look at the way we have done our UPI and all that, we should be proud. We can transact business across. We have these small, quick payments. I mean, they're amazing. Even my children, who some of them are currently, I mean, one of them is abroad, says, you know, they can't imagine doing all this, the kind of facilities that we have. So it shows that we can work. But I think where we really need to make the change is the way we go about addressing stakeholder interests. And one of the things I think, very interestingly, we talk of agriculture. Why did, and I was editor-in-chief of the Tribune, and one question I kept asking is, why did the Green Revolution happen the way it did in 1970 or 60, or around that period? And why didn't it succeed when the government tried to do it in 2020, in the thick of COVID? Maybe you can answer some of these things. I'd like all of you all to think about it. But from what one understood at that point, there were, again, a buildup of circumstances that made farmers adopt the latest technology and transform India from a grain insufficient and a grain poor country to one of self-sufficiency and now too much of grain addiction. That's a different story. But if you take a look at that history, a couple of things were put into place at that time. One was there was a lot of hand-holding, where farmers were taught and given those seeds and the hybrid seeds that were there, and shown that they could triple or multiple, in terms of production. Second, there was fertilizers brought in. Third, there was water. The Bhakra Dam came in over there. And fourth, the government enabled the entire process of, pushed its whole machinery to make sure this works. And therefore, you saw a transformation happen. I'm just using that example because we have demonstrated we can adopt technology pretty rapidly if you want to. But it is the entire ecosystem that you have to do to ensure that anything that you do, and you compare each of these, I think we've done better this time in terms of the trade deals. There has been a consultative process in terms of stakeholders coming in, unlike in the past. Second, if you look, we have decided to sign big deals with countries that are complementary to us, unlike in ASEAN, where we had competition and they were doing the same things. So that enabling atmosphere must come in, and one of the big issues, I think even the chief economic advisor talked of it in his economic survey this time, was the transformation of cities and ending the urban decay. That's my point. Thank you.
Thank you, Raj. I think we've run out of time, so I'm going to conclude with a few comments. Yeah.
There was a question on the Board of Peace. I think India, as an aspiring global power, cannot afford to sit out. And it's very important, therefore, to stay engaged. Since we have keen interest in the future of Gaza, we have a very close strategic partnership with Israel. And this Trump plan for Board of Peace does provide for other than the head of government to attend and sit in. So I think we've done the right thing by being an observer. The Deputy Chief of Mission went and sat in on the first meeting. By the way, this is supported by the UN Security Council Resolution 2803 of 17 November 2025. And so we must be part of this. I'd also said so in a piece that I had written for the Indian Express by invitation. There were others that said, no, we must never be part of this, and we must completely stay away, don't touch it with a barge pole. But we can't afford to do that. We must stay engaged with Trump, we must stay engaged with the Americans, even if you're not directly involved, like the EU, So also India, currently there as observer. So let's feel our way forward.
Thank you, Ambassador Chinoy. So I think we heard a number of comments on how can, as a country, how can we become more resilient in this uncertain world. Ambassador Chinoy also made an important point that large economies have been important for the growth of other economies. So plugging into the EU, plugging into the US is important as part of our plan to move forward. I think companies need to invest in technology, as Nikhil mentioned. We need to build competitiveness. There is a role that governments also play outside of our factory gates to build the competitiveness, but we need to find our own solutions as well, and we need to have more knowledge-intensive and technology-intensive reasons to be competitive. Yezdi also talked about the services sector and how it is continuing to grow as well as build competitiveness. I think AI is an opportunity as much as it's going to be disruptive. But Indian companies have shown that they can adapt to this. And Raj also talked about the importance of living conditions and the ease of living, which the government also talks about, to make sure we attract the best of talent and capital for the country. So I want to thank our panelists once again, and thank you all as an audience, and thank you for the questions that you raised.
Thank you, sir, for this very engaging discussion. May I invite Mr. Vishal Kampani, Senior Vice President, AIMA, to kindly join us on stage to present the mementos for this session. While we are waiting for Mr. Kampani to come here, may I request Mr. TV Narendran, President AIMA, to kindly do us the honors of presenting the mementos. We warmly welcome Mr. Vishal Kampani onto the stage, Senior Vice President AIMA. He's going to present the mementos for this session. We thank Mr. Nikhil Sawhney, Vice Chairman and Managing Director, Triveni Turbine Limited. We express our heartfelt thanks to Ambassador Sujan Chinoy, Director General Manohar Parrikar Institute for Defense Studies and Analysis, and former India Ambassador to Japan and Mexico. We thank Mr. Yezdi Nagporewalla, CEO, KPMG in India. Our thanks to Mr. Raj Chengappa, Group Editorial Director Publishing, the India Today Group. And our very sincere thanks to the esteemed moderator, Mr. TV Narendran, President AIMA and CEO and MD, Tata Steel Limited. And ladies and gentlemen, before we conclude this session, here's a very important announcement. Please kindly pay attention. There are certain car numbers which are parked on the road. So we have received a request from Delhi Police. Due to security reasons, they might be towed away. So please kindly pay attention. If your car number is mentioned here, please do go outside and remove the car from the road. Car number 9758. I repeat, 9758. Car number 9487. Car number 9487. 0158. 0158. 3048. I repeat, 3048. 7386. 7386 4810. If any of these car numbers belong to you, please kindly do go outside and remove it. Otherwise, it will be towed away from the road. Meanwhile, please kindly remain seated with us. We are not taking a break. Moving on to our next session, which is a fireside chat, the technology imperative, how India can win in the AI age. And let's take a look at the result from the last Poll question: Donald Trump has changed the world forever and the era of multi-alignment is over. You can see on screens the results. Meanwhile, the poll question for this session is: India should focus on application of AI instead of joining the AI model race. Please do share whether you agree, disagree, or you can't say. Once again, on your screens now, the poll question: India should focus on application of AI instead of joining the AI model race. And once again, reminding you of the car numbers which are parked on the road, we have received a request from Delhi Police to have them removed immediately, failing which they might get towed away. So please kindly note car number 9758. 9487 0158 3048 7386 4810. If any of these car numbers belong to you, please kindly pay attention. Please do remove it from the road. It is parked on the road. Get towed away, so please kindly do pay attention. We are ready to start with the fireside chat, the technology imperative, how India can win in the AI age. Please kindly do take your seats.
For us to reflect on what's been discussed over the last few days when it comes to AI. And the discussions have been varied. They've focused on regulation, policy, tech, challenges, opportunities, the scary stuff. Vishal Sikka needs no introduction, but I think his views are very important. And I think this conversation will be one based on a realistic assessment of the opportunities and challenges of AI. There are few people anywhere who are more attuned to the prospects of AI, both internationally and in India, than Vishal Sikka. And it's great to have this opportunity of speaking to you. Thanks very much.
Thanks so much, Vishnu. It's a pleasure to be here. And thanks, Naren, for inviting me, for thinking of me. Thanks, Rekha. Where is Rekha? Thanks, Rekha, for hounding me. She must have sent me 2,000 messages.
So I found some of your comments at the AI Summit fascinating. And one of the things that you said is that AI is inherently hallucinatory. Why?
So you knew exactly why that was given a no, and if the answer was yes, you knew why it was given a yes. Of course, these techniques were very brittle, and that approach to AI did not work. It has been replaced by this deep neural networks-based approach. But what happens in generative AI is that large language models, which are at the heart of this generative AI, today's AI, they synthesize a vast amount of data. So you take all of Wikipedia, you take every digital book that has ever been written, and it goes into these big models. And so when you are giving a prompt to ChatGPT or to Claude or what have you, it is not actually answering the question that you ask or providing the answer to your prompt, response to your prompt. It is generating the next most likely word. It's actually a token, which is a piece of a word. And then the one after that, and the one after that, and the one after that. So when you say, who was Barack Obama's father, it actually has no idea what Barack Obama is or what a father is. It simply puts the next most likely word after that and the word after that. So in that sense, actually every response from an LLM is a hallucination.
Right.
It is only hallucinating. I like to think of it that way because then I can stay sane when I see a really fantastic response from these LLMs. It is fantastic because it appears fantastic to you, based on your intelligence. The answer itself is a hallucination. So I think this is a very important thing to keep in mind. And every time I teach a class or do a session on AI, I always request people, and I will request all of you, every single one of you, and I expect that all of you are using these bots, Claude or Gemini or what have you. Please go today, next time you interact with a bot, get it to make a mistake. Engage with it on some topic on which you are an expert, and every one of us is an expert on some topic or the other. Please engage with it to the point that you put it into a corner where it makes a mistake. And at that moment, when you achieve that mistake, reflect on how it made that mistake. What happened? You can ask it to do some arithmetic. There's a very funny video going around these days of this guy who basically asks the thing to count to 200. The prompt is simply, please count to 200, and he sees how, at what number does it break. A simple thing like counting to 200. Or get into your area, Naren, ask about steel or ask about geopolitics or something, and see where did this come from? And it will happen. It happens typically for experts, it happens within 90 seconds of interaction.
But let me ask you this, and this is different from what you are saying. You are basically saying it's there, but don't necessarily trust it. Look at it carefully before taking a call.
Exactly.
But what I'm suggesting, based on what I have read, is that if you look at the latest iterations of various AI agents, the fact that the system is improving upon itself, the fact that the pace at which new iterations are appearing, and that the latest iterations are way more advanced than previous ones, have led some to believe that it's essentially out of control, and that when you talk about a kill switch being there, there are those who suggest that it tries to protect itself. Is that true?
All of those are true. All three things that you said are true at the same time. This is the thing that I find unusual about today's situation, is that we look for black and white answers. But we are in a situation that is a very dense situation, and multiple things are all true at the same time. Yes, these models will act in a way to protect themselves when they feel that they are being tested. But what does that mean? They have absolutely no idea what it means to be tested. They have absolutely no idea what it means to protect themselves. What it simply means is that in the vast amount of training that they have received, there have been instances where things that were down in the path of being tested led to things that were in the path of them trying to avoid the testing. And they are imitating that behavior. It is not that some ghost out of a miracle is emerging from this machine and figuring out that I must save myself because this evil human is trying to control me. It's not that. It is a reflection of the training material that has been given into these. It is like, can I say that this microphone is turning evil? Or that light bulb is turning evil?
No, but the challenge therefore lies when AI offers quote unquote empathetic answers to individuals who seek assistance or information based on an emotional requirement. That can result in people being misled.
Our communication, I want to give you one example, and this is because this is a very serious topic. First of all, I have a very different view on it, and my view in a nutshell is that the builders of AI have to take responsibility for AI's behavior. But I will give you one example. We all communicate. Especially since the pandemic, our digital communication has simply exploded. Everyone here is on WhatsApp. Every time I talk to Naren, it's on WhatsApp. You get a crystal clear call. But you have to understand that a person sitting in California, talking to a person sitting in Mumbai, that communication is traveling through satellites, it is traveling through undersea cables. It is an inherently error-prone communication. The transmission from the source to the receiver goes through an incredible amount of errors. We correct those errors. Every communication, every picture that you see, my picture that is coming across on this television is going through a vast amount of error correction. That error correction is also error-prone. So we figured out over the last 175 years of electronic communication how to take an inherently erroneous medium and using erroneous techniques produce a thing that does not make errors. So why are we not able to do this for AI? I think that this idea of regulation, yesterday we were driving by in Delhi and there was a very old car sitting on top of a truck. And my wife asked the driver, what is this? Apparently there are these cars that are used for weddings, for the barat. Those cars are not street legal, but you drive them, the bride and the groom are sitting on it, and then you drive maybe 200 meters or whatever in a very controlled way because the car is not street legal. It would not be allowed to drive on the road. My goodness, a car that a bride and a groom will sit on, which actually drives, is not allowed to be on the road. Why are we allowing complex technology which can get people to suicide, which can do vast amounts of damage? Why is this allowed?
No, so
when you won't allow a barber to cut your hair without a license.
No, I think that's the key issue. I mean, why are there no safeguards? Why are there no guardrails? That's a larger question, and I will come back to that. But I think the question which countless people have everywhere across the world, and I had the opportunity of interviewing Kristalina Georgieva, the IMF's MD yesterday, who told me right up off the bat, within 2 to 5 years, 40% of jobs will be impacted around the globe. 25% in India will be impacted in 2 to 5 years. And impact means either massive job losses, jobs will disappear, or the nature of the job will change. Therefore, are we, in her words, on the verge of a rail tsunami, which is going to impact our lives massively? What is your view on this? That's the scary part, at one level, if you ask me.
I live by the motto that one of the great teachers of my life, Alan Kay, has, that the best way to predict the future is to invent it.
So it's invented.
I think that what will happen over the next 5 years, I like to be on the camp that it is up to us what happens in the next 5 years. Now, let us look at the potentials. One way to think about your question is, what is the potential? Can there be a massive job loss? Yes, absolutely. Can we prevent it? Yes, absolutely. How do we prevent it? By training, by teaching people what AI can do for them, by making it available to them, by making them do the exercise that I requested all of you to do, not just use it, don't just believe what it says, get it to make a mistake. Once you get it to make a mistake, you realize that, oh, this thing doesn't actually know enough about everything, and I can get it to make a mistake. So you inherently build in the mechanisms of how do you safeguard it and how do you do error correction on it and things like that. So let us think about the topic of jobs for a second. There is no doubt that knowledge work, routine procedural work can be done much more efficiently with AI. There is no doubt that software development can be done much more efficiently with AI. In my speech, I don't know how many of you heard my speech? I want to see if I should repeat this example or not. Actually, nobody has heard it.
No, repeat it. It was fascinating.
Software development with generative AI is an incredibly powerful application. And the statement that I would like to make to all of you is that in the hands of people who know what they are doing, you can achieve an astonishing efficiency gain. A friend of mine, he and I were students together at Stanford. We did our PhDs together. He's a genius. He used to be a technical fellow at one of the large technology companies, and he had built an open site, which was a fantastic, I won't name it, I don't want to get into trouble, but it's a fantastic site, and that site was built by 15 engineers, including himself, over 9 months. And these were not run-of-the-mill engineers. These were very, very capable engineers from this company. It's a multi-trillion-dollar company. And he went recently to another multi-trillion-dollar company and is also a distinguished fellow there, and he rebuilt that site. This time he rebuilt it by himself in 14 days. So 15 people over 9 months to one person over 14 days. So if you're counting, that is a 280 times performance improvement. Times, not 20% or 30%. Of course, this guy is a genius, and it was his own site, and he knew exactly what needed to be done, and version 1 of it was already there, and all of that. But nevertheless, and I have seen multiple examples where people get 20x, 30x improvements in software development. There are also people who don't understand what this thing does and don't know how to fix mistakes, and then the mistakes that they inevitably and inadvertently create end up costing them significant amounts of time to fix, and therefore it would have been better off if they had written the thing to begin with by themselves, etc. There is those examples as well. But there is no doubt that in the hands of people who know what they are doing, an astonishing performance effectiveness can be achieved.
No, but let me turn that around a little bit. And I think it's important to dwell a little bit on potential numbers. Baseline lawyers who process information for their seniors, even now may not be required. Researchers, I have used a researcher on my programs for years. I don't anymore. I use AI for information. I cross-check it against, I use Grok and Gemini. I cross-check one against the other. I don't need a researcher anymore. That's another job that's gone. Number crunchers, chartered accountants. The machines are already way smarter than that. Yeah. And of course, software coders.
Yeah, no doubt.
Right, so that translates into many millions of jobs all around the world.
I understand.
So where do those people go?
Believe me, I have been making the same point for the last
No, but what you are saying now is that we need to check what can be done. I think the doomsday prophets, in a sense, say that, entry-level jobs are done for across so many areas. I've named 4 of them.
So, stenographers, we used to have stenographers, they are gone.
Translators, also gone.
Translators are gone. If you look at agriculture over a longer time horizon, we used to have 97% of the US economy used to be working in agriculture, and now less than 1% does, and yet we have an obesity problem. And so the transition from a previous technology to a new technology happens all the time. Job loss as a result of that happens all the time. I think one argument that is clear is that this is happening here. I think it is happening at a much more compressed rate because of the rapid expanse in technology. And therefore, the job loss and the job transformation will be severe and it will be rapid. At the same time, I think we have to keep in mind that we have been there before and we have to compress the time it takes us for the society to adapt to that.
Yeah.
So what would that mean? That would mean retraining, new opportunities, very quickly enabling people to come to terms with this new reality and things of
But
this
the problem
nature.
in India, Mr. Sikka, is that we have got a massive aspirational middle class who value their education with the dream that it's going to get them somewhere. Again, what Kristalina Georgieva warned is that the quality of jobs which will be available post-AI coming upon us in a bigger way will change, and it will not be as good. Somebody aspiring to be a software coder will now be doing something completely different. Somebody aspiring to be a lawyer might be doing something completely different, where the cognitive function or the skill that they trained for is not required anymore. That's not a good thing.
I would recommend that there is a fantastic book written by David Deutsch called The Beginning of Infinity. It is the nature of our brain that we tend to look backwards because our perception of whatever is out there is both based on what is known. The reality is that every time a new thing happens, it creates unprecedented new frontiers. And I'll give you one example. When television first came, I remember I was quite young, around 10, when the first TV came into our house. And in those days, you know, most of TV was newsreaders holding a piece of paper like this and reading from this paper. What is the point of the television if you're going to see a static picture of a person reading from a piece of paper? You could just as well slap the picture of a person on a radio and then listen to what they're saying on the radio. When MTV came, or when live telecasts of cricket events or conferences or all of these, or stock market with a ticker below, when these things started to show up, that's when we realized what the television is actually capable of. So every time a new medium comes, we tend to not see the real possibilities of that medium, and we tend to scare ourselves shitless. I'm sorry, is that on, are we on television?
We'll snip that out.
Sorry about that.
Or keep it in.
We tend to, drive ourselves crazy looking backwards at what it is going to do to the way things used to be. But boss, there is a new reality in town. What is this going to mean for us is a much more important question than what will it do to the way things used to be. The sooner we embrace that, will you permit me one example?
Please.
My company makes a product. Naren knows about this. It is a product for business people to analyze data. You ask a question, about some data directly on the transactional data in an ERP system, and you get back an answer. So originally we did this, one question, one answer, and very quickly we realized that you can take a reasoning model and you go far beyond this one question, one answer paradigm, and you can ask much more complex composite questions. Like, hey, what happens if the price of this goes up by that much and the cost of shipping goes up by that much? Then what does that do to the profitability? Or what are the 8 ways I could save money based on the performance over the last 3 quarters? And you break down that complex question into smaller ones, and then you get back the answers, put together a report, and now we found that one of my customers, it's a distributor in the Middle East, they home goods distributor. One of their biggest suppliers, a big FMCG company, decided to shut down operations in some of the countries in that region. And so we suddenly started to see that they were asking really complex questions like if things have to be imported, because you don't have a factory there anymore, now they have to import things. So we knew that they were asking this, we call it deep analysis. So it's basically the kind of work that an analyst team would do over a period of weeks. So it was very impressive, and they loved it, and they thanked us for this capability and all that. They're a reference customer for us. Last week, this guy was in a meeting with me where we asked him to present to our other customers, to our prospects. He said that as a result of this, they decided to exit that country. And that was the first time I heard it. I was shocked. I said, you exited that country? He said, yeah. Because we analyzed it over a few days, there was no way we could make it profitable. So we just decided after a week or so, we presented to the board that we don't see any way that given that this supplier is shutting down their factories, we can make money in that country anymore. So we have exited that country. So I asked him, before this product, how would you have made this decision? He said, it would have taken us a year. You would see a quarter and you'd be like, oh, what happened in this country? Oh yeah, this factory shut down. Okay, take some corrective action. The CEO puts together an emergency task force. One more quarter goes by, and now you have another loss, and you say, boss, by the time you have decided to shut down, 3-4 quarters are gone. Instead, in a few days, with a few hundred questions that cost you 1 or 2 minutes each, you figured out that this is an impossible situation, you need to get out of this country. So my point is, generative AI allows you to do things that were simply impossible to do before.
No, but Mr. Sikka, again, I completely get what you're saying, and I'm sorry if I'm turning out to be a doomsday prophet. But one of the things I professionally follow very closely is the emergence of autonomous weapon systems. And this ties into the entire issue of ethics. In as much as you get answers from AI for several of the questions, for example, which you asked of the machine, in the battlefront, in Ukraine, the latest generation of drones, because they were being jammed, are now deployed as being autonomous. And these machines decide who lives and who dies. There are no ethical standards. Who decides ethics? Why should I as a country hold back on a technology which helps me militarily? How does one stop China? How does one stop Russia, Ukraine, wherever, or North Korea? Why should they be listening to anybody?
At the risk of sounding repetitive, I will repeat the same thing, but I will use a different example. Yes, OpenClaw, I don't know if you guys are familiar with OpenClaw or this Moltbot thing that happened in the last week. It is an astonishingly dangerous situation. Giving control of your computer, your messaging systems to these agents and doing it at such a hyper speed, at a hyper scale, is an incredibly bad idea. It can lead to catastrophic things. So I don't know if I can use even stronger words than that, but that's pretty strong. At the same time, I will submit to you that we dropped the first atomic bombs in 1945? Yes. There has not been a single bomb dropped since then on a civilian population. There have been 3 incidents, uncontrolled accident incidents: Chernobyl, Fukushima, 3 Mile Island. 3 in 81 years. We managed to keep this unbelievably destructive technology at bay, away from the hands of people, very bad people, who really wanted that technology, have not been able to do a single bad thing in 81 years. So why are we not able to do that here? It is not that God divined AI to be the thing that the rest of the world must not learn about because these chosen few people are the ones who are going to tell us how AI works. It is complete nonsense. It is simply a matter of learning about it, making up our minds, and going and putting the right guardrails on it. It is nothing more than that. We have done this before.
I think it's also important to focus on the really positive stuff. Research into cancer. Computers having the ability of making millions of calculations on what may be a good genetic fit to fight illness. we are already at that stage where we are on the cusp of major medical breakthroughs. Is this something that you'd like to address?
No, I do, but I want to make sure that we all understand that this is not just something that is happening to us and we are passive observers. It is within us to fix this. We can demand to fix this. The Prime Minister this week has demanded to fix this. His view and his vision around the use of AI is the most impressive, the most powerful, and the most grounded view that I have seen, basically from anywhere. The Manav framework that he put together, it's a very basic way to say that, you will make this stuff respond to democratic values in the interest of people and not do dangerous things. The sad thing is that if you look at the state of AI, there are, out of about 8 billion people in the world, there are about 2 million who can build you an AI application. These are not model builders. These are people who can build you an AI application. You ask for a prediction system for when a machine will fail or how to approve a credit card loan or this kind of thing. About 250,000 can operate a real AI system. That's it. 250,000. The number of people who could build you a foundation model is in the neighborhood of 5,000. 5,000. Out of those, the number that could build you, that are actually working in the frontier labs, is about 1,000. 1,000. So 8 billion people in the world, and you have 1,000, 1,100 people working in frontier labs. I think it is not that these 1,100 people or the 5,000 people or the 250,000 people were, preordained. They came with a thing from God that they are the ones who are going to make these models. Anyone can learn to do this. In fact, Percy Liang at Stanford teaches a wonderful class called How to Build Your Own Foundation Model. And we had one session here in the AI Impact Summit. I brought the team from Stanford here. Actually, Naren and you were all, AIMA was at Stanford a few months ago. And they did one of these classes here on the 17th. So the more we proliferate this, the more people learn to use this, the more we demystify it. And now we have built Sarvam. We have several models in India that are coming up. So Sarvam is operating already at a Sonnet 4.5 from Claude stage. I think these things will get better.
I just wanted to ask you a little bit about that. We have our own ambitions of really stepping up on the LLM game. We have our own ambitions of an India stack. Yesterday, we signed Pax Silica with America. One of the things that they were looking at is to export or to share their stack with us. And I suppose that's what countries would want to do. Their stack versus our stack. So we talk about Atmanirbharta, we talk about an Indian model, whereas our partners are saying, use our stack. Does that make sense to use somebody else's stack, or do we develop it all by ourselves? And can we in India?
I think we have to understand the layers of the stack, and over time we have to have our own. My strong view is India is big enough, India is important enough that we have to have all the layers of the stack from us, ourselves. At the same time, there is no harm in learning about what somebody else might offer to you, as long as it is plugging into your framework, as long as what is the cart and what is the horse is clear, or whatever, what is the hammer and the nail, or whatever the analogy is, the dog and the tail, you know what I mean. As long as that is the case, then we can use somebody else's pieces and plug them into our framework. There's nothing wrong with that. But dependence on something that we don't understand, that we don't have regulatory rights over, that is dangerous, and that we have to avoid. We are now in a position of power that is big enough that we should not be in that situation. And I feel that our government, of all the governments in the world, I think our government is in a leading position in terms of defining the capabilities of AI, the mandates around AI, and things like that. I will also say that but over time, clearly we have to have the layers of the stack that are our own.
Resilient supplies of chips. India and America have spoken very closely to it. Nobody can realize an AI ambition without having access to that. And chips are just not available at the pace that we need to have them. We want fabs to be set up in India. We've got certain models, but we're not developing it. We're not manufacturing at scale. For us to actually achieve anything, we need to have made in India chips, I would suggest.
Yes.
How far behind the curve are we on that?
So I think that, again, you need a dual or a multi-pronged approach here, that on the one hand, you have to fight and get our rightful access to the chips and so on. We will have, the goal is to get to 200,000 or so by the end of this year. I think that is wonderful, or whatever the goal is. And then doing our own designs, which we are doing now, building our own fabs and things like this. We are already doing these, the AMPs. Micron, Sanjay Mehrotra is, I think Sanjay is here today. He is opening a fab, I think day after tomorrow or something, in Ahmedabad, where it's an AMP facility. It's the largest one. So we are doing all of that. But at the same time, I think one very important thing is to look into the future, meaning don't just do what people are already doing, but look at where the ball is going to go and aim for that. So AI today, for example, is very limited. There are many fundamental limitations of it. It is an incredibly power-hungry thing. So this idea that you write a prompt and these hundreds of thousands of GPUs burn and produce a response, and then you make a tiny variation on the prompt and then they burn again and do the same thing again. This is not how intelligence works. This is not how our intelligence works. I mean, we basically operate on 2,000 calories in a day. And just for your reference, 2,000 calories is about one of these light bulbs. It's a 100-watt light bulb. Out of that 100 watts, the brain, our nervous system, takes between 15 to 20 watts. 15 to 20 watts. So if you are counting, my phone is in sleep mode. In sleep mode, it is taking up more energy than a 15 to 20 watt light bulb. So this is how, and this is not just like our entire worldview, world intelligence, our wisdom is all operating on basically 15 watts. So this is like a billion times, I don't know, multiple zeros still need to be removed from there. So my wish is, my desire is that while we compete on the here and now, we also leapfrog and build the future.
I think the point on energy is absolutely critical, and that's linked to infrastructure in our country, which we clearly don't have. To get to the data crunching ability that we seek. So there are no immediate solutions on this. You cannot step up energy availability overnight. But that's also true of any other place in the world.
Yeah.
So efficiency in energy solutions and AI going forward, where does the technology lie?
I think, one of the things the Prime Minister has articulated is a goal to be 10x on nuclear by 2047. I think that is a really powerful and very, very right, in the right direction goal. SMR technology for nuclear fission, we need that. We will also need to do research on fusion, which is still further out. But we have to be a leading player in both aspects of nuclear technology, for example, as well as on the green and the other forms of technology. We have become one of the leading producers on green energy. Energy is clearly a absolutely critical frontier for the time ahead. And in the current generation of AI, which is very energy inefficient, we need massive amounts of energy access and so on. I think we can do that. Beyond being self-sufficient, we can also export energy, I feel confident. So anyway, my point was it's a dual approach of competing and getting access in the here and now, but at the same time also doing the next generation stuff.
So one or two more questions. You are a visionary in this field. You wouldn't have done all those great things at Infosys and everything else had you not been one. But let's say a decade back, did you foresee this situation? Did you foresee an OpenAI? Did you foresee an Anthropic? Did you believe that that investments needed to be made in these companies?
So, well, we did. We participated in OpenAI's forming. We gave a small grant to OpenAI when it was started in 2015. And at the time, when I was at Infosys, when I started there, AlexNet had just come out in 2012. AlexNet was the first computer vision network that beat human performance on the ImageNet benchmark. And so you could kind of see the trajectory already. So it was, yeah, I mean, it was sort of clear that things were going to head in this direction. There was a massive amount of work going on in natural language processing back then using pre-transformer techniques. So yeah, I think for people in the field, it was very clear that things were heading in this direction. And of course, the way things have exploded since 2023, nobody could foresee that kind of a thing. But by and large, the direction was very clear. And we did, you know, we participated in, I gave a small grant to OpenAI from Infosys in 2015. People find it hard to believe, but it's there in their introductory blog when they announced their formation. Actually, other than Amazon, we were the only company that participated in them.
That's amazing. Maybe just two more questions. Robotics and the pace of robotics in an AI era. Is there a sense that the pace of development in robotics has not kept up to what we are seeing in AI?
It's a very, very hard problem. It's a much harder problem than we think. There have been tremendous advances in robots, in manufacturing robots, construction robots, things like that. This idea of, you know, humanoid robots, this looks very good on television and all that. This is, believe me, this is a long way. Waymo, those of you who have been to San Francisco or planning to go to San Francisco, please do take a ride in a Waymo when you get a chance. It's an amazing experience to be driven in a car that has.
Would it work in India?
What's that?
Would it work on our roads?
I mean, you know, in December, it also broke down in San Francisco. There was a major power failure because of a storm. And what happens is that as impressive as Waymo is, it needs to talk to a base that they have where a bunch of people sit there and observe what is going on. And they were not able to make that contact, so all the cars shut down, and then there was a very big traffic jam, and it was a mess. And so the point here is that the DARPA Autonomous Driving Challenge was in 2006. And a car that one of my dear friends, Sebastian, built, won that challenge. And it drove 2,500 miles autonomously. And individual stretches were 140, 150 miles, fully autonomously. This was 2006. So from 2006 to 2026, we have Waymo, an incredible engineering achievement. But, you know, and by the way, it's on Tata Motors cars. But 15 million rides last year, that's less than 0.5% of all the taxi rides in the US. It takes a long time. A humanoid robot might be able to dance in our living room, but it is not doing useful things anytime in the near future.
Look, it's been absolutely fantastic, Mr. Sikka, to speak to you. I've got a couple of questions, but I'm not going to repeat them because I think in the course of our conversations, we've answered most of them.
Any questions from the audience?
Is there anybody here who would like to ask anything? So can we have a mic? And can I just please urge everybody to ask a question, so that we can keep it brief. So question, please, no comment per se. That's the only way we'll learn. Go ahead, sir.
Indian sociologist Dr. Ashish Nandi said, the basic science is good, but culture of science is very bad for humanity. So what do you think about the culture of AI? As you quote example of bombing of Hiroshima, that was decided by scientists, not either by army or political establishment. Please.
The culture of AI. Does AI have a culture?
It reminds me of...
It's ones and zeros, right, still?
Is there anyone British in the audience? Because I'm going to tell a joke that, so in 1931, there was the Round Table Conference in England, and Mahatma Gandhi went to this conference. So by this time, he was very popular. And so he comes off the ship, and all these journalists had gathered because they wanted to talk to Gandhi. And one of them said, Mr. Gandhi, what do you make of the British civilization? And Mr. Gandhi said, allegedly said, this would be a good idea. So, what do I think of the culture of AI? This would be a good idea.
Okay. Yes, sir. With your question, please, there'll be a mic that comes to you. Okay, we've got just one more question and then we'll be replaced by AI. Go ahead.
I'm N.K. Sethi. Thank you so much. I just wanted to have some comments of Mr. Sikka on the dark side of AI. And in young ages, we used to hear of a story, making of a monster, Frankenstein. I hope this kind of AI doesn't take over the mankind. Thank you.
Yeah, with a powerful technology, an incredibly powerful technology like this, really great things can be done and really bad things can be done. And somehow, the arc of humanity is such that we manage to find the good and the good manages to overcome the bad. And, if we equip ourselves in the right way, educate ourselves in the right way, and have the strength to drive the evolution of this technology in the right way, once again, the good use of it will overcome the bad use of it.
I think that's a great way of ending this session. Everybody has been listening in with rapt attention, but we are completely out of time.
No, allow me to ask one question.
No, sir, I can't allow you. I've said the session is over.
It is a very special question.
No, I am sure it is, but we are done with this session. The organizers have asked me to put
allow
an
me
end
to
to
ask
it.
one question to Mr. Sikka.
Sir, can I just please decide this? I'm sure we can answer those questions later. But thank you all so much, and I'd request all of you for a warm round of applause for Mr. Sikka. And I'm so glad that this session kept it realistic to know about the prospects and to know about the challenges of what lies ahead. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Som. Thank you, Mr. Sikka. May I request you both to please join us front and center for a photo. Meanwhile, may I request Mr. T.V. Narendran, President-AIMA, to please join us on stage to kindly present mementos. We present a memento to our distinguished speaker, Mr. Vishal Sikka. Thank you for your presence here today. Our thanks to Mr. Vishnu Som. Thank you, Mr. Narendran, for joining us on stage to present the mementos. Quickly moving on to our next fireside chat, leadership across generations, building resilient organizations in a changing world. And on screen, you can see the poll result for the previous question. India should focus on application of AI instead of joining the AI model race. We now move on to the poll question for this session. Transferring power to professionals instead of family members is good for business and family. Please do let us know whether you agree or you disagree or you can't really say. We would love to hear from you. Transferring power to professionals instead of family members is good for business and family. Agree, disagree, or can't say. We would love to hear from you. Please do share your opinion. Leadership continuity is as important as leadership change. Please welcome our distinguished speakers onto the stage. Join me in welcoming Mr. Vivek Chaand Sehgal, Chairman Motherson Group, and Mr. Laksh Vaman Sehgal, Vice Chairman Motherson Group. And to moderate the conversation, we have with us Ms. Shereen Bhan, Managing Editor, CNBC TV 18. Let's extend a very warm welcome to all of them. I now hand it over to Ms. Bhan. It's over to you.
Thank you very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's great to be back here at the AIMA Foundation Day. I've done many of these conversations, but it is wonderful to be in the company of Vivek Chaand Sehgal and Laksh Vaman Sehgal. I've had the pleasure and the privilege of speaking with them many times previously, and of course, we've been together on occasions when you've been awarded and recognized for your entrepreneurial success. You know, for those of you who may not necessarily be familiar with the mother-son story, let me just give you a quick snapshot of why these two gentlemen are here when we're talking about leadership and resilience. This is a company that started in 1975. It's seen many changes and evolutions around as it's developed and evolved. In 1993 is when they listed in the Indian stock markets. And since then, just to give you an indication of what the growth trajectory has looked like, if you take a 20-year horizon, the CAGR for profit, 21%, revenue, 28%, that's the CAGR. The stock is up 5,000% in the last 20 years. That's a CAGR of 22%. If you look at the 10-year picture, profit CAGR 16%, revenue CAGR of 13%, and the stock is up 240%. That's 13% CAGR. If we're talking about big numbers, here's the one that I will throw at you before I get into the conversation with them. What are they targeting by 2030? A revenue target of $108 billion from a current revenue of $25 billion in FY25. Let's get started, Mr. Sehgal, and I want to address that issue with you. $108 billion, that's the roadmap that you've held out for growth by 2030. Why 108 billion specifically? Why not 100 or 110?
Great question. You'll have to ask about 200 executives of Motherson globally as to why they chose 108. I think the sequence is more that total nine is lucky for Motherson. So they didn't want it 105 or 110 or 110. They wanted 108. So I said, why not? So it was also fitting into my belief. So we said, yes, 108, so be it.
So that's how decisions are made, is it?
Yeah, why not? Because it's imagination. You see, the ability just to come up with a number is, you can do it very logically and this thing and all that. But luck always helps, you know. So we've been 18 billion, 36 billion. So everything is a combination of 9. So then they chose 108. So I said, okay, why not? Let's go for it.
Okay, so that's the 108 billion, that is the target that you've set for yourself by 2030. But Laksh, it's a very different company. 1975, it was an entirely different entity, and today in 2026 is an entirely different entity. Again, I don't know how many people recognize the change that's happened at Motherson. From automotive, today you are building and operating India's largest consumer electronic company, is that correct?
Yes, in the component space.
In the component space,
That's right.
as well as pivoting towards aerospace, and a significant amount of your revenue is now likely to come in from the aerospace business. Take me through the pivot that you're now orchestrating.
Sure. I think this was, again, a vision of my father, that in the last 10 years, because we were targeting very big numbers on the automotive side, that we would become quite large for the wallet shares of our customers, because we never want to compete with the customers. So we will never come up with a Motherson car. So if we are hitting those kind of numbers, then the automotive will not be allowed to give us more business, because we have a huge chunk of each car that's there in the market. So Dad said, let's introspect and let's look at what are the other stuff that we can really do, go after. And we did that. We spent a lot of time, and we said that our expertise is what we say demo: design, engineering, manufacturing, assembly, and logistics.
Okay, demo.
That's right. And
Right.
that's the platform that we have built. And we said, well, automotive is not our core competence. Demo is our core competence. Can we take it to other industries? And when we showcase to, aerospace, majors, the world's best, Airbus and Boeing and consumer electronics companies, which are the largest in the world, they were really quite excited to see the level of capability that Motherson has been able to form through partnerships, through acquisitions, through organic expansion. And we're probably one of the very few companies in India who are listed on the exchange, but only less than 10% of our business actually comes from India. The rest of it is sourced outside, produced outside, supplied outside. So our strength in being able to build resilient supply chains is something which is very, very interesting, and something they're supporting us, and together with their help, that's what the journey we're on. We're on fastest growing aerospace component company. We're one of the fastest growing consumer electronics company. Health and medical devices is going to come next. So
How soon do you get into the health and medical devices business?
It's already started. The first factory is already up, and we're forging a lot of partnerships there as well. So hopefully, more news to come on that front.
More news to come on that front. You wanted to come in?
Yeah, I want to just add, in 2018, Australia got out of manufacturing cars. And we had 2 plants in Australia. Motherson is known as a company which never closes plants or moves plants. So the guys in our plants over there actually took help of the universities and came out with the retimer for glasses for the, when you travel across the globe and you have to sleep and you don't want to sleep, that kind of glasses to put you on. But we also put you to sleep. So those kind of things they came out with, and we encouraged them. And today we are actually almost pioneers in that kind of this thing over there. So we don't like closing plants. And that's why we are the blue-eyed of the car industry. That we don't move the plants, we don't shift the plants. Like you have a German plant, you have now shifted to East European, this thing. We don't do that. So this kind of thing actually helps us.
But that's an important lesson, and that's also an important aspect that I want to double down on, because so much of what we hear today and what we're now seeing a reaction to, given what President Trump is trying to do, is bring back manufacturing to the US because manufacturing had moved out. The cost issue, how have you managed to stay cost competitive while continuing to operate manufacturing facilities across 40-odd different countries in the world?
I think this probably Vaman will also explain, but we make sure that we don't go the easy way. The easy way is shut the plant here, let's take it to India, let's take it to China, or let's take it to somewhere else, and then we'll be competitive. I think we use our brains, we use our people. The people sit down and figure out how they can reduce the cost and make it competitive there. When the plants are competitive in that country, actually you have a huge advantage. So the customer also likes you, and then he doesn't mind giving you a little bit higher price.
Well, in a tariff world, that certainly has proved to be an advantage for you. The fact that you're local for local, operating in geographies where you are producing in and selling to. But Vaman, he makes it sound very easy. It obviously is not, and which is why we've actually seen companies moving manufacturing out of high-cost destinations to markets like India, etc. How have you managed to operate competitively while you're operating in some of these markets?
So,
and again, for the benefit of our audience here, how many global plants is Motherson operating today?
So we have more than 428 facilities globally.
More than 428 global facilities, okay.
And I think the whole, again, the strength comes from the structure. We do have, like, for example, our own IT company. Close to 5,000 design and software engineers, and we're doubling down on that in this next 5-year plan. So we build our own information systems, our own ERP, because in the manufacturing side, data is extremely important. If you know what's happening coming from every plant, then you can react faster, rather than that dinosaur kind of situation where it takes minutes for the brain to receive it. We get our information real time. And that's something that we are really pushing in our organization. So we're able to, transform some of these companies that have not had the system competence. And also we empower our people. The trust is very big at Motherson. So When we acquire a company, we actually empower those local teams. It's not a plane full of Indians that are going to these acquisitions and trying to sort them out. We empower and we engage the local people there, upgrade the management, and like I said, give them all the tools that Motherson has built in terms of software competence, in terms of group support, and we find a way. And also, you have to understand that the acquisitions are not chosen by us.
Yeah.
They're customer-led. So the customer already has a problem, and they give us very clear indication of what needs to be solved. So that also obviously helps.
You know, and again, this is another interesting number that I want to throw to our audience here and those who are watching us on TV and online. How many acquisitions have you done in Motherson's history?
To date, 54.
54 acquisitions, and these are mostly global acquisitions and some in India, all over the world. You know, it's hard for people to manage 1 or 2 acquisitions. How have you done 54 and ensured that each one of those works for you?
Think about it, Shereen. In 1947, India had 563 kingdoms that came to India. So you are a conglomeration of 563 countries. What's another 40, 50? It's peanuts.
It's peanuts, is it? Again, he makes it sound very simple. Laksh, but what does it take to operate and integrate 54 global acquisitions?
You know, like I said, I think it's a well-oiled machine now. The first one was probably the most difficult, but you start learning from there, and our structure really helps. So even regionally, we have these teams which we call the regional chairman's offices, which support every single acquisition. And if it's not one big company, which is, you know, everything's coming under. Actually, if you look at Motherson, the structure is such that we have lots of little companies that come together that look like one big real fish. That enables speed, that enables, you know, people to take decisions quickly, and for information to come also much faster. So we don't, we consolidate everything to the list go, but actually all companies are running independently with their vertical heads, with the regional chairman's offices, and speed is the DNA of Motherson. We have something called Shines to Win. The first alphabet is S, which is speed, and the last one is N, which is never give up. So that's how we make sure.
What's in the middle?
A lot of things, but it'll take me quite a bit to explain each and every one.
So take us through Shine to Win, Mr. Sehgal, and how you came up with that.
I think I owe this to a Japanese gentleman, and he told me, do you know the DNA of your company? And I said, DNA? I mean, I knew it was a medical term, and etc. But he then told me, whatever has been making you successful, write it down. Make it into something which everybody can understand. So I did that, and I came across this particular line, which is Shines to Win. And actually it was Shine to Win, not Shines, but S, safety, was missing. Then we added this thing there. H is honesty, I is innovation, N is not yet company. That means, are you making this?
Not yet.
I'll say not yet.
And there's no. The idea is to say not yet. The idea is not to say no. That's the thought behind that one. Trust, evolvers, working together, imaginators, never give up, like all that kind of stuff. So each one of them has a very distinct meaning.
So the not yet company, and as you said that, you know, you're now in the automotive business, you're in the aerospace business, you're in the consumer electronic business, you're in the medical devices business.
Logistics.
Logistics. What could possibly be the next set of opportunities or bets that you could look at?
All you have to do is to ask me, are you making this? And I'll tell you.
Not yet.
And I'll take the idea from you.
But, you know, this again brings me back to the question, and there are examples of companies that have very successfully been able to do many things well, and there are equal number of examples of companies who've tried to do many things but have failed miserably at doing each one of them well. How have you managed to do so many things well?
The first thing I did after listing 1993, 1995, I resigned as the managing director. Because all these things need very, very strong management professionals who would actually take your dreams and convert them into reality. So I think the first thing is, for the entrepreneur, is to get out of his business and then get the people. He's got a great idea. He's built that whole particular thing. And then from there, let the professionals take over because they are professionals for that reason. And his is the creativity part. So that's something that we encourage. And if you're related to me by blood, then you're not in the professionals. You will be in the family side. And if you're with me in the family side, you aren't going to run a company. So such clarity comes when you are coming under the pressure. So Vaman took over manufacturing the mirror company in 2009 when we took it over. And 2.5 years later, he gave up. He gave this thing to a professional. The company is doing phenomenally well. We have the big boss sitting here himself. And so we follow the logic of the whole thing and not get attached to it by these things. I think that really helped us.
So stepping out, that's another important entrepreneurial lesson. I think if people are taking notes on how to step back and ensure that you actually have professionals take your vision forward, but equally to continue to have skin in the game, and that's why you have Laksh as part of the group as well. But Laksh, you know, he made it sound very easy that 2009 you came in and took over this company that you had acquired. It wasn't quite as rosy as that, was it?
No. I was 26 years old. I had no idea that he was going to put me in that position also. So
it was a bankrupt company.
Trial by fire, bankrupt company. But when he nominated me, and then later on, I was like, we could have discussed it, Papa. That would have been nice. But now that you've done so, are you sure? And he's like, well, firstly, don't worry, because you know, if you're running a bankrupt company in Europe, you're actually personally liable and you can go to jail. So he said, first thing, don't worry, I won't let you go to jail, and if you do, I'll bail you out.
Only son.
And the second thing which he said, which actually gave me more comfort than the first one, was that you can't do worse, it's already bankrupt. So, you know, that also kind of set the stage.
Did you see that as a vote of confidence?
I mean, it just, you know, took away some of the stress, I think. I think that the vote of confidence was, of course, he believed in me. Otherwise, he would never have put me on that place. And of course, he guided me throughout the entire process. And that was my real MBA on the job.
It in many ways was far more than just a real MBA for you. But, you know, how similar or different are the two of you? And how does this equation between the two of you work?
I'm not a big fan of MBA or this thing. I really struggle. I went to a college which was teaching MBA, and I told them why you should not become an MBA. And I asked all of them, you know,
yes,
how
good
many
advice
of you are
at AIMA. Why not to do an MBA?
I told Rekha the same. I said, are you sure you want me? But I think the entrepreneur getting slotted in by education or this thing and all that sometimes is not a great idea. So I told Vaman the same thing when he went for his MBA, where he had a different reason, which I agreed to. And I think the ability of a child, you know, when you have not taught him how to make straight lines and all that, what he's drawing, that imagination is phenomenal. And Einstein said, you know, imagination is more important. Thank God he was not an MBA. Imagination is more important than knowledge. But I think the key thing is I've always felt that both of them have their roles to play. And as an entrepreneur, if you are getting into MBAs and, you know, a lot of education, something is going wrong. But that's me. That's how I think.
That is you, but yet you decided to do an MBA, Laksh.
I had to. I think that the time was different, right? And for me, I think personally it was important to get maybe that stamp of approval or whatever you call it. I was quite young at that time. I was probably the youngest graduate of my MBA class as well. But, you know, for me, it's been very clear. You know, he's the founding chairman. He's my father as well. And he directs. And my time will come. So my idea is to execute his vision And we work very well with the team, and I think that's a question you can ask to any of our team members, that we're always in sync, because we talk a lot, even though the business is diverse, but we always find time, we always sit down, we're always talking. And
are you always talking business?
We are talking business on the golf course also.
Also, so there's never a conversation which is minus business, is it?
That's right. Yes. So, we love to play golf together. We play quite regularly. I think that spends some good quality time as well. And business is the way of life. So, we have a responsibility, and he's put that into me. So
is he the riskier decision maker of the two of you?
He definitely is having more risk-taking capability than me, for sure.
Do you have to hold him back sometimes?
No, how can I hold him back? If anything, he holds me back. No.
Bigger.
No, but I think we have an extremely amazing equation, because he understands that I bring a different flavor to the business, and my understanding of some of the newer things in technology might be, more relevant. So he allows me to experiment with that as well, which is amazing. But I think he has the experience, he has the let's say all of the wisdom underneath his belt. So whenever I hate to say it, but he's always right. So, even though I hope sometimes that it would not turn out a certain way, because I was, playing it the other way, but, he has that blessing from God.
Well,
so.
Since we just addressed the issue of you being this big risk taker, and again, for the benefit of our audience, Mrs. Sehgal, I want you to elaborate on the strategy that you've always followed, the 3C into 10 risk mitigation strategy. What is that about?
That's because all our customers are huge OEMs, and we don't compete with them in the aftermarket. The entire Sambandh and Motherson turnover is zero aftermarket, because we don't want to compete with our customers. That's the mindset. So when you do it in action, the customers really appreciate that. And 3C extent, but we still have to diversify on that. So we said, how do we mitigate the risk, because we are not in the aftermarket, or one part of the business is missing. And so we decided no customer, no component, no country, more than 10% of our total turnover. So in that sense, all our business is very, very diverse, is in different countries. So that's another way to mitigate. You don't have to compete with your customer only as mitigation, but you can do it so many other ways. So we came up with 3CX15 first, and then now we find it down to 3CX10.
And is it likely to change from here on, or do you think that this is good for now?
Depending upon him, but I would advise him not to.
Not to change it?
I'd rather be happier when it comes to 3CX5 or something like that.
Okay.
Yeah, we got room to grow, and I think 10% is fairly good, because our business depends on us, solving customers' problems. And as we get deeper, we get bigger opportunities, and the trust grows more. They ask us to do more. So if we would stop doing that just because, the number doesn't allow us to, I think that would hold back our growth ambition. And that's why, 10 is a good number.
10 is a good number. Well, speaking about the growth ambition, and this is what I want to understand from you, because you've been somebody who's been pretty prophetic on many issues, including the fact that you didn't believe that electric mobility was going to be this big, magic, miraculous transformation that was going to take over the world. And you've been proven right, because what we are seeing today, globally at least, is large companies, large OEMs winding down their electric mobility plans as subsidies are sucked out of the system. What do you believe is likely to be the future as far as electric mobility is concerned? And let me now link that to the next big miracle that everybody's talking about, artificial intelligence. Do you believe AI is going to be this big miraculous transformation for manufacturing that everyone's making it out to be?
In my humble opinion, I think AI, I will see my next life. I'm a Hindu, so I have 7 lives. So I'll see it next life. You guys are young, so I'm sure you will see it now, very soon, depending upon the AI conference results. But I think in 1928, the first engine that Porsche made was an electric engine. And you say, what? 1928? This is 2026. And we're talking about electric engines. I said, no. Go back. Where did the term car come from? The term for your information, came from tram car. You remember trams?
Yeah.
You know, the one that's running in Calcutta somewhere?
Yeah.
Okay, some other places also. But Gotthard Daimler wanted to take the car out from the tram car and make it onto roads. And then he met Robert Bosch, of famous Bosch, and they figured out an engine on diesel which could take the torque and make it run. Anyway, the long story short, people are telling me in 2008 and 10 that, you know, to go forward, we have to go back. And I'm saying, no, that's not going to happen. And that actually didn't happen because it was too bulky, too tiresome. Anyway, long story short, I think electric vehicles, the only person who's going to buy an electric vehicle is a person who finds it economical, finds it worthy for him. He will do. So it's a personal choice. You have the choice in the world. You want to go diesel, you want to go petrol, you want to go whatever. The choice is yours. I think the consumer is the ultimate winner. They will decide whether it's going to be success or not. But I don't think it's going to be something which is the whole world is going to shift to EV. I'm saying, good luck to you.
Good luck to you. But on AI, do you at least see, this whole business of humanoids and robots replacing factory workers in your lifetime? Do you believe that we're likely to see that eventuality?
I hope people wish that I'm 69 now, so I should go to about 89. So I definitely will see the first signs of it. But I think it's going to overtake the whole world and this thing and all that. I'm doubting that.
You're doubting that.
I'm doubting.
Laksh, what about you? How are you placing your bets on AI, given the fact that he doubts it's going to be this miraculous transformation?
Look, we, of course, would be directly impacted, right? But I think it's a huge opportunity because for us, we have plants in 47 countries and we're competing with, of course, all the low-cost countries from some of these places. And AI and robotics will make all those plants competitive. I think that's the huge opportunity because you take out, currency risk.
How smart are the factories already today?
They are getting pretty smart. I think one thing that we are pushing in our organization is real-time information that we can walk into any plant, know every single business that is running, what are the scraps, what is the profitability, what is the inefficiencies walking into that plant. And people need to know that as well. It's not just me walking into that plant, but people on the shop floor to know what that plant is doing. And that's something that I think we're getting pretty close to. And I think the newer factories that we're building are a lot more efficient, a lot more intelligent, and a lot more real-time data driven, which is really exciting because you can really cost compete with any other country in the world. You being right next to the customer, speaking the same language, down the street, no logistics issues, no currency issues, no labor arbitrage, and that's exciting for the customer because they can bring supply chains back, which is a huge opportunity.
Well, you wanted to make a point,
24/7 working also.
24/7 working, but with a human workforce or with a
combination?
With a combination. A combination. But speaking of currency, and I want to address that issue with you because you've had a very clear strategy even as far as currency is concerned, and take our listeners through that, especially as you operate in a complex world where there is fair degree of geo-economic fragmentation at this point in time. What is the rule that you follow as far as currency is concerned?
If 20% of your company is going or exporting something to any country or any this thing, get out of the country, set up a plant there, and make sure that the whole thing is transferred in a smooth manner. You will have continuity and also avoid all the currency risks and all that. And definitely, if you are scared of getting out of the country to another country, look at your forefathers, all forefathers, right from Constantinople to right up to Japan. Your ancestors have gone and set up their posts over there. So you shouldn't be worried about setting up a plant there.
Well, should we be worried about the Trump world that we live in? Overnight, we've seen many developments taking place. The Supreme Court in the US overturning the tariffs, but President Trump now reimposing them. You know, Section 232 tariffs continue to hold, and those are the ones that impact companies in the automotive sector, in the steel and aluminum sector. But what does a Trump world look like for a CEO like yours?
I think he is doing right or wrong. That's his lookout and America's lookout. But we as individuals have to understand that you cannot produce in one country and expect that the other countries are all going to buy it. And I think that is something that we all have to work towards. And India, I mean, we were not worried at all with all the tariffs and all coming. I think the
we don't export. We don't export.
We don't export at all.
In US for US.
Yeah.
And we have 32 or 33 plants in America. So it's the way how you think about the whole thing. But I believe that if you are manufacturing in that country, Vasudevham Kutumbakam is a great the thing that your ancestors have left you, telling you, look, the world is one family, we have to produce everywhere. So that's the reason why we went out of India in the first place. In 2002, we had no exposure outside. From 2002, we built step by step every country in the world we are producing. Even now, we have more than 14 plants in Japan. So, you know, Japan is a little bit surprised because they had already moved all the manufacturing to China and other countries. But here's an Indian guy who's going and taking Japanese plants up, and we want them to produce. So it's a different way how you go there, but it cuts off a lot of the confusion, a lot of the uncertainty.
And sleepless nights. Otherwise, you would have had to be awake like the rest of us, figuring out what President Trump had done overnight. But we've got questions coming in. And let me ask you, Laksh, to start with. How will the drone industry impact the future? And is that something that you will get into? Not yet? Is that a not yet category?
We are already looking at manufacturing that. I think drone has a lot of applications for the private and the public space as well. And we think that it is going to be a reliable technology in the future. So we have already partnered with a few drone companies and are looking at feasibility to manufacture parts for them.
Okay. Another question. How do you select your professional heads? What traits do you look for, Mrs. Sehgal?
That's a good one. But in my life for 50 years, I have fired 7 people.
7 people?
That's people I fired.
And why did you fire them?
Yeah, and I've actually folded my hands and told them that I'm very sorry. I can't improve their attitude. You know, so I look for attitude in people, not really too much knowledge and
certainly not for an MBA.
Yeah, no. In Punjabi, I have a different word for it. I can't say it over here.
Really? Why don't you give it a shot, sir?
I call it Mapan Association, you know. But my son is the first one in that. But I think all the professionals need it. So I'm not taking it away. I'm talking about entrepreneurs doing MBA. So there's a distinction. But I believe attitude is very important, because if your attitude is good, everything else can be made up. You know, you can, you're talking about artificial intelligence, that can help a lot. But also knowledge is always available. But attitude, I believe, that don't die attitude kind of thing, never give up kind of thing, that is vital. So I look at for all my heads, people, sometimes they are surprised and I tell them, no, don't worry, I'm going to hold your hand and I'm going to take you there. And these guys make phenomenal bosses, I mean, great bosses.
If I can add to that, what I learned from Dad, the normal way is look at people's resumes. He never looks at a resume because...
He doesn't look at a resume.
No, he's like, because have you ever read a resume where someone is less than a superhero?
Yes,
you know
that
I mean?
is true.
Everyone's resumes are always perfect. And I think he also taught me that reading that kind of taints your idea in your mind even before. So meet the person first. You can read the resume after. Meet the person first, and if they show these, they show these main traits of hard work, faith. They have to have faith. If they don't have faith in your company, then you know, if they're going to swap, you think that they're just coming for an opportunistic moment. That's not right. But they actually have faith in your company, and they're loyal. If these three characteristics are there, we can teach them the rest, and that's what we really go on.
No, I'm just saying, I like to meet my people over a drink, you know, whether he has coffee, he has beer, he has whiskey, whatever, but
that's how you get the conversation started and get to know the person.
Then we really come to know what kind of a guy he is. You know, what really is, how he talks to a waiter, how he talks to, I mean, so many things you can observe. But I think the key thing is the ability to figure out him in his natural this thing, rather than him just trying to impress you or something.
You know, I know you believe that you don't believe in a strategy per se because you believe that your customer defines your strategy. But what about culture? How do you look at culture?
The only culture I believe in is agriculture. It's the same all over the world. So that much for culture. Culture is not this thing, but I think in Mother-Son, we call GDP also. You can actually Google it. It'll tell you. Get drunk party. We don't believe in GDP.
Sounds like a fun place to work at.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, we don't tolerate if you have whiskey and come to the office. We don't tolerate that. But definitely the person can control his drinks is controlling a good company of yours. That's for sure. But I believe that in the natural environment, the true person comes out, I think.
But there are guiding philosophies, there are values that guide the organization, and you gave us Shines as an example of that, that pretty much encapsulates the way that you run the organization. How do you ensure that you remain contemporary? How do you ensure that you remain relevant? Because times are changing, technology is taking over many, many aspects of our lives. Laksh, what has been the prescription on that front?
Yeah, you know, one, we don't really allow any consultants into the company. So everything...
No MBAs and no consultants.
That's right. So I was out of a job even before I started. But the thing is that every single thing in Mother-Son is made by us for us and can be improved. And that's why we tell everybody, these are the guiding principles. So there's, you know, we have defined a purpose for our company as well. Very few companies have defined that purpose. And our purpose is all about going after impossible goals and striving for it. The idea is not to give a goal which is easy to achieve, is to go after an impossible goal, but strive together and then become part of something larger than ourselves and get people together. That's what the whole purpose in short really means. But like I said, everybody has the power that if there's something that needs to improve or evolve, because that's another part of our DNA, the E is evolve, make it better. Don't just come and complain or tell us that it's outdated. Tell me what works. And if that makes sense, we will change it. And that's the real empowering thing in our company, that anybody has the ability to change any of those things as long as it makes sense.
What drives improvement at Mother-Son, and how have you ensured that you're a different, better company every day?
I'm going to say that, but I'm sure everybody is going to not believe me. But I have a simple thing called Do 33. Do 33 means quantum leap. Every company, every manufacturing plant in the world actually sends me a Do 33 report every month.
A 233 report every month?
Every month.
Okay.
Every plant sends it
Every
directly
plant
to him?
To me, directly to me. And these are my particular rules that I'm wanting them to report to me on. Can they reduce the size of the plant? Can they reduce some people from the process or things like that? And also quality and many things. And also then he tells me what happened in that plant, what happened in the customer side or something like that. Or they did HR, you know, they got together, they had Christmas this thing, or they had whatever.
Yeah.
So that report is then 400 reports coming every month. And these reports then are analyzed by me and my team, and then we reply back to each one of them. This is what you should do more, this is what, whatever. That, do we really do 30% improvement every month? Actually, if you think about it, it's lateral thinking. It's a lot of plants coming up with ideas. Then my software company picks up these ideas and puts it onto the net and actually sends you an SMS saying that this improvement has come from this plant and this is the thing. And that horizontal deployment actually improves the plant. So we do a lot of crazy things that should have been done by a lot of plants, but we have the benefit that we have 428 plants, so we do it more on that.
Why 33% improvement specifically? Again, is there a story behind that number?
Yes, actually, you're bang on the thing. At the time when we started, we had 33 plants.
Okay.
So we said do 30. I never said percentage, but people assume 30 means 30%. But for me, it's 30 ideas coming every month. And it works. It really works a lot.
Well, that's another important takeaway and something worth considering and looking at for people in the manufacturing space or actually any kind of space. You were talking about crazy ideas. What is the craziest idea that you've taken forward and converted into reality so far?
Wow.
The top three.
We have to shoot a movie on this. So I think crazy ideas are something that you come across every day in your life. The ability is, can you take that idea, can you write it down? So if you look into my phone and the notes over there, you'll have 1,000 odd notes over there. And these are the ideas that I keep getting, and I keep writing them down. And then, even one gets converted. It's phenomenal.
And these are things that you just observe yourself, or these are ideas that people send you, or?
I mean, I went to Narendraji's plant and I noted a lot of things over there. So I took notes over there. So now AI helps me, and I don't even have to.
Do you have an AI agent helping you?
I'm still learning. I'm 69. It takes time, but I'm learning, and Vaman is helping me on that. But I think it's a great enabler. It will enable you, provided we learn how to do it. And I think AI is going to be superpower. In our YPRM, we had recommended everybody gets friendly with AI. You better be, all my top 300 guys who are there in my group, I've told them that you have to be best friends with AI. And I hope they're listening and they are doing. So, yeah, I think AI is a phenomenal tool.
What is the craziest idea that you've had, Laksh, in the last few years that has, in fact, turned out to be both a profit and a revenue generator for the group?
I think the consumer electronics piece was something that I can't take full credit for it. It's always a team thing. But all of us said, okay, because we come from the automotive side. So aerospace made sense because order books are in the automotive side 5 to 7 years. Aerospace is 10 to 20 years. So we're kind of used to that pace. Consumer electronics is 6 months.
Yeah.
So that was a huge mind shift change. That was a huge different way of doing business. And I think it was wonderful to see the team all come together and say, shall we go for it, even though it's completely counterculture to what we are normally used to, but let's give it a shot. And I'm proud to say in a very short period of time, like I said, our largest factory today is not making bumpers for SUVs, which was the biggest till we started.
Factory, yeah.
Now we have a factory the size of 33 football fields in one row, almost 800 meters straight, that is coming up to make consumer electronics. So that's something that is completely game-changing for us.
Wow, that is something to make that pivot and make that pivot in a fairly competitive environment. Aerospace, and again, it's a very, very exacting business. Tier 1 supplier to both Airbus and Boeing with no prior experience. How does that happen?
We followed the same strategy that Dad used for the automotive side, right? Go to the customer, sit down over there, and let the customer decide. So I can tell you a story. It might take 2 minutes of time, but so we built this team in secret in 2017, because before we really wanted to come and announce it in 2020, we said, let's try if this demo policy, if the strategy thing really works. So we went to the customer and we sat down and we said, please come and see what we're doing on the automotive side, and we sent the entire team. They were just sitting there, and the customer said, okay, we'll come see. They were quite impressed. And then we would keep saying, give us a chance, give us a chance. So just to get us out of their offices, because we were camping out there every single day and night, they said, they gave us our first polymer business. Do you know what it was?
What?
It was a very critical piece. You can't find your seat if you don't have this product. The seat number.
The seat number.
21A. That perhaps the little piece of plastic with just some paint on it, which is probably the least technical part, but it was very important for us to take it.
It got your foot in the door. Yeah.
And when we did that, and they saw how we hit that out of the park, and then of course, COVID came, and then they were saying that Motherson was coming up and down, and then they pointed us and saying, okay, this is a good supplier. We have another supplier in trouble in Bangalore. This is your opportunity. And we were saying, absolutely, we'd be the first one to support that. We invested in 3 new plants. Our order book became like 3 or 4x over there. They saw us transform that, and then we got the opportunity to do engine parts in France. We took that acquisition over. So from little crappy plastic and seat numbers, we're now the holy grail of aerospace parts. But again, trust.
We're doing the fuselage, little portions of the fuselage. So,
so follow the customer, build the trust. Same strategy which Dad used. When Suzuki first came into India, find a good partner, work with the customer. We deployed the same thing, just in a different field, and that formula worked.
We started with the 108 billion aspirational number. Do you believe you're on track to be able to get to that by 2030? Because 2025, you missed the estimate that you would put out for your growth target, but that was also on account of COVID and so on and so forth. But on track to meet 108 billion by 2030?
Definitely. I think the options, the opportunities are there. We have to be the guys who are going to convert it. And I won't take much this thing, but 2020 was COVID.
Yeah.
2.5 years, 3 years we missed because of COVID. But in 2 years, we did about 30 acquisitions. Every board meeting was an acquisition meeting. And people from the media were saying, are you crazy? Can you manage?
Yeah.
How can you, in 2 years, do 30 acquisitions? But we did, because you're taking over the whole company, you're taking over all the people. So it's not something impossible. You have to just sit down, talk sense to them, and they understand, and then the whole thing.
Shireen, I mean, the automotive industry in that 5-year period grew 1%.
Yeah.
We grew 3 times.
Yeah.
So you have to put that into context.
No, I'm not taking away from that. I understand that it was a difficult period that the world went through. But I also want to get, for the benefit of our audience who are watching, debt. And what your strategy really is as far as debt is concerned, and how you believe debt should mindfully be used to fund growth, to fund acquisitions, and what is the lessons that you've learned from that?
When you have the trust or the confidence of the customer, you don't really need debt. You're buying companies for $1 and turning them around. So the return to the shareholders is, in fact, phenomenal. Long ago, we had learned the lesson from our stock market guru, Nimisha. He said, top line vanity, bottom line sanity, cash in bank reality. So we're a company which has a good amount of cash in the bank.
Yes, and that I think has been proven to be the foundation for many companies, and that is something that's being valued all over again after an era of free money is now past us. Resilience. And we're going through a period of extreme volatility. We've gone through periods of boom and bust cycles. You've lived through many of them. What is the mantra for resilience?
I think the ability for the customer and the supplier, we are the same boat. So today's customer is dependent upon the supplier. If the supplier is missing or the supplier is shaking, the customer is also shaking. So we absolutely went down this thing to the customer, always for the customer. And the customer today trusts us beyond anything. The last 3 acquisitions are actually Honda subsidiaries that we have taken over. They are owned by Honda, but they have been given to Motherson to actually the thing. So have a look at them and you'll understand the customer also needs people that they can trust. So the thing is be very close to the customer, be one with the customer. That's the...
Be one with the customer. What is the mantra and the strategy as far as employees are concerned? A happy workforce obviously is also a very productive workforce. You told us about how you've only sacked 7 people in your 50-year career so far. What is the mantra there for employees, for the workforce?
In a very humble way, and with all my respects to all the workforce in the world, we have 230-odd thousand people who are working in this. We are very proud. We don't have any labor unions. We have labor unions in Germany and all that. People of this thing are sitting on our board. So they know exactly what we are doing. So one is a big fan of the German system, where the union members are actually sitting on the board. So transparency and you're open. If there is nothing to hide, they will always abide with you. They will always be with you.
Transparency, openness, and communication. Those are the key to ensure that you actually have a workforce that is aligned to the vision of the company. What were the 5 or 6 things that he said to you before you joined the business? And what does he tell you every day today?
I think one of the most strongest points, and I think something that resonated with me was, again, the reason why we do work. It's not just about the numbers. Yes, that's what's important for the investors, etc. But it's the responsibility of people. I think he drilled down on me, that, saying that if you're looking at it from a perspective, it's only numbers, that's not the right way to look at business. You have to understand what the responsibility is, what the purpose of the company is. So we have things like, no salary will ever be delayed. We shareholders can get money later, but people that are working in the factory, they're our responsibility. Never close down a factory. So that never give up comes from there. No matter how hard it is, it may make financial sense to move a factory from one X to the other, but we have to figure out a way to keep that factory alive, change it up, or bring automation, or do whatever we have to, but keep all those things alive. So those principles still stand, very strong with us. I think that's the same way we conduct our business. We stay close to our customers. We never get ahead of ourselves. We don't have a crystal ball where we can predict the future. We never try to predict the future. We be the fastest to react to it. So that's
our strategy is not to have a strategy.
That's right. A strategy is to not have a strategy. Make sure you follow the customer strategy.
Follow the customer. We're totally out of time, but there is a question that's come in, and I didn't address that issue because I thought that most people would perhaps know that. I'll end with that. How did the name Motherson come about, Mr. Sehgal?
My mother and me started the business in 1975 with 1,000 rupees. So whatever you're saying is the blessings. I lost her in 1993. Now she's working up there and I'm working down here. But still employee number 1.
Well, so a father-son future for mother-son?
I don't think so. Even after my mother passed away, she transferred all her shares to her daughter-in-law, which is his mother. So they are the boss.
They are the boss, and we wish you the very best of luck. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for Vivek Chaand Sehgal and Lakshvarman Sehgal. We look forward to hearing more about Motherson's pivot and its journey, and we will track that growth aspiration that you put forward very publicly. But thank you so much for joining us here this afternoon. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us today.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for a wonderful discussion. I take the pleasure of requesting Mr. Sanjay Kirloskar, past President-AIMA, to please join us on stage to kindly present the mementos for this session. We express our thanks to Mr. Vivek Chaand Sehgal, our thanks to Mr. Lakshvarman Sehgal, and our thanks to Ms. Shereen Bhan. Thank you, Mr. Kirloskar, for joining us on stage to present the mementos. With that, we conclude this session. Ladies and gentlemen, we now break for lunch, which is being served at Rani Bagh. But please do note, we reconvene here at 2 p.m. sharp. We would like to start the next session, so please kindly do keep an eye on the time. See you after the break at 2 p.m. sharp. Thank you.
It starts with a spark, inspired by the fire within, transformed by passion and a will of steel, that gives shape to our tomorrow, where experience and ambition forges itself into a legacy, built on the foundations of expertise and excellence, and driven by a hunger to exceed expectations. Providing an unshakable backbone to infrastructure, engineering, construction, packaging, transportation, and global distribution. Where every step forward is a giant leap for India's future. Welcome to Jindal Steel's legacy of transformation. Our legacy sparked off with one man's dream who envisioned a landscape focused on nation building, value creation, and sustainable development, to lay out new paths of progress and industrial transformation. Our legacy is built on world-class steel plants that produce the best in its class. Because we are obsessed with precision and perfection and are powered by the latest technological advances, where well-integrated systems of backward integration gives us unparalleled control over quality. Smooth forward integration to seamlessly connect the multifaceted dots of development. To become one of the biggest steel manufacturers in India. While illuminating the future, we firmly believe in nourishing the present and investing in the nation's capital by bringing about social change that promotes skill development, self-sufficiency, and strengthens communities from within. Environmental change that nurtures and sustains the ecosystem. And educational transformation through cutting-edge facilities and initiatives that hold the potential to empower communities, to stand strong, while making a change where it truly matters. At Jindal Steel, we've grown our legacy on ownership, respect, striving for quality, and most importantly, on the dedication and passion of our people who take our values further and build the future with us.
AIMA works as an overall India-wide organization for management. It has for long supported, promoted, and nurtured the management movement, and it's also reached overseas to try and connect the world with India as well.
symbiotic relationship that exists between AIMA and its local management associations furthers the cause of management and management education throughout the country and the leadership that Indian managers play not only in industry in India but globally.
So whether you're a young student out there or whether you're a practicing professional, I think being a member of AIMA will give you a huge network, will give you a huge range of new concepts, and it gets you access to events where you really get to meet some of the best and the finest speakers in the country from whom you can learn.
You know, every manager needs to be updated in terms of the latest techniques, the latest thinking, the latest direction. You update yourself in various aspects of disciplines that one is involved in.
AIMA's leadership retreat, as well as Pragati, provides mentorship to women. It provides an area where they can build their confidence, where they can learn to network, and more importantly, inspire them to be courageous in the business world.
We continue to develop programs which are relevant for today's world, for today's leaders. The Global Advanced Management Program, the Global Innovation and Management Program, etc. are programs that we've developed and curated over the years to help Indian management and Indian leadership deal with the volatility and the globalization and the innovation that we have to deal with it on a day-to-day basis in our companies.
Continuous skill development, continuous education is a necessity for everybody.
AIMA has been known for its testing services. For instance, the management aptitude test, which is very popular, of late catering to admissions and also to recruitment services.
AIMA has really focused on young leaders in several ways. One is creating the Young Leaders Council. It's called the YLC, where there are several programs that happen at a national level as well as a chapter level.
Is not just the desire for success, but a fear of failure.
AIMA is an institution that all of us are proud of. We are proud of its legacy, and we are proud of the role that AIMA plays in society.
What sets AIMA apart from the other associations is that we are a not-for-profit and non-lobbying body. We only focus on what is important for our members, which is management, innovation, and leadership.
A century ago, in January 1926, Kirloskar Brothers Limited installed its very first pump. It wasn't just a product, it was the beginning of a movement that would transform water systems, uplift communities, and lay the foundation of modern India. From that first pump, KBL grew with the nation, powering agriculture, enabling industry, supporting infrastructure, and bringing water to millions. Over the decades, our engineering has evolved, technology has advanced, and capabilities have expanded. Yet one thing remained unchanged: the trust we earned with every pump, every project, every customer. Today, KBL stands as a trusted global brand in fluid management, delivering solutions across continents, across industries, and across generations. As we complete 100 years since that first pump, We honor our heritage and celebrate the spirit that brought us here. A symbol of strength, a tribute to our legacy, and a marker of progress ahead. To our customers, partners and people, thank you for being part of this extraordinary journey. Kirloskar Brothers Limited, manufacturing pumps since 1926. A century strong, infinite motion.
From pioneering Asia's first integrated steel plant in 1907 to becoming a global leader, Tata Steel's journey is one of transformation and progress. Reinforcing our commitment to fuel India's growth, we are doubling our production capacity in India to 40 million tons. With a focus on net zero by 2045, we are transitioning towards low-carbon steel making in the UK and the Netherlands. We are also setting up a green steel plant in Ludhiana, India. Driven by innovation, our advanced products and solutions are tailored to address evolving customer needs. By partnering with startups, academia, and external partners, we are transforming the steel value chain. Leveraging artificial intelligence and Industry 4.0 technologies, we are setting new benchmarks in safety and manufacturing excellence. Our people power. By partnering with startups, academia, and external partners, we are transforming the steel value chain. Leveraging artificial intelligence and Industry 4.0 technologies, we are setting new benchmarks in safety and manufacturing excellence. Our people power our purpose. Across geographies, we champion diversity and inclusion while enabling our workforce to be future-ready. We uplift communities through healthcare, education, sports, livelihood programs, and more, impacting millions. We drive long-term value by managing financial and operational resources with efficiency and foresight, investing in growth and sustainability. At Tata Steel, we are not just making steel, we are making tomorrow. Tata Steel, we also make tomorrow.
It starts with a spark, inspired by the fire within, transformed by passion and a will of steel, that gives shape to our tomorrow, where experience and ambition forges itself into a legacy, built on the foundations of expertise and excellence, and driven by a hunger to exceed expectations. Providing an unshakable backbone to infrastructure, engineering, construction, packaging, transportation, and global distribution. Where every step forward is a giant leap for India's future. Welcome to Jindal Steel's legacy of transformation. Our legacy sparked off with one man's dream who envisioned a landscape focused on nation building, value creation, and sustainable development, to lay out new paths of progress and industrial transformation. Our legacy is built on world-class steel plants that produce the best in its class. Because we are obsessed with precision and perfection and are powered by the latest technological advances, where well-integrated systems of backward integration gives us unparalleled control over quality. Smooth forward integration to seamlessly connect the multifaceted dots of development. To become one of the biggest steel manufacturers in India. While illuminating the future, we firmly believe in nourishing the present and investing in the nation's capital by bringing about social change that promotes skill development, self-sufficiency, and strengthens communities from within. Environmental change that nurtures and sustains the ecosystem. And educational transformation through cutting-edge facilities and initiatives that hold the potential to empower communities, to stand strong, while making a change where it truly matters. At Jindal Steel, we've grown our legacy on ownership, respect, striving for quality, and most importantly, on the dedication and passion of our people who take our values further and build the future with us.
and AIMA works as an overall India-wide organization for management. It has for long supported, promoted, and nurtured the management movement, and it's also reached overseas to try and connect the world with India as well.
The symbiotic relationship that exists between AIMA and its local management associations furthers the cause of management and management education throughout the country, and the leadership that Indian managers play not only in industry in India but globally.
So whether you're a young student out there or whether you're a practicing professional, I think being a member of AIMA will give you a huge network, will give you a huge range of new concepts, and it gets you access to events where you really get to meet some of the best and the finest speakers in the country from whom you can learn.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon and welcome back. We welcome you back to what promises to be one of the most significant highlights of the day: women power and the new Indian leadership narrative. For this session, we are awaiting the arrival of Ms. Smriti Zubin Irani, former Union Minister, Government of India, and Young Global Leader, World Economic Forum. She is due to join us shortly. Meanwhile, I'll request you all to please kindly take your seats. A gentle reminder to please do remember to put your phones on silent mode. Since this is a session which talks about women power and the new Indian leadership narrative, we do have a question. So let's take a look at the poll question for this session. Boards that have no or few women members are destroying value. Please do share with us whether you agree, disagree, or can't say. We would love to hear your opinion. We would also like to remind you all that there are question slips on each table. If you would like to address any question to the esteemed speakers, you are requested to please note it down on the question slip and hand it over to the nearest AIMA representative. We will try to address as many questions as possible. So the poll question is still on screen. Please do share your opinion with us. Boards that have no or few women members are destroying value. Please do let us know whether you agree, disagree, or can't really say. Please do share your opinion. So ladies and gentlemen, we now turn to a conversation that is reshaping boardrooms and public life.
पहले ही रिपोर्ट होगी। A century ago, in January 1926, Kirloskar Brothers Limited installed its very first pump. It wasn't just a product, it was the beginning of a movement that would transform water systems, uplift communities, and lay the foundation of modern India. From that first pump, KBL grew with the nation, powering agriculture, enabling industry, supporting infrastructure, and bringing water to millions. Over the decades, our engineering has evolved, technology has advanced, and capabilities have expanded. Yet one thing remained unchanged: the trust we earned with every pump, every project, every customer. Today, KBL stands as a trusted global brand in fluid management, delivering solutions across continents, across industries, and across generations. As we complete 100 years since that first pump, we honor our heritage and celebrate the spirit that brought us here. A symbol of strength, a tribute to our legacy, and a marker of progress ahead. To our customers, partners, and people, thank you for being part of this extraordinary journey. Kirloskar Brothers Limited, manufacturing pumps since 1926. A century strong, infinite motion.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we begin this session, we will release the AIMA KPMG Women Leadership in Corporate India 2026 report. May I request Mr. TV Narendran, Mr. Vishal Kampani, Mr. Vineet Agarwal, Ms. Rekha Sethi, Mr. Yezdi Nagporewalla, and Ms. Sikka to please join us on stage for the unveiling. Meanwhile, we also take the pleasure of welcoming in our midst Ms. Smriti Zubin Irani, former Union Cabinet Minister, Government of India, and Young Global Leader, World Economic Forum. Let's welcome her with a round of applause, please. To moderate the session, we are being joined on stage by Ms. Navika Kumar, Group Editor-in-Chief, Times Now and Times Now Navbharat. We will be first witnessing the release of AIMA KPMG Women Leadership in Corporate India 2026 report. Meanwhile, we have with us on stage Mr. TV Narendran, Mr. Vishal Kampani, Mr. Vineet Agarwal, Ms. Rekha Sethi, Mr. Yezdi Nagporewalla, and Ms. Sikka. They're all here on stage for the unveiling. I'll request them to please do us the honors. And our esteemed guest, Ms. Smriti Zubin Irani, doing the honors. We thank the esteemed dignitaries who have joined us on stage for the unveiling. I now invite Ms. Sikka, Partner KPMG in India, to take us through the key highlights of the report.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for being here. Good afternoon. And it's a pleasure to be here to reflect on the 2026 AIMA KPMG Women Leadership Report. We've seen progress. More organizations now have women in leadership, but 44% have at least 30% at the top, up from around 35% in 2024. DEI policies are more common, and inclusive leadership is gaining ground. But challenges remain. Women leadership ambition is high, yet only 1% hold board seats. Satisfaction with leadership development has dropped overall, and this tells us that representation is not enough. We need to build systems that support women through every stage, especially mid-career where dropouts are the highest. And at KPMG, we are committed to this journey, but real change requires all of us, leaders, managers, and institutions to act with intent. And let's just not talk about inclusion, let's lead it. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. And now may I request the esteemed moderator, Ms. Navika Kumar, to take the conversation forward.
Thank you very much. It is my honor and privilege to have Smriti Irani ji here. And when you look at Smriti ji, you think of women empowerment. That's what you embody, Smriti Irani, because your name has become synonymous with empowerment for women, showing the way, breaking the barriers. We're talking about, and the starting point of this conversation can definitely be the KPMG report just released. And I had a chance to glance through it. While we are celebrating the fact that 44% of the organizations claim to have 30% women in leadership roles, to me, there is an underside, a flip side to this. 46% of organizations have only 10 to 30% women in leadership positions. Do you think that's an area of concern?
I think that there was a presumption in corporate India
men and women both of great academic stature and corporate experience will ensure equity. There has been a presumption for many a years that equity is ensured when there is education. Hence, the gap that you have enunciated in itself is a very dichotomous one. There have been conversations where people have presumed that inequality persists where people don't know better. And one would presume that corporate India knows better. So is there a dearth of talent? Absolutely not. Today, if you look at the numbers that are publicly available, it is known that 26 to 33% of the workforce in corporate India consists of women. That in itself is a glaring gap. And further, when you see their rise through the corporate ladder, we know that the ladder is broken. So the problem has been identified. The issue is that once the problem or the challenge has been identified, what has been a cohesive or collaborative attempt across sectors by industry captains to address that challenge or to find expeditious solutions. Now, I've had the privilege of working in administration for over a decade, and I'm yet to come through such an opportunity where industry captains or well-meaning corporate entities come forth and say, how can we address the gap? How can we provide women a very conducive atmosphere so that not only the entry-level positions are well filled, but those who seek to, on the basis of sheer talent, rise through the corporate ladder can be aided or helped or encouraged by us. I am yet to see that in at least my decade of service as an administrator.
Very well said. And there is another number that worries me. The perception that organizations are fair and inclusive has gone down from 38% to 28%. So are companies becoming more biased, dare I say prejudiced towards women?
You very fruitfully use the word perception. If the perception is down, imagine the reality. And also need to consider the fact that it is very rare that a study is undertaken and everybody has the courage to speak the truth. That an organization like KPMG has led to create this report still would not instill confidence enough for women to come forth and speak to the truth or the struggle that they foresee or they undergo. So if you're talking about the perception which has gone down, imagine how crude the reality would be.
And of real concern is the fact that mid-career dropouts, really worrying. I just want to ask you, and let's cut through the chase. Let's stop being, very courteous about it. Is it a fact that women, when they have their children, when they're struggling with their family lives to look after their children, don't have safe workspaces which will adjust to those challenges of family building?
I think that you have for too long focused on the issue of safety from a physicality point of view. And that has happened because legislatively there was a gap which was bridged when the Prevention of Sexual Harassment at Workplace Bill was passed. And subsequently, where governments, both the center and the state, along with corporate India, have hoped to kind of instill a legislative or administrative environment so that women can report. What possibly has never been reflected upon is the psychology of the environment. Is a female worker psychologically comfortable enough to report? Does she measure the consequences of such reportage? Of not only possibly the discomfort of having been harassed or the abrasiveness of it, but also what if she reports and what are the repercussions? Would she maintain that particular level of engagement in the company once she has reported? Those are factors that are still not accounted for. And I'll give a very small example. There has been an administrative direction of giving 26 weeks maternity leave. How many women actually take it? They don't, because they fear once they take it, they will not be able to come back into the organization. And if they even approach HR, given today conversations around disruptions that AI will bring to companies, they will be singled out and marked as somebody who at such a disruptive state wanted 26 weeks of leave. So there are a few heads in the crowd which are actually nodding, but I'm sure those heads don't speak. And it's interesting, the heads that are nodding are young women.
Well, absolutely, you've hit the nail on the head, because at any given point, women face this bias, this gender bias. Either, and you can almost see the wheels moving in people's minds. It's almost as if it's audible. Oh God, she's 25, 26,
I think even this
28.
conversation for some people in the room may get a bit boring or a tad bit too difficult to chew on.
Absolutely, but the elephant in the room is that they would look at the age of a woman, look at it, oh, is she going to go on a maternity leave? Or secondly, look at it, oh, is there going to be, more Bishaka guidelines to follow? Is that somewhere a factor in the numbers that we are looking at, women in leadership roles in corporate India?
What would be interesting to watch or possibly study is after the guidelines have come into force, after the internal compliance committees have been constituted in many companies, have the incidents of harassment lessened? I've always said this, and I've said this before, that when you're a woman, there's three kind of expectations. That you're supposed to look like a girl, act like a lady, and work like a horse. The problem is you can't always look like a girl. Competitiveness is such that you can't always act like a lady. And when you genuinely work like a horse, you tend to kick around a bit.
Forget corporate India. Tell me, how does this work in
It
politics?
works everywhere.
Please tell me, how does this work in
Well,
politics? Your personal experience.
I've had the
Smriti
greatest
ji.
privilege of working in the private sector and in politics. And trust me, if you kick around and work like a horse.
And when you kick around, what happens? Are there consequences of kicking around?
Legends are never made by timid people. Legacies are never made by people who are shy. So I was never looking to be the shy girl in the room.
Have you paid a price?
The price is success, then yes, I've paid it.
Well, big round of applause to that one. In politics, the thought is there. The Women's Reservation Bill, at least, is a legislative reality, though implementation is something that we're still waiting for. Do you think it is going to be an easy transition?
No transition is ever easy. Never have you challenged status quo and there have not been some constraints or consequences. I think that as women, what we need to possibly focus on are the benefits of equity. There are many people who talk about equity, equality, gender justice from a perspective of advocacy. And I've always said that when you talk about equity, if you interweave with it economics, you will find many more takers. So today, if I create an atmosphere in industry as to how economically it's more viable for a company to have women in leadership roles, maybe there'll be more takers. There has been evidence internationally produced. That evidence needs to be advocated and presented to industry in our country, and repeatedly so. Today is a platform where you and I get to speak on this issue. But this KPMG report will be truly viable, truly, I think, applicable if it goes beyond this conversation, beyond this room, and somebody in industry, or for that matter, a member of the AIMA, takes it to heart and checks, are one of the companies that are reported mine? Are these managerial skills something that I need to reflect on? So it's not as though we are in an age where there is an information dearth. Information is aplenty. The economics of it has to be evidenced time and again so that industry wakes up and takes note. When you talk about women's participation and why the ladder is broken, and you talk about a woman's desire to have a family life, it is not only the female who has such a desire, it's also men who marry. It is also men who have those children. It's also men who have children who go to competitive exams. So is it an industry problem or a societal challenge? So as Minister Education, one of the first leaves that I granted for childcare and for care of a child who was sitting for a board exam was a male joint secretary. So the issue is, it is extremely dependent on the leadership as to how you respond to such societal challenges which affect not only the organizational behavior, but also the economics of the organization.
But maybe in the government sector, no AI threat to jobs is perceived. But in the corporate sector, if
one
such
would
leave
be
is
myopic
taken,
if one feels that AI would not impact the expanse of governance. I think that that myopia is not something that one should suffer with, especially when you have been a witness to how digital interventions don't disrupt, but actually can implement or help evidence democracy. So given that I've had that experience, I would not say that the intrusion or intervention or application of AI will not affect the expanse of governance. That would be foolhardy.
but will it have a bigger impact on women?
Most definitely. If you look at the unorganized sector, especially the agrarian sector, the more you automate, 90% of the unorganized labor in the agriculture sector is women. There are today 4.9 crore women who are in the agricultural sector who are just counted. But if 60% almost of your economy is agrarian and dependent on agriculture, imagine 90% of that labor is women. So the more you automate, who comes out of the labor stream? And there is also, you cannot wish it away, there is the reality of ensuring that the man holds on to the job if there is ever a choice to be made between the female and the male head of a family. And the family or society in itself accommodates that the man holds on to the job. Because a man holding on to a job is not only economic in nature from a perception perspective. There is just this psychology. आप अपने हस्बैंड से ज़्यादा कैसे कमा रहे हैं? आप अपने पार्टनर से ज़्यादा कैसे कमा रहे हैं? That's a reality. And that reality women face not only in agriculture, they face it in corporate India as well. I have seen many women who once promoted, in fact, flinch. And I've walked up to such a woman. And she said, damn it, my paycheck just got bigger than my partner's. And there was no sense of jubilation. There was genuine concern. And the woman and her partner were both very well educated. IIM graduates. So there are some realities which are not realities for corporate India to find solutions for. We have to find those solutions within our families.
Absolutely. Societal change begins at home and then probably translates into action in corporate India. I know, Smriti ji, you are itching to ask questions to
I'm not itching to ask.
because,
I can answer.
Because
There's an itch
corporate India is where you would want to make the change. But we'll open up the floor for questions at this point before we move further in this session.
I don't know why the room is somber. Is it me or the topic?
It's post-lunch.
Then
So
it's
you have
less
to say
somber,
something.
more siesta.
So you have to say something very fiery for them to wake up. The first question to you, Smriti Irani ji, is the government contemplating action against Indian corporate leaders whose names have come up in the Epstein files?
I don't know who amongst you is in the Epstein files. Can you please raise your hand? Because the jurisdiction lies outside my country. So if there's anybody in the room who's been mentioned, if you could stand up, maybe we can call in Delhi police and they can have a better answer for you.
Ms. Irani, you have had a very successful political career.
Not have had, thank you very much. Have.
See how people write off women.
No, it's not women. I think it's just me.
Now you're back to television. Is there a bias against women in politics and TV? If yes, which one discriminates more, politics or television?
I've had neither such confrontations in either of the fields. And I'm saying this with full measure because I have been an absolute nobody in media and in politics. I think it's your disposition that somehow indicates to people whether you're to be messed around with or not. And even when I was a nobody,
nobody dare mess with Smriti Irani.
No, I think it is how you present yourself, how you engage with others. It genuinely does matter. I've always believed in the dignity of labor, so if you give me an easy way out, and the tougher way is to possibly wash utensils somewhere, I would rather take the respectable, tough way out. So there are always choices presented to individuals. It depends on how you make those decisions. And I've taken the tough path, but that's a path of endurance, and that's a path of dignity, and that's a part of assured success, though success takes time, doesn't matter. I've been working now for 32 years. And there's rarely a person who has worked for 32 years without a break in 2 fields and risen to success in 2 professional fields. I have.
Well, absolutely. There is a question coming to you from Avantika Garg of Indian Oil Corporation, and she's asking you...
Is she here?
Are you here? Just identify yourself. Okay. Her question is, what can be done for young women who challenge status quo, voice their ambitions, demand more from careers to find safe, emotional spaces to be who they really want to be?
Avantika, a woman who knows how to challenge status quo doesn't need a crutch to find an emotional safe space. Emotional safe places are not the responsibility of a company. They are individual responsibilities. I think I belong at least to a generation which has never mollycoddled anything or anybody. Those are our individual responsibilities, and we cannot bring those responsibilities and stamp it at our workplace hoping to get that space. If you ask me, I'm one of those very, very blunt people. I don't go to work to find emotional security. I go to work to get a paycheck.
And climb up the broken ladder.
Or if they don't give you a ladder to climb, build it.
Absolutely, and you've done that, and many of us have had to do it the hard way. Well, I beat you to the experience working for 37 years.
I will not contest that you're older than me.
So another question right here in front.
Gentleman,
can we have the mic
microphone
for the
him,
gentleman? Please. Is there a mic available for the audience? Maybe you can just... Yes, we can hear.
Smriti ji, it's wonderful to see you here, the very embodiment of woman power, see you in person really. But one also sees lots of women these days in the corner offices. But if we look at the bigger picture, let's say in our parliament, why are we stuck at around 15% of the parliamentarians in the country, women? If you go to the assemblies, I think the percentage is even lower at about 10% or 12%, something like that. Why is it that more women are not coming into politics?
That's why you've made a case for the 33% reservation, sir. I think what doesn't get encouragedly, I think there's another lady there. You want to hand the mic to her? Yeah. Do we have microphones here? Okay. Can we get our mic? Thank you. So I think that's we talk about women in politics only from the perspective of parliament or state legislative assemblies. That is, of course, a dismal number, and that is why there was a need to bring about the 33% reservation. But the women who never get spoken of are the women who get elected in panchayats. There is a reservation for women in panchayats, which goes up to 50%. But what is heartening is the number of women who actually get elected is over 63%, close to 65%, which means 15% of those women win from non-reserved seats after competing with men and women alike. The number of those women who get elected is 1.5 million in our country. And we don't speak about them often.
Very encouraging numbers.
Very encouraging. They never get enumerated in the Global Gender Gap Index. This is a conversation I've had myself at the World Economic Forum with the team that makes the indices. And they admitted that, yes, if we counted the 1.5 million women in Indian panchayats who get elected, and it's a difficult election because the constituency is small, if they start counting those women in terms of the political index of the world, we'd be sitting at number 1.
But I want to ask a corollary to that before I get her in, because this is a connected question. You say a 33% reservation for women will be a reality soon. How do we ensure that these women are not either daughters or wives or sisters of the traditional seat holders in those constituencies?
Is to vote for the competent one. Is to seek responses on issues which are politically, socially relevant to your constituencies. And this does not apply only to the women who are candidates. Why not do it to the men as well? As citizens, if you are conscientious enough to ask for competence and responses and actually look at how a politician applies themselves to their constituency, we will have more so of a more robust democracy. But don't use that measure or that yardstick only for female candidates because the 33% reservation implementation is around the corner. Do it to men as well. When was the last time you went and asked a male politician their views or their work on certain issues in your constituency? So do it to women by all means.
So the onus is on the society, on the voters, and not on the political parties.
No, do it to women by all means. This is me as a voter. And political parties then are compelled to give you candidates who can hold up in front of citizens. Ma'am, your question.
Next question.
Hi, good afternoon. I represent the Young Leaders Council at AIMA. If time allows, there's a small anecdote that I want to share, and then my question will be to her. Why I was laughing and nodding when you were talking about pregnancy. A very recent discussion that I had with one of my colleagues, where he's telling me that in a very friendly banter that Anupriya, since it's been 9 years and as a colleague, as a guide, if you have to plan a baby, then please do. And if you are planning a baby, then please find a brand marketer for me. So I told him that on one hand, you are giving me an advice to do this. And on one hand, you're saying, find me another brand marketer. So if you were in my place, what you would have told him, or what you will tell every female or male who talks like this? On one hand, they also say that, as a woman, we should follow certain life rules, and also...
So Anupriya, the first question I'd ask him is, what about your talent makes him so uncomfortable that he's hoping to plan your baby?
Guys, I know you've had lunch, but I think we can do better with our applause.
That's the kind of thought.
Because any intelligent man sitting in the place of your boss would never ask you such a loaded question that opens up his company for legal action, for criminal complaints. So if the HR in your company is alert, they would have hauled up your boss. But at that moment, your brain needs to be sharp enough to ask him, what about your talent makes him so uncomfortable? Because it's very obvious that there is something about your sense of loyalty to your company that you will find him somebody, hopefully as competent as you. That's a compliment to you. But what is outrageous is, what about you is so talented that he helps you plan a baby? When was the last time some other man in your company helped him plan his baby? Do you get what I'm saying?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Absolutely. Patronizing people really have no space, and they need to be called out. Gautam Vinayak casting...
HR has to wake up in your company.
And you would have to alert them. Gautam Vinayak, a financial consultant from the Big Six, has this question for you, Smriti ji. How do you manage handling multiple roles, being a politician, an actor, and part of multiple social organizations?
There's no formula. I think you have to count your blessings that you have an opportunity to live life in so many ways, where you can not only leverage your experience, but also have an opportunity to possibly add to somebody else's experience and hopefully make their world a bit better. So I count that as a blessing, and you never shy away from blessings. In fact, you bask in it.
Absolutely, and Smriti Irani, I can vouch for it, is a very hard-working person. So she makes time for everything. Next question, please. Yes?
So, ma'am, hi. My name is Ankit. I am founder CEO of Wealthy Nivesh. So, I just want to share one number over here. So, like every other Indian corporate, we also have a skewed gender ratio. Only 75% of the workforce is female. And I'll share you, we come from a very supposed alpha male industry. Wealth management is supposed to be a mathematics. And we have this...
What is alpha male about mathematics?
Yeah. So I was coming to that only.
Shakuntala Devi was...
No, forget that.
Yes.
What is alpha male about maths? I want to understand that.
So against the common
I just
perception...
want to give a small thing which possibly anecdote Navika Kumar doesn't know. Are you from Delhi? Born and brought up here or somewhere outside?
No, somewhere outside.
So in Delhi, sir, 40 years ago, there used to be something called the National Talent Search Contest.
Absolutely.
I'm a silver medalist in maths, so I'm wondering what is alpha male about maths?
So, so the point I was trying to make over here, if you look at wealth management or asset management industry, it's mostly men only, around 90%. In our company, we have got 75% females. And none of them got into company because they are female. We just had this idea that there should not be any bias in the selection process. And more often than...
What is the process?
So GDPI, personal interview, and then...
Who's the person taking the interview? Somebody who thinks maths is alpha male?
Yeah.
My friend, it's a mindset issue.
Yes,
You've already built the barrier in your mind by thinking women cannot do math. And that is so unfair.
And then you think that it would be extremely delightful if you are kind enough to then hand over one job prospect to one lady who walks through and is good enough for the interview. So I think that the challenge is that when you present the very fact that you've given a competent woman an opportunity as though that is some magic that you have done, that in fact also reeks of bias, unfortunately.
So I'll just
Is
paraphrase.
there a question there?
No. So I just paraphrase what I was trying to say. Ki against the common perception that women are not good at mathematics, we fought that bias.
Is there a common perception here women are bad at math? Can the men who think women are bad at maths please raise their hand?
How many people in this room think women are bad at math and men are good?
At least they're thinking everybody. You think women are bad in maths? No. The question...
Do you think women are bad at math?
You have a comprehension problem, sir. The question we are asking the room right now is, how many men here think women don't know how to do maths? Who is the MSc Mathematics gold medalist?
Well,
madam?
Can we have a big round of applause for her? Please.
Ma'am, can you please stand?
Please stand up and show them how good women are and that it's not a alpha male topic.
How many in your company have that gold medal she has?
So I am saying the other way
Okay,
around.
I think this conversation...
So my question was, ki we have 75% workforce as female, and more often than not, they are more sincere and more hardworking than male counterparts. So my question to you is, ki more than a social agenda, don't you think it's a very commercial point for corporates also to look at gender diversity?
I think I've already made the point.
Yeah, and women are better at math
we don't
and
want to show
expression.
that we are trying to batter one man. My apologies.
Yeah.
Who else? And ma'am, congratulations again on the gold medal on maths.
Yay. Yes, the next question, I have two questions in my... Okay.
Yes. We are already in the seat, sir. You are not. I think that... What company are you from, sir? Could you give me the name of your company?
My name is Omakant Tiwari, ma'am.
No, that is not my question. My question is...
I am representing corporate India.
Yeah, so my question, sir, I don't know why people are not directly responding to the question posed. What is the name of your company, sir?
E&M Global. It's my company, ma'am.
What does the company do, sir?
We do skill development and we are promoting a lot of women in that.
Okay.
Couple of centers we are running only for women.
Do you have a problem when women, do you have a problem hunting for women who want to be skilled?
No, no, no.
So then,
women are not coming up.
Firstly, sir, it's not women's, it's women. But the issue is, do you have a problem in sourcing women who want to upskill? No, na? You're finding women who want to be skilled, correct? So that is the question's answer.
No, no, no. We are finding women to complete the job, fulfill the requirement, but very short number of women are available. They are not coming up. So
maybe they are not coming to your center. Maybe you're not coming to your center.
I think you need to genuinely reflect.
Women may be choosing other centers.
Are you the one who's the face of the company? There's the answer.
Well, next question from Vinay Gandhok of WingrowX AI. We all know about the different challenges of women in corporates, but still most of the companies' HR managers treat it as a white elephant. What are the 3 top challenges on which one can transform companies and companies should look forward?
To stop thinking that HR is only supposed to be for female employees. Honestly, if we as women have faced injustice, discrimination, then it is then more so our responsibility to ensure that that kind of discrimination is not thrust upon our male colleagues. Because you cannot face prejudice and then become one of the harbingers of prejudice. HR cannot be only that stick that beats on women's issues. HR has to focus on productivity, on compliance, and skills.
And may I add to that, gender justice is not only up to women to bring in
and
corporates.
injustice is not the forte of only men.
Absolutely. EY, somebody from EY has a question. At what point do corporate quotas stop being positive tools for women empowerment and start being negative signaling tools for... There is no corporate quota.
If there was a quota, you wouldn't have a broken ladder.
Well, so we've taken a
Any
lot
more
of
questions from the room?
Anybody else has a question?
And again, since we are wrapping up the questions, yes, there are 2 ladies there. And while they stand and ask, another round of applause for the gold medalists, please.
Thank you. Hello, I'm Anjali, Dr. Anjali Nigam, and I'm really happy to be seeing both the iconic women of India. Thank you so much for being here for us. And आपके लिए काफ़ी हम लोग के दिल में वो है because मैम तो वो prohibitive strategy बन जाती है तो इससे
well then in that case maybe the governing board of AIMA should recommend you to all their member companies to find solutions to all the gender issues that exist.
It does help. Thank you.
The other lady there.
Thank you, ma'am.
There's
Thank
another
you so
question. The last one possible.
The last question from the audience.
Hi, I'm Kanupriya, and my question is that recently I saw a reel where a Supreme Court judge, she is questioning a woman's requirement of 5 lakh rupees, saying that, oh, why do you need 5 lakhs to survive every month? And I saw the comment section. It was full of, oh, you know what, the judge should be praised for doing this, for calling out the woman for, asking 5 lakh rupees. But what if the husband was earning 15 lakhs a month, 20 lakhs a month? Isn't the woman's right?
Ma'am, it's a very generic position. The idea is there will be people who will...
No, so my question
What is the question?
My question is that, I mean, we cannot, of course, thrust, this on to men also. So how do we make it inclusive for men? How is it going to be bottom up and not top bottom?
What?
Inclusiveness, gender inclusion.
Ma'am, again, it's a very generic question that you've asked. It's not specific to one particular
it's
stream.
very good to say that,
this is like,
we have 30%.
ma'am, may I?
Yeah.
I'm not one of those beauty pageant contestants who say, I'm here to wear the crown so I can bring world peace. But that is what you're asking for.
No, I'm saying that how do we also include men so that there are no barriers to bringing
You have to
women
begin
in?
from your own organization and your own family. You can't fix the world and have a broken home.
Absolutely. Well said. Start with yourself, start with your family, start with your own home. And the last question, Millie Juneja, VMA Secretary. Are you here somewhere? If you can identify. Yes. Okay. Her question is, at corporate levels, there are policies, but at family businesses, it is family man decides the business rules. We have not seen family business roping females at home in lead position. And that is true not just in family health. I mean, women in leadership positions.
So I've gone through that, Vinny. I had to buy the agency of my father's own company. I was not given that opportunity. My Tayaji's son had the opportunity. I didn't. So I bought it.
Yeah, but even in the media, I dare say, there are a lot of women in the newsroom, but very few at the top. Why?
That's because we don't negotiate our contracts very well.
Are we bad in math?
No. We are too kind. So one of the questions that I was asked when I went back to media was that, why did you go back? I said, I wanted to see whether I still had the opportunity of being the highest paid media personality. They said, wouldn't you not talk about your paycheck? I said, absolutely not. I'd shout it from the rooftops to tell people I can come back after 25 years and beat everybody in the industry to have the highest paycheck because I generate the highest amount of revenue. And when you go to negotiate a contract knowing exactly the advantages or the positives that you can get for your company, eventually there will be a company leadership that hears you, is smart enough to hire you. You will not always succeed in every contract that you negotiate. But that does not mean that you dilute your position. So if you negotiate your contract well, I had multiple issues in my contract. They told me that they will deal with my lawyers, till my lawyers told them that they're actually dealing with me, and the lawyer is just a buffer. So you have to have the capacity to negotiate very well, strongly on your contracts. You will not always win that contract, but at least when people hire you, they know the talent they are hiring, they know the returns on that talent, and they genuinely know they're hiring a professional who's no nonsense.
Absolutely. And it all stems from your own personal equity, your own personal professionalism, and your own personal confidence. That is the starting point. There will be battles on the way. There will be negotiations.
Last input. When that contract does not happen, don't burn that bridge. Walk away nicely, because that bridge one day will collapse and they'll call you back.
Well, I think there is a skill set to live life on that road, and that is equal for men and women alike. Frankly, we just, as women folk, need to push the envelope with a great deal of confidence and self-belief that we are good, we are talented, not have a false sense of importance, but be absolutely professional about analyzing our own selves. And then when change begins, it has to begin at home, in your workspace where you have other people working with you, for you, under you. And that's how we change the world.
The last word, with your permission, Navika, to the ladies in the room. If the men in your companies are smart, they'll collaborate. If they're not, they'll compete. But when they want to compete, double up, double down, and beat them. But don't behave as though your success will be a hand-me-down or a pat on the head just because you're a woman. I would rather walk into a room and win, not because I'm a woman, but because I'm the best in the room. Do that and the world will salute you.
Well, on that note, there couldn't be a better takeaway. You have to be the best in what you do to make a space for yourself. And that's the only way to do it. Thank you very much, Smriti Irani, for this fantastic session, which actually is also, a therapy session for all women. And we should do this to each other wherever we are. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Irani. Thank you, Ms. Kumar. May I invite on stage Mr. Vineet Agarwal, Vice President-AIMA and Managing Director, Transport Corporation of India Limited, to kindly present the mementos for this session. We thank Ms. Smriti Zubin Irani. Thank you, ma'am. It's been an honor to have you here with us. We thank Ms. Navika Kumar for steering this discussion. With that, we close this session. And moving on quickly to our next session, which is Stories of Transformation, Growth, Resilience, and Reinvention on Screen and Off. Please stay for a very interesting session. This is a fireside chat, and our guest is none other than the noted film director, Mr. Mohit Suri. So please kindly stay in the hall. Please remain seated. Meanwhile, the poll result for the previous question, which we asked in the previous session, is on screen. Boards that have no or few women members are destroying value. You can see the results for yourself. The people have spoken. So let's take a look at the poll question for this session. Contemporary news and movie narratives of triumph are inciting, not inspiring. Please share with us whether you agree, disagree, or can't say. Either ways, we would love to have your opinion. So get ready as we get ready to start Fireside Chat, Stories of Transformation, Growth, Resilience, and Reinvention, on screen and off. This is a fireside chat between Ms. Avarna Jain, Vice Chairperson, Saregama India Limited, and noted film director, Mr. Mohit Suri. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in joining us now for a fireside chat on stage. Please put your hands together for Ms. Avarna Jain, Vice Chairperson, Saregama India Limited, and noted film director, Mr. Mohit Suri. Next, and a warm welcome to Ms. Avarna Jain, Vice Chairperson, Saregama India Limited, and noted film director, Mr. Mohit Suri. Come on, I think we can do a better applause than that. I hand it over to you, Ms. Jain.
Thank you so much. Do you mind if I do your introduction from the podium?
Not at all.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. There are some filmmakers that tell stories, and then there are filmmakers who create emotion that stay with you long after the film has ended. Today, we are lucky to have one such filmmaker with us. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to today's session at AIMA's Foundation Day. The theme today is Transforming for Tomorrow, Growth with Resilience. And very few spaces reflect this idea as vividly as storytelling, particularly in the stories we consume every day through cinema and popular culture. Across films, media, and public discourse, we are surrounded by narratives of struggle, reinvention, and comeback. Failure is rarely the end of the road anymore. It is reframed as a turning point. The stories we see today do much more than entertain. They shape how societies process uncertainty, ambition, and hope. They influence how resilience itself is understood. It is therefore fitting that our speaker today comes from a world where transformation is not just depicted on screen, but lived through the process of making films. It is my pleasure to welcome Mohit Suri, one of Hindi cinema's most recognizable directors. Join me in giving him a warm welcome, please. Mohit, I'm not done. I have a lot more to say about you. So for Mohit, excellence is a habit. And I'm going to read this because I don't want to miss a few of these gems of excellence that he has created. His kitty of excellence includes Wo Lamhe, Avarapan, Kalyug, Murder 2, Aashiki 2, Ek Villain, Hamari Adhuri Kahani, Half Girlfriend, Malang, Ek Villain Returns, and of course, the newest, Sayara. With each film, there is one common thread: emotion. Mohit is one of those rare directors whose cinema lives in feeling. From the quiet ache of Avarapan to the fragile intensity of Aashiki 2, his films have explored love, loss, and vulnerability with an honesty that feels deeply, deeply personal. His characters are rarely heroic in the traditional sense, but they are very, very human. They are searching and written with such emotional truth that when Kyunki Tum Hi Ho plays, you don't just hear the song, you feel it. For a moment, you are the character. You inhabit their love, their longing, and their loss. Because clearly, in Mohit's world, songs are not just part of the film, they are part of its soul. Tum Hi Ho wasn't just a song, it became the emotional heartbeat of a generation. Galiyan captured heartbreak with haunting intimacy. These weren't just musical moments, they became emotional memory. Over the years, Mohit has navigated reinvention, changing audience tastes, and the evolving business of cinema with much ease. And at the same time, he has remained deeply connected to emotional authenticity. It's not an easy feat. His journey reflects not just the evolution of a filmmaker, but of someone who has consistently trusted instinct over formula. Today, we are lucky. We have the chance to step inside that journey, to understand the craft, the choices, and the emotional honesty behind some of modern Hindi cinema's most enduring stories. Mohit, it's wonderful to have you here. Let's give him one more round of applause, please.
Wow. Thank you so much.
Have a seat. So Mohit, before I go on to asking you a bunch of questions, what I'd love to do is hear from you about what your journey has been like. Where did you start? And where do you see yourself when you're 90, 95, 105?
So I have to tell you, when you were talking there and I got up in the middle of the conversation, is because that's how much I see, maybe right in the start is what I have achieved. I've never, it's been 20 years and it just feels like yesterday that I went on the set with the same butterflies in my stomach. Will I be able to get through today? Will I be able to take this shot? Will I be able to shoot this scene? So I've never really looked back and seen what I have achieved. And I think that's the only way to go, because the nature of my business essentially is that it's like cricket. You could have scored like a 300 or a century the day before, but you could get out on a duck on the next match. But yes, if you are a batsman who has scored centuries in the past, if you are a Virat Kohli, if you are a Sachin Tendulkar, you have a greater probability of scoring a century again. So the way I look at it is I hope I'm around, because what I have this conversation with my wife a lot of times, when sometimes I say, we need to earn some more money, and she says, you're just lying. It's not about the money anymore for you. We have enough money. You're doing this because you love what you do. And honestly, it is the process of making a film that is enjoyable, and I hope I'm doing that for the rest of my life. Success feels like a relief. Highs and lows are there, but the process is the fun part.
That's fascinating. So I want to ask you, before you started directing films yourself, you assisted some of the biggest names in the industry, and you were sort of part of the industry. What was the hardest transition from being an observer or a participant to the main decision maker?
So I have a really interesting story. I'm actually really good at the books, and I was a science student. And my father is from modern school Barakamba, and he was a BITS Pilani engineer and a chartered accountant. And my mother's side was from films, but I was disconnected with them because I lost her when I was young. So I stumbled onto the set when I was 17 as a summer job. And I fell in love. I was still studying in college. So my father, being a Delhi, well-read, Etonian hangover kind of guy, said that at least graduate. So I did a business management course. So I have the most messed up background. I've done science in college. I've done a business management course, and I'm finally making films, which sounds like a very lethal mixture, which really doesn't add up. But I must tell you a little bit of a story. I remember this when I was doing my business management course, and we had projects and presentations, and most people, and I was assisting at the same time. And we had group assignments, and these groups didn't like me because they thought I was not focused about my management career. So I remember because I had to run for shoots and stuff like that. So I had this whole thing that I got the worst group, and the worst students to be a part of a group, and I used to tell them, just make the project, I'll come and present it. And when I used to come and present it, I was far better than all the ones in class. And it's not because I had anything special, because each day when I went to the set, I had to read the scene out to actors and professional people. And if I messed it up there in that professional setup, it meant that it cost the producer some money that day, or the director would get upset, or the shooting would get held back. And then here I was sitting with a bunch of students and presenting. So by the end of my graduation, I think the toppers were taking me in their group, making the projects for me, saying, you just come and present, we'll do the rest.
So it didn't take your teammates too long to figure out that you really were the star?
I wouldn't say star. I just think application of work, and you have to find it on your own. It wasn't about, I think if we fail and we make mistakes, it's not like I didn't make mistakes on the set. But I didn't because I made them there, I didn't make them back in college.
Oh, that's fascinating. And tell me, in your career, was there a moment when you questioned whether filmmaking was the right path for you? Did you think you should do something else? Especially because you said you were planning engineering and you were a business student. And
it was the other way around, actually. It was questioning, should I do this at all? I was supposed to go abroad to study, and I remember going on the set, and I had no idea how films were made. And I saw the camera, and I saw the dolly. Even though my uncles were filmmakers, I had never been to a set. Having lost my mother, I'd lost contact with that side of my family. But when I went to the set and seeing that magic and seeing how it all came together, and I just suddenly realized they work a hell of a lot for a very short period of time to achieve so little. But then they get up and they do it again. And it's amazing, after they do all that, they even might cut out the scene. And I just found that very destructive, but it was very attractive. I remember sitting down with a couple of my friends. They're all now abroad. It's almost like I left them at the airport and they left, and I stayed back.
Tell me, you mentioned when you walk onto a set today, you still feel the butterflies. What excites you the most about being on set?
I've made 15 films since my first film was at the age of 21.
I didn't name 15. I missed a few.
Yeah, no, that's fine. That's all right. You can miss some of them. I've made some really bad ones also. I haven't been on a single day where the crisis has been the same. In all the days of shooting,
films,
yes.
nothing has been repetitive.
Any day, there's always been a new problem. Because the minute you have tackled it, and it happens again, you know how to do it. So it's been as stupid as the costume petty has been left at the go down, and you don't have the costume for the scene. It's as stupid as that, to the extent that the actor has had an accident.
And you improvise, like when the costume petties got left
100%.
behind at the go down, you improvise, or you wait, or you waste a day?
100%. I mean, if you want an example, I don't know if most of you have seen Ashiki 2, and there's this portion in the film where he's driving off in the end in a car. I had shot half the car scene, and on the final day, the car was sold. So instead of getting a silver Mercedes SLK, I got a red Toyota Serra.
Did you reshoot the whole scene?
No, it's amazing. And I realized that they were newcomers. I would never be able to duplicate that emotion again. So it's funny because I have actually put vinyl tape on the side facing the camera. And there's a really good shot where Shraddha is crying on the window and the car is out focus and going. I actually read a review somewhere where someone said how much depth is there in the shot. He's going out of focus because he's going to die. I couldn't put focus there because the car was not the same.
Oh, God.
I just, this is the magic of cinema. And to add to that, the car got spoiled and it wasn't moving, the battery got down. So in an emotional scene like this, I have pushed the car out of frame and come and run out of frame, and while she's crying in the foreground.
So you actually got credit and praise for a mistake that happened on set.
It was a mistake, but we started improvising. And, sometimes sometimes when you have the limitations, you think more out of the box. Even the scene where she comes home and he is, looking for his alcohol. It was supposed to be searching in the bar, and the bar set was not ready. So I improvised and took it to a new depth of him going to the garbage bin and looking for alcohol. And it added more depth to it that he had gone to that level. So sometimes I'm not saying the limitation, but I hope my producer is not going to see this interview because, this whole thing, because he will not give me anything after this. But sometimes when you have everything available, you stop being creative.
So this brings me to my next question, and something we were discussing inside. What happens when AI takes over this world? You'll have perfection everywhere. How will you create these moments? Will you even want to create these moments? Because you can get a perfect shot every time.
Yes. So I was on a conference earlier, and I met a very senior filmmaker called Ashutosh Gavarkar. And he's known for his craft and his perfection and his detail that he does. And I remember when we were talking, and we were talking about AI and stuff like that, I actually asked Ashu sir that, sir, isn't it sometimes that take which the trolley didn't move to right, where the focus was not just right? Doesn't that feel right sometimes when you took it? And haven't you used it? And he said, yeah, all the time. See, my films were still raw and unstructured and stuff like that. But even a filmmaker like him used that. Just as a trivia, in Tumi Ho, the last shot, when Aditya is looking at Shraddha, that shot is out focus, but it was just right in emotion. What I think in the future, with AI especially, we'll start paying for human error. Because humans are such that we never make the same, I mean, some people make the same mistakes again and again, but sometimes you can never plan the mistake you make, and sometimes that's beautiful. Those imperfections, I think, when you try to plant imperfections into a computed format, I think it doesn't really land the same way.
That's fascinating. The fact that you think humans will start paying for human error.
Yeah.
And today, what everyone is chasing is human perfection or machine perfection. So it's going to be quite the contrary.
Yeah.
That's a very fascinating viewpoint, and I think we might have to hold on to that. So tell me something, Mohit. All your films are deeply emotional, they're full of feeling. When does a story start for you? Does it start with a moment? Does it start with a character? Does it start with an actor? How does the seed of a story come to you?
It always starts from a feeling. It always starts from, I guess people, because Sayyara is the most recent, I can talk about that. It started when I met a friend of mine, brought somewhere who's a singer, and he was singing one of my old songs, and I was just immediately teleported to that moment when we were younger and we composed that song, and I was falling in love with my wife at that time, and I was a different person, but I was almost like that music took me back into that moment. Although I had recorded that song, it didn't take me back to the recording room. It took me back to that moment when I was falling in love with her and I said yes to that song, which is Wo Lamhe Ho Baatein. So I thought there is a great connection between music and memory. I also have always asked this question to myself. We meet a lot of people, we hear a lot of songs, we hear a lot of talks, and we interact, but some things just stay. Everything doesn't stay in your head or your heart. Why do some things stay? Sometimes you meet somebody and you remember that person, but not somebody important that you're supposed to remember. I think that's just the heart remembering something. So I just thought there was a good connection between memory, heart, and that's how the idea of Sayyara came. But then you bring in characters, you bring in things, but it always starts from a feeling.
I think that's why we feel the feeling when we watch your films. Yeah. I think you have people walking out with buckets of tears and all kinds of things.
So yeah, the only way to approach it is you never approach it saying, I'm going to make someone cry in a scene. Because the day you do that, it doesn't work that way. Yeah, it doesn't. I think the only way to approach it is, this is how I would have felt here at this moment. And it's very weird. I mean, I don't know how to, I actually spoke to Mr. Ram Gopal a few days back, and I told him that, sir, I realized that in a film, whenever I have gone personal, which is very personal to myself, it has become more universal and popular. And he was like, hey, you know what? Steven Spielberg said the same thing. And I was like, what, really? So it's surprising. It's amazing how micro you get in films. That's how largely accepted it gets. I don't know how.
Maybe because everyone resonates with the feeling. I mean, if you've been through it, I'm sure other people have been through it at some point in their life. A similar feeling, a similar emotion.
Yes. Yeah, that's what. So we think we are all special, but actually we are all the same.
Tell me, looking back at your early films, and you said you started with Zahir, and now you've given this recent blockbuster. I don't even know if there's another word for blockbuster, which is bigger than a blockbuster, called Sayyara. What has changed in the way you approach the characters or the narrative? Is there some formula you follow? Has something changed? Is it the same?
I wish I could go back to the innocence of the first film. I really wish I could go back. I mean, it was so much fun. We were just batting, just hitting the ball, and it was just landing. It was just going where we want. And if we made a mistake, we just got up and we did it again. I think with success comes more fear. You feel more watched. You feel more responsible. And surprisingly, people are always looking at you for answers. The fact is, nobody has them. So the only way to go with it, I mean, and that's what I like about my job. I can be 15 films old. I can be here for 20 years. I assisted on 8 films, but I still don't know.
You
I
still
still
don't
know. I still get books along to read. I watch films. I meet people. I was having a brilliant conversation with you behind. And no matter what, I must tell you on record, there is no copyright to anything you've told me. Everything will be used in some way or associated because that's how, that's the nature of the life I have chosen. So I like to travel, meet people, and that constantly comes into my work.
You said that with success comes a certain responsibility or the fear of almost failing. Does that limit what you create? Not that Sayyara is a benchmark for that. Clearly, it doesn't limit what you create, but I would love to hear your thoughts on that.
So yes, it does, and I should not try to use just Sayyara as the example of who I am. I mean, to be honest, Ek Villain Returns wasn't a box office success, but it had all the so-called, and I did follow the rules. Like I put a sequel, I got 2 big actors in it. I got a remix song. I did put more action. I made larger than life cinema. I followed everything that people put in the rule book that would work, and that film failed. And then I went and made Sayyara, which was 2 newcomers, where people were not launching and big stars, kids were getting launched on OTT. Here I wanted to make a newcomer film for theater. There was no dance, there was no comedy as such. It had no sequel attached to it. It had no rule book attached to it, and that does well. So I think you have to, for anyone, you have to make your mistakes and learn what your organic is, and that keeps evolving is what I think. You can't, what works before can never work again.
Was there any one setback or issue you had in your life that you think was a turning point in the kind of films you make?
I think, yeah, losing my father. I think losing my father, and not in another way. I think I was making films to, you know, you always have this, like, as a guy, you always have this thing that I want to show you, Dad. You know, I can, because I chose a path that, I mean, he was very educational and very, you know, I was wanting to go the art direction. We kept having fights every Sunday where he asked me, how come you don't have a holiday today? And how come you don't have a second Saturday off? And we had our best shoots on Saturday and Sunday in public locations. But I remember the minute he was gone, I mean, it was that I was missing that man in the audience that I was always pitching my film to. And then suddenly, it wasn't about, I realized all this while it wasn't about defeating him, it was about living up to him. And that's when Ashiki happened, and that's when my art changed.
I think. See, I think they all connect with whatever, not just your movies, with whatever you say. So this is a question I have to ask you. And recently you won the honors for Sayyara. How did that feel?
Awkward.
Awkward?
Very awkward. Because, yeah, you saw all this stuff on, I never won anything in school either. You know, and I always thought it didn't matter, but it was maybe a grape sasa kind of scenario. Yeah, at times, you know, I made films like Bola Mein, looking to get awards and stuff like that. I just think when you truly stopped looking for it, and you stop, you know, you start, rather than looking for a standing ovation, you just go and give an outstanding performance and do your bit. Everything falls into place. And the honors was actually a validation of that. You know, I never thought I would, you know, be on the round table. I never thought, and with this film, I never thought I would be making a film like this with newcomers and stuff like that. And when I did something like this, the number came, the critics came, art came, commerce came. It's just when you stop looking for it, everything falls into place.
I think that's beautiful, the fact that you didn't plan for success, but it found you. Tell me, what is the math behind movie making? I mean, we are at an All India Management Association summit, so it makes sense that I ask you this question. What is the math behind movie making?
you know, the day you start putting a math behind movie making, that's when you're not making movies.
But you have to answer to your producer,
it's
no?
not, so you have rules in movie making, but not a math. Like math would be a formula, you know, and like there were rules to Sayyara, like it's a newcomer film, so you had 60 days to make it. It's not like I could
You
make
made Sayyara in 60 days.
yeah, I mean, because you couldn't afford to shoot more days. Each day costs a lot more. But the fact is, the amount we spent on Sayyara, it's like a mid-budget film. No one would spend that much to make a newcomer film. That was something that would spend with a relatively known cast film. And that's where a person like, I mean, I had the vision, I had the script, I had put in a lot of my personality into the script. But there was this man called Aditya Chopra and Akshay Vidhani who backed the madness of this man. So I bet there was no mathematics to it. And they don't even sell their films as such, you know, they do everything on their own. So, but they saw a script, and I just think, yes, there are rules to what but they did put rules that you have to make it in 60 days. It's not like it was, you know, there were a certain things which were not a problem. Don't shoot more than 6 days in Goa. Or you have 3 days to shoot in Manali. Those are fine. That is a reality. I mean, every great piece of art, like even if the Picasso has the limitation of an easel, you can't just keep going all the way around. It won't end. So budget is a reality, but and like my uncle Mr. Bhatt used to say, it's not films that fail, it's their budgets that fail. So I think that's the only math. But you can be right about the budget and everything, and still no one will land up if the film doesn't connect on some level.
But all your films connect.
Hopefully till now they have. Yeah.
No, I'm sure they will keep connecting. So tell me on that note, for young professionals, not just filmmakers, what is your advice? What is your advice on growing with resilience while staying true to your inner voice? Because you have managed that with such finesse. What is your advice to all the young people out there?
So I don't know if this is going to be taken in the right way, but if you're not willing to give 14 hours a day to a particular job, you're in the wrong profession. I don't mean you really have to, I mean, I know this is not diplomatically correct to say right now in today's world, but I don't mean it in that direct sense. If you don't want to be there for 14 hours so that you're thrown out, you know, every day in the shoot, we're running out of time. It's always we feel as if we have one more answer to write and the teacher is snatching the paper away from us. I've never wrapped up saying I'm done for the day, way before time. So if there's any job that you are willing to give that many hours, and what I mean to say is, and it doesn't feel like you have to get up and go to a job, you're doing the right thing. And I also feel that's one thing, and I'm very scared to notice because I have an 11-year-old daughter myself. If you want to grow tall, you have to let the roots go deep. The whole jumping, give it some time. And, you know, we tend to look at failure as a person. I mean, you know, I think in most places abroad, they do hire people who failed in a couple of businesses also, because they feel he has the experience of failing. Now he will succeed. So I think when it comes to making music, you're all talking about the songs that I've used new talent and the songs that have landed well. But in the middle, there are a lot of songs where I've tried new talent and have failed. But if I didn't do those, I would not arrive at that. And it's a long process. It doesn't happen overnight. So I think you need to be in one place and let success grow.
So you said you have 2 young children, yes. You mentioned. Would you want them to become filmmakers?
Yeah, I wouldn't mind if they want to become filmmakers. I think, but not because their father was a filmmaker. I don't want to leave the burden of living up to any great expectations or living up to that. I see a lot of people in this industry, half of them have got into making movies is just because their parents are a part of the business. And that should be the wrongest reason to get into it. Because it's not something you have to do as an acquired skill. It's something if you are, I mean, everything's an acquired skill if you're willing to give it, but if they only want to do it on their own and not because they want, I see a lot of people trying to live up to a legacy. And And that's the wrongest reason to make movies.
Tell me, how much in this industry is about talent and how much is hard work?
So this is my personal opinion. I don't believe there is something called talent.
Okay.
I think talent is something when you have passion and you keep working at it till you succeed. When you crack it, you have found talent. I mean, there are some people who are just get it faster. But I have, I keep telling a lot of my assistants this. It's like, it's like the share market or whatever. You could suddenly put in some good stock and suddenly hit it really big. But if you really average out the long run thing, the profit margin is around that 15% only. So you might luck out really soon. And that's when you think, oh, this guy's really talented. I haven't still known about a single filmmaker who in his career has not made a flop.
So what you're saying actually is the key to success to a certain extent is grit and resilience and hard work, because without that, talent or no talent,
And working hard isn't just giving hours, it's also working smart. So if you're not smart at it, then I guess you're not cut out for it. But can I play cricket suddenly today and get into the Indian team? No, I don't think I can do it today. But maybe if I started when I was 6 or 7 years old, I would have probably hit it to IPL, maybe. But I'm not saying that. Everyone is not Virat Kohli and everyone is not Sachin Tendulkar or Michael Jordan who reaches basketball. But I think we over-analyze, we over-emphasize on talent. I think hard work is way more important.
So Mohit, I'm going to ask you one last question and then move to some questions that we have from the audience.
Oh, okay.
If you were to title this phase of your life as a film, what would it be and why?
So it's really interesting. I had this conversation just 2 days back. I would call this "Is Baar Bach Gaye." It's funny because 2 days back I was sitting with the legend Ram Gopal Verma, and he was in quite a nice mood. And he asked me, how does it feel, Mohit? And he's way senior, he's done so much. He's made 75 films, I made 15 then. I said, sir, 10 years back when I had a newcomer film that did 100 crores, which was Ek Villain and Nashiki, I was like, I'm going to kill this world. I'm here. I mean, now it wasn't so pleasant. I used a lot more swear words, but I was there, I'm going to rule this world now. 10 years later, about 12 years later, when you have a film like Sayyara that happens, which is much larger and with a relatively newer cast, what you realize is this time success feels more like it's just relief. Because what you realize is there's so many opportunities to go wrong. And it's not like, the films that I didn't do well, I didn't put my heart out there. I didn't put everything out there. But something didn't land. And, it takes a lot. Yes, I did audition the actors. But, testing them is like watching people play cricket in the nets as opposed to playing in the field. And so they turned out to be spectacular. Finding that music, finding everything, and then everything falling into place. It takes a lot for a film to come together. So I think why I would say, is baar bach gaye, is just to say that it's relief that I have done well this time, but I have the humility to understand I can fail again.
That's being very, very modest of you, Mohit. And I'm sure everyone here agrees with me. That's really being very modest. So we have a question from the audience. It says, Mohit, please share some regrets and failures in life which became a ladder for success.
I actually can very confidently say this, that I have no regrets. In fact, my hit films have not taught me as much as my flop films have. The regrets I've had is when I've tried to make a film because somebody else asked me to make a film like this because this is what the industry wants. One of the worst films I made is a film called Crook, which was actually initially supposed to be on the racial problem of Indians that they face in Australia. but because at that time, Mr. Raju Irani had made a very popular film called Three Idiots, which was a serious topic done in a light-hearted way. I tried to make a serious topic in a light-hearted way, just because the industry told me to do that. I suddenly added a Punjabi song to it. I suddenly did all that because people told me to do it, and I made the worst film in my life. So I think that's
Where
the only
can we
thing.
watch this worst film
Yeah,
of
it's
yours?
really bad. You can skip that. You did mention that, that's a good thing. But yeah, the thing is, but I don't regret the flops because I regret listening to them, but the outcome of it is what taught me what I can't do. And then I went and made Murder 2, which was
So you
a
learned so
blockbuster.
much from that that you went and made something as successful as Murder 2. Wow, that's interesting. So we have, I think, time for one more question before I have to wrap this up. Indian cinema excels in cliches. When will we break out of that model and start experimenting? This is again a question from the audience.
I think we are already experimenting. I think Dhurandhar is a fascinating film. I think it's a far more experimental film. It might have a similar structure of a cop going into a gangster as thing, but it's a film that doesn't follow the narrative of just a single hero. It follows everyone's perspective. I think Aditya's done a brilliant job. I can't talk about my own work because I've never judged my own work, but I think some of the stuff we're doing is pretty path-breaking. But I don't think you're comparing it to what? I mean, should we be like Korean cinema? Should we be like Chinese cinema? Should we be like English cinema? Because English cinema is actually really bad right now. It's the shows that are very good. I've not seen a good movie in
a
English
long
films
time.
in a really long time. I'm not seeing a Matrix. I'm not seeing a Terminator. I'm not seeing a good film from them in a really long time. But the shows are good.
But even Sayyara is fairly unpredictable, right? I mean, you have a new cast, you have this concept that's, I mean, it's heartbreak in a very different way, but it's not a predictable love story.
This is because I didn't have I actually don't have a screenplay pattern in this film at all. I just didn't make it that way. Yeah, I normally do have a screenplay pattern. I just said that now I suddenly jump times, now I suddenly do this. If you really notice it, I didn't, because I went very organic. One of my friends, who's a writer, Milab Zaveri, called me up and saying, this is your most non-contrived film that you've ever made.
But did you actually go into it with such less planning? I mean, I'm sure you planned a lot. What I mean is with less thought in terms of structure?
No, I followed it. I felt emotion doesn't have a pattern.
So you just follow that. It's
I
like a
followed
stream
in my-
of
yeah, I felt that,
consciousness
yeah.
sort of thing that you followed.
Yes, I felt that we tend to you can't 1+1 things with emotion. I think you can jump time, you can do stuff like that. But yeah, I think we're already breaking patterns, and I think we're in a great space right now. It's hang in there. We'll be far better than most people.
Thank you so much, Mohit. On that note, I think we have to wrap up this session. But I think a few things that Mohit said are very, very key. One is hard work, I think, can be replaced by nothing. Neither can resilience. And failure or flops teaches you much more than success. I think the other big takeaway from everything that you've said is be passionate towards whatever you plan to do. Otherwise, it's tough to keep showing up day after day after day. Mohit, thank you so much for this very engaging and in-depth session. I think everyone's going to walk out of here with some life lessons. It's been absolutely fascinating to have you with us. Thank you.
Thank you so much. This means a lot. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Jain. Thank you, Mr. Suri. May I invite on stage Mr. Sunil Kant Munjal, past President-AIMA and Chairman Hero Enterprise, to kindly present the mementos to our esteemed session moderator and the speaker. We thank Mr. Mohit Suri. We also thank Ms. Avarna Jain. And this special memento going out to Mr. Mohit Suri as well. This is a special edition of Karma. May I request Mr. Munjal to kindly do us the honors. May I request Mr. Munjal to kindly also present this special edition of Karma to Mr. Mohit Suri. Thank you, Mr. Munjal, for joining us on stage to present the mementos. We're quickly moving on to our next fireside chat. Thinking Big, Transformation at Scale. Meanwhile, the poll results for the previous question are on your screens. Contemporary news and movie narratives of triumph are inciting, not inspiring. You can see the result on screen. And now quickly, let's take a look at the poll question for this session. Privatization of India's infrastructure will make logistics cheaper and eliminate corruption. Would you agree? Would you disagree? Or you can't say? Either ways, we would love to hear from you. So ladies and gentlemen, scale is the defining ambition of the new India. As we move on to the next session, this is what will be in the focus. So please, once again, may I request you all to please kindly remain seated. We are moving on to our next session, which is a fireside chat, Thinking Big, Transformation at Scale. Please join me in welcoming on stage Mr. Karan Adani, Managing Director, Adani Ports and SEZ Limited and Adani Cement Limited. He will be in conversation with Mr. Sunil Kant Munjal, Chairman, Hero Enterprise. A very warm welcome to you both. Let's welcome them with a round of applause, please. I now hand it over to Mr. Munjal to take this discussion forward.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I think this session is about something that most of us use, but don't actually quite see. Every time a container lands, a flight takes off without drama, a factory gets fuel supply, or a supply chain behaves like it ought to, there's an invisible system working underneath, paddling crazily and constantly growing. This is a system set up by the enterprise called Adani. Karan, welcome to this session. You, your dad, your team, and your system has truly created an enterprise which is quite unique. We used to talk about scale as you see in the US until the Chinese came around. They built factories which were 5, 10, sometimes even 20 times bigger. But what you are showing is actually quite unique. You're doing scale and speed and consistency and quality all at the same time. It'd be interesting to understand from you both what is the motivation and what are the processes that you're using which are unique, which allow you to do this. You are in multiple businesses and appear to be equally successful and growth-oriented in each one. Of course, I have questions about some of them as we move along a little bit. So with me, ladies and gentlemen, for a fireside chat is Karan Adani. Karan, a little bit personal stuff first, if you don't mind. I understand you spent a few years in a missionary school before you went off to Singapore and you finished your school education, etc. Is there anything you learned there in that ecosystem environment which you find useful right now?
First of all, thank you for having me here. Definitely, it was one of the, if you ask me, one of the most important stage of my life, because I had gone when I was in 7th standard. I was there for 3 years. And if you ask me 3 things which I still follow that from my time in school. That is first one is discipline, because knowing, if you know missionary schools, they are very disciplined. 5 o'clock means you have to wake up at 5 o'clock. If you have to get your bed done by yourself, you have to get it to the T. It felt regimented, but it brought in a lot of discipline. in me. The second, I would say, is being self-sufficient, right? Because being in boarding school, you have, your ecosystem is basically your friends. And you have to be able to rely on them and at the same time survive as well. So being self-reliant, being self-sufficient was the second thing I really learned. And third one, which was one of the most important, was in the school, we had students from all backgrounds and from all parts of the country. So that was my first exposure coming out of a Guju boy, coming out of Ahmedabad, never seen, never interacted with anybody else, getting an exposure to various other parts of the country, people coming from, students coming from different parts of the country. I think that was something very unique and something which I cherish, and ability to understand where each one comes from.
So you're not seen much publicly. You don't speak much at various platforms, which is why, if you don't mind, I am asking you some of these questions. I know you entered the business in 2009, and 2016 you took charge of the ports and the SEZ platform. But in your office, you have an F1 suit in a glass enclosure. Now, clearly, this is a passion of yours, and it's a unique sport which leans not only on technology, but extreme accuracy, extreme focus. And now, with the potential acquisition of JP, I understand the F1 course that we have in Greater Noida also falls into the Adani fold. So can we expect this to get revived and to see F1 races take place in India? And also tell us what you have learned from this, because clearly there is something special that you hold in your heart
definitely.
for F1.
So I have been, so I got exposed to Formula One from my friends when I was in Singapore. And I don't know, for some reason I just fell in love with the sport. And this was the time when Michael Schumacher was at his peak and really dominating the whole sport. And it was an inspiration to see how a single person with such grit and such leadership is able to command and be recognized globally. So that was something which was very fascinating. And the most fascinating part was how they used to calculate every millisecond. And every millisecond count, not even every second, every millisecond counted towards whether you win or lose. So it was, that was something which really excited me. And I've been following it since 2000, I would say, the sport. It's a passion. My father says it's a very expensive passion, but it is a passion, unfortunately. And no, I'm very excited because with JP, obviously the boot circuit comes part of the deal. And we are very excited to, I'm personally driving it, and I'm very personally engaged in terms of bringing Formula One back into India. And I think India has a lot of potential. There is a lot of following in Formula One from India. And I do believe that India can really showcase how a Formula One circuit, or how the Formula One, I would say that whole sport can be brought in and can be a benchmark for a global event.
You're right. I think at this moment, India is going through a significant transformation, and the reputation of India and Indians has improved very, very significantly. So bringing in global sports, global media, I think will be very helpful, both for India and for the world to understand India much better, because everyone knows something is going on in India, but no one quite knows what is going on.
And I completely agree with you that bringing such kind of global events, global sports, giving them exposure to India, and also a lot of our, lot of our people exposure to these kind of sports, because unfortunately the exposure is limited to very few people. And most of the time people end up going to Abu Dhabi or to Singapore or to Doha to experience the sport. So I think there is a lot of potential for our country to demonstrate what we can do in terms of not just infrastructure, but the hospitality, the infrastructure. How do we expose our culture to the global stage? I think this is something which we would like to, that's what my vision is, that when we bring Formula One into India, that's what we need to expose to. It's not just about doing one race and, for 3 days, but it's basically how do you showcase the heritage of India?
And build the entire ecosystem around it.
Exactly.
Yeah. So I'm staying on you for a little bit longer, and I said since we don't really get to see you much, so it'll be a good occasion to catch hold of you right now. I understand when you started going to Mundra Port, you used to travel by train, not with any of the aircrafts that your father already owned at that time. Was that deliberate? Was that for a specific reason? Is it something unique you learned on those train journeys? What was going on?
No, so I'll tell you, it's a very interesting story. So, I finished my finals. I was at Purdue, and I finished my final exam of 4th year in May. And I remember the next day he said that just come back to India, because we had almost a 10-day break before the convocation to happen. He's like, why are you going to waste 10 days? Just come back to India. So I came back to India. And the day I landed, okay, one night he gave me. The next day morning, he's like, shouldn't you be going to office? I'm like, sure. I just finished college, but okay, sure. So he's like, I met him in the office, and then he's like, okay, so what do you want to do? So I said, port sounds interesting. So he called Dr. Malema Devya, who was running our port business at that time. He was the one who built the whole Mundra port and was running the port business. So he called him, and he's like, okay, take him to, tonight itself, just take him to Mundra, just send him to Mundra. So, so I first journey happened, I didn't know where the train is going to stop, where do I need to get off, but it was interesting, so directly from US to Mundra. But I think, so first year was very interesting for me because I was put on the field. I was not given any office space, no desk, nothing. I was told to spend time completely on field, be on the coal yard, be on the jetty, learn everything in terms of detailing, how people are feeling over there, how do they manage on ground level. I think that whole 1 year gave me a lot of exposure in terms of what are the pain points of people on the ground? How do contractors, how do they operate? Where are the loopholes that they exploit in those things? So I think that was a very grounded journey for me, and something which has given me a strong foundation when I look back from an operations perspective. And honestly, at that time, Dad had given a very strict instruction, you treat him like a normal employee, not to be given any special privileges. So that's where I had to do what any new fresher would join the business. I had to go through.
Good, and I think it's important, helps you understand, and I guess dealing with people is what would be valuable and useful for you now that you handle the entire HR portfolio of the entire group as well. So at Purdue, you did economics.
Yeah.
So is there any of the learning that you had at university which you find useful now in your work?
I genuinely believe that my biggest learning has been actually being on, being on ground, and honestly experiencing every day how my dad operates.
The implications of what you do or what you don't do?
No, so I think she's right over there, but no, I think, so the way I would put it is we work very closely, And as an entrepreneur, as a family business, you generally are very aggressive when you want to grow, when you want to close the deals. And so it's always good to have a family member who is telling, at least showing you where the risk parameters are, and then you take an informed call. But it has worked very nicely for us because more than anything, we have a shared vision, shared values in terms of how we should be operating, how we should look at how the business should be growing, and that understanding has helped us, grow even stronger.
So the Adani build-out not just looks fast, it is almost unbelievable, the pace at which you are growing right now. So what are your big concerns? As you grow rapidly, there are always obviously some challenges and some risks. So what do you try and protect? Do you try and protect the speed? Do you try and protect the predictability? Do you try and protect the scalability? What are your big concerns as you grow?
So I think it's a very good question, and there is something that we have been, for the last 2 years, it's something that we have been deeply thinking about, and based on that, we are making a lot of changes in the organization. So two things that we have noticed, that as we have scaled, we find that we have become slow and quite fat. So what we feel is, if you want to continue to grow, as a group, we are committed to doing greenfield capex of 2 lakh crores every year for the next 5 years. So if we have to physically execute this kind of capex, it's impossible to do it in the current method, right? So for us, what matters is speed and scalability. I think what we are going through as an organization is the transformation in terms of, if we have to protect these two things, what are the non-core activities that we are still continuing from the past, and which we can shed, bring in partners, bring in other stakeholders who can help us and drive that, and we rather focus on the large projects, focus on scale and focus on executing for the business purpose, not for executing for an execution purpose. So I think that's a big change that we are going through.
Good. So while on this, so what is it in our system currently that still bleeds time and money as a resource, like a slow puncture in everything that you do? And because you've actually thought about this now, in sense of sharpening your focus on the key areas, the core areas, capacity addition, of course, is a delight. Everybody likes to grow. So what has been your learning is, what are the parts that you do not want to give up control of as this?
Accountable. If something good is happening, then it is basically the top management which takes the whole credit, right? So I think that is if you ask me, that is a pain point. We realized very quickly that actually the people on the ground who are executing, they are the ones who are bringing value. And we need to make sure that they are given the voice at the top to make sure that what is the ground reality is being brought on table, so that decisions are made correctly. I think the second point which you asked, second question, is what we want to hold and what we don't want to. So I'll give you an example. In terms of port operations, right? Today, the way traditionally how we have been operating is we operate every part of the port. So we have our own operators, we have our own truck drivers, we have our maintenance crew, we have everything. And it worked for us because there was not enough ecosystem at that point of time, good ecosystem to help us drive this objective. Now, as we move forward, what we have done is we've brought in partners, long-term partners with a horizon of 10, 15, 20-year contracts. We said, you operate the whole terminal for us. Our team is going to and you give us the productivity, you give us the uptime. Our job is to make sure that we bring in technology, so there is a continuous improvement in the system. And the second thing that what we've done is we have merged this thing with our skill development. Because one of the objectives that we want, and I'm sure every industry is facing, is the whole attrition of skilled manpower. Right? Because in India, you have 1.4 billion people. One side, we say that there is a lot of unemployment. Other side, industries are struggling to find trained manpower. So one of the things that we've done is we have mapped this with our skill academy, where from any project that we have, the hiring, skilling has to be done within the 50-kilometer radius. So you have to give skilling and opportunity to the local youth over there. So with that, two things happens. One, the attrition rate reduces because the stickiness is there of being from that area, geography. And second, you have a continuous pool of people coming in. So it helps you to reduce the risk that even the contractor or a partner would face. So this is something that we are going through, where not just in operations, but even in projects, where we are going through, where we are booking capacities, giving them 5-year contracts to book capacity, so that we are able to execute the project in the timeline which we have committed to our customers.
It's a wonderful approach, and the government, it will be music to governments here, because they've been pushing industry to focus more on local communities, focus more on skilling and training, which continues to be one of the biggest challenges that we face. And on the first one, we actually face this ourselves, both in our bicycle business and in the two-wheeler business, where we allowed many of our own processes from inside to be taken out, including our own people to go out and become entrepreneurs and start doing that. And that actually created a wonderful network which was committed, so much so that we are now working with the third generation of people who actually started that business. So it does create stickiness, it does create a generational relationship.
Exactly.
And that's what's truly valuable by building institutions, not just companies.
Exactly.
And I think that's a wonderful approach you've taken. Let's talk a little bit about capital allocation. Now, sometimes I wonder, you guys seem to have no shortage of money at all. You do anything that you see, anything that moves, you acquire, you go and build. And so how does this happen? What is the process that you use? How do you prioritize?
So, from far off, it does feel that we are doing too many things, and
it does sometimes, yes.
But actually, when you look closer as a group, we are basically focused on three things, and three things only. One is the whole energy utility. And in that, we strongly believe that energy will be the future of global, right? And in that, whether it's not about one energy or the another, it's not just about renewable, but in this space, there is a lot of opportunity to go vertically integrated, as well as to go horizontal in terms of different sorts of energy. And that's where the group is playing, whether it's on renewable energy, thermal, city gas distribution, transmission, distribution, even data center. Data center is an energy business for us. The second portfolio that the group is in is the whole transport and logistics. That's where the ports, airports, railway line, warehousing, that's where it comes in. And then the third is basically materials and science. Basically, any material that the country requires for the infrastructure growth or the digitization. So that's where the whole cement business, the copper, and now we are looking to enter into aluminum. So these are some of the business. So actually, when you think about it, each business actually relies on each other's strength. And that's where that makes us unique, and that allows us to even scale up a little faster. Just so for you know, I'll just answer your question in terms of capital allocation and how we look at it. The way we structure is any new business or any new vertical that we see India needs, or where we see a big opportunity, that we incubate in Adani Enterprise. Adani Enterprise is the holdco for us, and that's the incubator. And then once a business comes to a certain scale, we demerge it, and then it runs independently. Once it runs independently, the balance sheet of that business supports whatever growth that it needs to do. The second thing that we have done, and especially in infra space, where Dad had seen this, had anticipated this problem from 2010, is that when especially in infra businesses, you are taking concessions which are 30 years, you're signing PPAs which are 30 years. However, and you do your modeling also based on 30 years. But when it comes to actual reality, what we do is we end up taking bank debt. The bank debt is 10 years, so your repayment is done in 10 years, including the principal, and that's where the whole problem happens, right? So one of the things that from 2010 we have started doing was started rating all our businesses at the global bond market. And the idea is that you do construction with the bank debt, but once an asset is operationalized, you take it into the bond market, refinancing it completely with a 30-year debt, 30-year bond, and that's how, even though interest rate is 1 or 2% higher, it's okay, but
avoid the mismatches as well.
You avoid the mismatch, and that's the way we look at the capital management, and it's one of the most critical strategic part of how we are being able to manage each of the business.
So the one part you have managed in this man, but when you build for the long term, you also have to be prepared for surprises, for changes which are unexpected, black swan events. We've had 2 in recent times in our own lifetime. And so what do you do to protect yourselves from extreme unexpected events?
So I'll tell you, as a group, we have gone through, just in the last, I would say 10 years, 4 black swan events. Right? The first one was on the whole coal crisis when it happened, and the whole thermal generation business went through, for whole India, went through a big crisis. The second one was our project in Australia, where we faced a lot of resistance globally, and we were able to move through that and also, pass through get the mine commissioned. And then the third was the Hindenburg, and the fourth one is the DOJ, right? So I think if you ask me, one thing that I have taken from seeing my dad is that once you have committed to a project, you should have the perseverance to complete it to the end and take it to the logical end. Yes, it's going to be hard. It's not going to be easy, but unless you don't get, you're not on top of it continuously, your credibility goes for a toss. And in his view, that's one of the biggest things, that your credibility matters more than anything.
And the beauty is you held steady through this.
Exactly.
Without flinching, without backing down. And I think that's been wonderfully done. So compliments and congratulations both to you and to your dad.
No, thank you. Thank you.
So you also showed a little bit of a shift while you mentioned these 3 broad categories of what you do. You, in a sense, within, while you can club it as transportation, you spoke about the partnership with Embraer, you spoke about space, you spoke about defense. So would you club them in these same 3 circles, or is there a shift taking place?
No, so one of the things that we are, which is, again, as a group philosophy, we prioritize ourselves around national priority. What is the interest of the nation? Because that allows you to then make sure that there are less resistance in the path that you're taking. And if you see, one of the big national priority is on the indigenization of the defense ecosystem. And that's how we are entering into this. We've entered into it. We're already there in unmanned systems. We are there on the ammunition. We are already there on the small arms and the medium arms manufacturing. And over the course of last 2 years, we have also been able to consolidate the whole MRO space as well as the training space, the pilot training space. And as India has to grow the civil aviation network, that's how we looked at the partnership with Embraer, because this is part of the larger ecosystem. It's not just about making aircraft, but it's with the aircraft, how do you do also the maintenance of it? How do you create that whole ecosystem of maintenance? How do you create the whole ecosystem of pilot training? Not just for India. Yes, it starts with for India, but eventually, how do you do it for the region, and how do you make it as a global hub?
So coming away from sectors a little bit to the overall management system, you are in charge now also of the HR for the group. Now, in some sense, there are many organizations that believe that's the single most important role that we have as leaders or managers of organizations is people, because it is eventually all about people. No matter what technologies you bring in, no matter what systems, how fantastic your factories are, at the end of the day, it is for people, it is about people. So tell us 2 or 3 key attributes of people management as a mantra that you like to follow, and tell us 1 or 2 changes that you would like to make to your system, people management system.
Okay, so I'll tell you 2, 3 things, and you're right that people is the biggest concern as you're growing.
And your biggest asset.
And that's everywhere, right?
Yep.
And it's not just about leadership, but it's across the board. So one of the things that what has been said, and even in people, the larger part is not the functional competency, but it's the cultural integration. Especially for a promoter-driven organization. That is a larger issue than the functional competency. So the way we operate, and if you see I would say 80% of our leadership, 80% of our leadership is homegrown. So they have joined us as GETs, and they have grown to become CEOs right now. The second thing that why that has been successful is because we've also been able to rotate our leadership team. They're more or less on the same adjacency. So our airport people can go into ports can go into airport. They can go into the mining sector. They can go into the cement sector. So that's one of the reasons that whole rotation has been able to give them that. We've been able to give them that opportunity to grow their competency. I think the third thing which has worked very well for us is giving them opportunity. For us, more than money, it was about giving them that opportunity and giving them that opportunity to work on a project which is of a world-class scale, right? And that is something which motivated people. And honestly, we looked for people who were more motivated by that and more hungry to deliver those kind of projects. So that worked for us. I would say 2, 3 things that I would definitely like to change as we move forward. As I told you earlier, that how do we delayer our organization? My target is we want to bring down to 6 layers from 15. It's a big task, but that's something.
That's a tall ask.
Yeah, it's a tall ask, but that's something that we have to do.
Yep.
The second thing which I want to do, which is a target, is how do we reduce the age of the organization? Today, our average age is 38. We believe that 28 to 30 is the right.
And what percentage is female?
So female right now is roughly 15%. That's something that we are anyway working actively towards to increasing that participation. The 15%, it looks small, but if you look at us 5 years back, it was 2%. So it is a little better, but we still have a long way to go. But I think the second thing, as I said, was how do we reduce the age of the organization? Because it's nothing to do with one or the other, but we believe that if technology adoption or AI adoption has to happen in the organization, then we need to reduce the age. That's the only way possible. And the third is how do we give maximum opportunity to students who are in the 3rd tier and 4th tier town, because we find that those are the kids who have the maximum hunger to drive the objective, to deliver something, and to give to prove something continuously. So those are the 3 things that we are working towards.
So I had a few more questions I would like to ask you, but I've started getting questions from the audience, so let me switch to that. So, and I'll ask this question in 2 parts, one bit that has come from the audience and one I'll add myself. So there is a concern right now, increasingly, that industry is not doing enough for sustainability, for improving the lot of the planet because industry is a very powerful entity. It has reach, it has knowledge, it has access, it has resources. This question goes a little bit beyond that. It's talking of conscious capitalism. How do you see the evolving commitment of corporations towards well-being of people, communities, and planet, all of them? So what are you doing in Adani to ensure that you are a more responsible citizen in every aspect?
No, so I completely agree on that, and I would like to differ a little bit because most of the time when we think of conscious capital or being sustainable, we think that it's at the cost of profitability. I am of a firm view that it is not one or the other. You can still be extremely profitable or sometimes increase your profitability even by going sustainable. I'll just give you some examples, right? What I mean. Today, all our port operations we do through heavy duty trucks which are completely running on diesel. This year, we will be converting everything on EV. And I'm not kidding. My payback for that whole investment is 1 year. Wow. So when you look at it, I think there is a lot of opportunity, and I think it's our mindset that we feel that sustainability actually just it's at the cost of profitability or means increasing our cost. It's actually not. If we are able to find the right solution, right partners, I genuinely believe that we will be able to do much more than what we are doing. We are not doing enough as a country, as industries, or even as a group. I would say there's still a lot more to be done. But I think that is something that I would look forward to, bringing in partners and bringing in industry bodies, how we can encourage a lot of these developments.
Let's talk a little bit about technology. We are actually sitting in the middle of the largest AI summit India has ever hosted. We have CEOs and experts from around the globe here. How do you see the impact of technology on your organizations, on the country as a whole, and on work, just on work? What do you think is likely to happen in the next 5 to 10 years? And how are you preparing yourselves to adopt technology rather than get bowled over by technology?
So I think this goes without saying that any organization which does not adopt to AI, honestly, 10 years down the line, they will not survive. And AI, I don't mean in one form, I think across the board. I would say second, so the way I see it is AI is not going to replace human being, but I think it's just going to make us more efficient. So for a work which we needed, let's say 5 people or 4 people, maybe you just need 1 person right now to do that. And that's what, so with that, I personally believe that it will allow us to scale up much faster, any industry.
Let me interrupt for a moment. So there is no doubt AI is going to be, if used well as a tool, going to be a phenomenal multiplier in what you can do. But it's also a fact that before people get reskilled, retrained, and get onto new opportunities, which will come because of technology and AI, there is going to be massive job losses as well. How do we handle the social outcome of that?
So I personally feel that that is a responsibility of any organization, especially large organization, that how do we retrain our people? Because without that, I agree with you, it is going to create a lot of social pressure. It means you are going to have job losses. But as a social, as a responsible corporate, because AI is not going to happen that today you switch on and tomorrow say it will start, right? It is a journey even for an organization, a 2-year journey where you implement the tools, where you get the organization used to it, the change management. And one of the biggest part of the change management is how do you retrain your manpower. I do believe that it's not possible that 100% of them are going to get retrained. But yes, if we are able to achieve 50-60% of it, it will be very good. I think the second thing that will hamper is the new job creation, because as the country grows, and with AI, your efficiency comes in. Everybody, when they do your 5-year plan, we are going to go from here, from X to Y, and that's why we need manpower from X to Y. With AI, it's going to remain at X. So that's where the problem will happen. And but that's also an opportunity in terms of how do we bring in more industries, how do we, and the faster we scale manufacturing, the better it is for country.
Yeah, we need to do more horizontal growing. So we have only 2 minutes to go. So before I ask you my last question, I want to go back to one comment you made about the Hindenburg report and the pushback that came, especially from the US regulatory system, etc. It was much written about in the press all over, and of course it impacted the group stock prices for a while, credibility for a while. So what do you do to ensure that you do not face a situation of this nature in the future? I'm not saying that the world will not take pot shots. That's the reality of the world. How do you ensure that you are better equipped, your shields are better?
So I think if you ask me, so I'll tell you what are positives, what are negatives for the group. The positive is our businesses are with hardcore infrastructure. So these are assets that you can see, touch, feel, and they are generating revenue on a continuous basis. The weak point of ours was I would say was, at that point of time, was our financial structuring at the family level, at the group level. And that's a big learning for us when we went through that. And that is something that we realized that it's a big danger that we were carrying. And that's something that we corrected ourselves very quickly. I think the second danger that we see is we don't tell our story quite often. So we don't give our narrative out in the world.
So thank you for coming in today and doing that. And you're right.
Yeah.
This is an India problem, by the way. It's not only your problem.
Exactly.
It is an India problem that as a nation, as a people, and probably comes from our original philosophy that with which genetically all of us have grown up, that talking about yourself is not considered nice.
Nice, exactly.
So we end up not talking at all. Even what we are doing in India, all the phenomenal stuff going on, when the government of India gives a statement outside, it's seen either as sloganeering or showing off. We actually need to finesse the art of storytelling. And I think that's an important role all leaders have, which we are not training our people enough in. So some organizations have started doing this to ensure actually storytelling as a skill.
Skill, exactly. And I genuinely believe that because end of the day, we go by the narrative what other people are talking. We are not giving our narrative. And our narrative, because given India's situation, our position, we have to give our narrative to the world, give our context to the world. And that's something that we lack. And that's as a country also.
I'm going to ask you my last question. I wanted to ask you about cement since you got that charge as well. You acquired the company 3 years ago. Why are you not already number one? But I'll leave that for a next session. So, because that's been your aspiration in every business you got into. You demonstrated that you can and you are able to get to leadership positions, which is a phenomenal capacity to have. Now, as we wind up, just one last word from you. 10 years down the road, other than growth, what would you like to be known for as an organization? What would you like people to say about the Adani Group?
So I think apart from being known for growth, scale, large projects, I think the most important thing that we would like the group to be known for is being a responsible citizen for the country and for the people of the country.
Karan Rani, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for a very engaging discussion. May I invite past President-AIMA, Mr. Rajiv Vastupal, to please join us on stage to kindly present a memento to Mr. Karan Adani and Mr. Sunil Kant Munjal. Thanks to Mr. Karan Adani. Our sincere and heartfelt thanks to Mr. Sunil Kant Munjal for steering this discussion. Thank you, Mr. Vastupal, for joining us on stage to present the mementos. So ladies and gentlemen, that concludes this session, and here it is on screen, the result of the question that we had asked. Privatization of India's infrastructure will make logistics cheaper and eliminate corruption. The result is on your screens. Meanwhile, let's take a look at the poll question for this session. Reforms should focus on national aspirations and not problems. Please do share your opinion, whether you agree, you disagree, or you can't say. Meanwhile, we are ready to start the next session, which is the Next India, Policies and Plans for the Next Decade. We are going to conclude the discussions with plans for the next decade. And it's aptly entitled, The Next India, Policies and Plans for the Next Decade. So please kindly remain with us in the hall for a very engaging discussion.
A century ago, in January 1926, Kirloskar Brothers Limited installed its very first pump. It wasn't just a product, it was the beginning of a movement.
Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming with a huge round of applause Mr. BVR Subramaniam, CEO Niti Aayog, and joining us on stage with him, Mr. TV Narendran, President-AIMA, and CEO and MD Tata Steel Limited. May I now request President-AIMA to please take the discussion forward.
Good afternoon, everyone. While Mr. Subramaniam needs no introduction, but on behalf of AIMA, I would like to formally welcome him, thank him for joining us. It's always a pleasure to have him with us and hear him. I will anyway do the introduction for the sake of, for those of you who don't know him as well as some of us do. Mr. Subramaniam has had an outstanding career in the government. He's been seen as a sharp policy thinker, and he's steering Niti Aayog, which is leading reforms in this country. And he has been a valued resource for the government in policy and administration matters. And he's also played a key role in suppressing the Mao's insurgency in Chhattisgarh and the reorganization of Jammu and Kashmir in the past. In his long and distinguished career in the Indian administrative services, he's worked in the Prime Minister's office during Prime Minister Manmohan Singh's tenure and also served as a Commerce and Industry Secretary. He also did a stint at the World Bank. At Niti Aayog, he's driving federal economic governance, policy innovations, and international cooperation. We look forward to hearing his thoughts. I'm going to invite him to share his thoughts, and then after that, we'll open it up for questions. Any of you have questions, please pass on the questions to me, and we'll do our best to get the best out of them. Thank you, Mr. Subramanian.
Thank you, Mr. Narendran, all the dignitaries in the audience. It's always a pleasure to come back to you periodically and both express my thoughts and get refreshed with your thoughts, your questions, your ideas. And this is the kind of dialogue which keeps governments going, which makes government do things the right way and makes them do the right things. So it's the end of a long day. Yeah, it's a 4:30 session. You're looking forward to the awards and the closing. So it's difficult to hold attention. I also saw the program for the whole day. You had a variety of speakers, luminaries from multiple disciplines, multiple fields. So I'm not going to go and repeat what has probably been touched by a lot of my predecessors, and they're all quite eminent, quite knowledgeable. So let me focus on a couple of big ticket things and on the theme which was given to me by AIMA. India is in for good times. Let me put that first. And the momentum is with us. And the momentum we have with us is the demography is behind us, our capabilities are behind us, and there is wind in our sails. This wind can take us very far. The question is, are we going to steer the ship correctly and take advantage of the wind or not? I think that's the thing. We are a very young country. We have a median age of 29. If just look at the work, people in the age group 15 to 29 today, and I was doing something yesterday, we were releasing a report. We have 35 crore people just in the age group 15 to 30. And half the people are below the age of 29. I mean, that tells you the kind of, huge upsurge in the workforce that's going to happen in the next 10, 20 years. For the next 25 years, India is going to be the largest supplier of workforce in the world. One-fourth of the workforce of the world will now be added by India. The only other rival is actually the continent of Africa, no single country. Given that, and given the situation where bulk of the world is aging, where median ages are now beyond 40, 50 people, the median age in China is 39, in United States 38. Korea has what we call a TFR, total fertility rate of 0.7. Two people, husband, wife, have 0.7 children on average. It's going to be a rapidly aging society. The population of our great neighbor, whom we overtook just a few years ago, is going to be about 600 to 700 million by the end of this century. They will be half our size by the end of the century. Think of the thoughts that would be going through the entire world when they see this scenario. The world, since the plague, the Black Death, has not seen a shrinkage of world population. World population has been growing for the last many centuries. In this, kind of a gloomy demographic scenario, India is one of the bright spots. And this is going to be the strength of India as we go ahead. What do you need to do to make India then grow ahead? Invest in that population. I think that's going to be the question number one. Investing in what? Our Prime Minister has set very laudable and highly aspirational goals. Make India a developed nation by 2047. Vikasit Bharat. That's $30 trillion economy, $18,000 makes you Vikasit. But how do you make India Vikasit? And I think that's the question posed to me. What are the tweaks that need to be done to go there? To go there, you need a growth rate of 7.5 to 8% per annum. It looks easy. We have done that in the past a couple of times. But doing it for 25 years on the go is something which less than 12 countries have achieved in the world in the past. The United States has never grown for 7.5% for 25 years. They grew for 3% for 200 years, and that's where they are today. So if you want to become Viksit in 25 years, 7.5 to 8% is what you need to do. And if you want to up the game, become even bigger, maybe 9, 10%. What do you need to do? If you actually break it up, it's not rocket science. It's hard work. What all do you need to do? First, invest in people. What do you mean by investing in people? Number one, invest in young children before they are 2 years old. Nobody even talks about it. The first 1,000 days for a child from the day they are conceived, that means 9 months with the mother and 2 years, 3 months after they are born, are critical for the growth of the mind of a child. If a child suffers inadequate nutrition, inadequate care, inadequate stimulation at that point, they will be permanently handicapped in some small manner throughout life. If you have missed the bus in the first 3 years, that kid will never be a top performer in life. We don't even realize that. We are getting people, we are running short of people, we are not running short of employees. Mind you, the problem won't be licked by handling something in colleges and schools. It has to be licked even before that. The problem you see with the 20-year-old employee began when the employee was born, not when he's there. And if you actually go very deeply into it, a little child's brain adds a couple of million neuron connections every minute. Million per minute. That's the speed with which a child's brain grows. And it stops growing after 3 at that speed. 90% of the brain develops before you're 3 years old. You need to invest heavily in that. If people in the room want to do charity, they want to CSR, invest in that. Because the child born today, in the year 2026, will be 21 years in 2047. That is going to be the workforce of 2047. If you want the whole country to develop, and that's the reason I'm addressing, we want whole country to be Vikasit, not parts of the country to be Vikasit, or part of the countries to be very Vikasit and part of the others less Vikasit. You need to invest in this. Second, invest in high quality skilling. I tell you why there. We don't realize. You see, numbers look very abstract, but you flip the numbers and you get the story. Our national goal is for 50% of our people to be in higher education by 2047. Looks good, right? We have about 25% now. So half the people go to college. Looks very nice. You just flip. What's the other half going to do? Not go to college. And a kid who doesn't go to college, where does the kid go? He goes to work. She goes to the job market. Are we equipping them to go to the job market the moment they finish school? No. And I think that's critical. And mind you, 50% of a population of India is 70 crore people. 70 crore people, even in 2047, will not go to college. They will need high quality skills so that they can become. Yesterday morning, I was giving a blood test. It's easy to have a conversation with the chap who collects your sample. मैंने बोला यार तुम्हारी degree क्या है? He told me he did a 2-year course as a lab technician. I said कहाँ से पता चला? Word of mouth. अच्छा, आपने डिग्री की थी या सीधा यहीं से 12वीं के बाद? नहीं साहब, डिग्री किया मैंने. फिर नौकरी कैसे लगेगी पूछा तो somebody told him ये कर लो, lab technician का नौकरी मिल जाएगा. What a utter waste of 3 years in a degree. If that guy after 12th had done a bachelor's as a lab technician course, he would have become a lab technician without wasting. Government money wasted, his money and time wasted, 3 years of productive life wasted. It's such a simple thing. You need to mentor and do counseling to kids very early on. A lot of you are industrialists. Mr. Kirloskar runs a factory here, somebody else runs a factory there. They pay much more to the shop floor worker who is working in their factory than a software engineer coming out of a very mediocre college and earning 20,000 rupees a month. I'm sure you all bear me out on this. A skilled worker today gets much more than highly qualified engineers coming from very, very average colleges. But everybody wants to. Because why? We are all aspirational. We want all to be an IIT engineer. How many people will go to IITs? We don't. So I think we need to invest in skilling and make skilling respectable. Without that, you won't have this transformation of India. This is the second hurdle. The third thing is, once you've invested in the people, where will they go? Where do they need to go is this transition from agriculture to industry and services. The service sector in India is booming. But I think manufacturing needs the boost, which it has done very well in the recent past, but needs to do much more. You can't have a country become Vikasit with 50% of the population living off agriculture. When the share of agriculture in the economy is 15%, you can't have 50% people living off that. That is a deadweight loss. It's not productive jobs. So they need to move. And to move, actually the easiest way for a person to move is go into manufacturing, which means skilling, which means you need to invest in manufacturing, which means create congenial atmosphere. And we have done that. The government has done a lot of programs in the recent past which have been very successful. PLI has been a success. The electronic component ecosystem has been a success. In little ecosystems, a lot of successes are there. But I think we need to magnify that. Simultaneously, I think the service sector will also grow a lot. For an advanced economy, if you see anywhere, 70 to 80% of that economy is service sector. We will need to go. We think we are very big in service sector, right? But it's just two services, IT services and business and professional services. Where are we in education services? When I mean education not for us, for the rest of the world. We are in English, we teach everybody in English. Can't everybody from Africa, Central Asia, Middle East come to India to study? We don't have that ecosystem yet, where India becomes a destination for people from countries which can't afford to go to the West. Healthcare ecosystem, it's a big service sector, not for treating Indians alone, but for treating the world. I can recite a whole list of sectors. Travel services. Travel is, I'm not talking of tourism. Travel in terms of logistics, cargo, and air services. We are nowhere in many such service sectors which are there. And I think we need to invest in those very, very big. We should look at India as a service capital for the world and try to attract people to take services in India. So I think that's very, very important. So if you look at the whole gamut, we need to invest in the human capital which is there. I restrict it to early childhood education and skilling. Second, invest in manufacturing, invest in services. And last, invest in increasing the productivity of your agriculture. Our agriculture after the Green Revolution has not seen a productivity jump of the way we need. We have seen these jumps in wheat and rice once long ago. We have not had it in pulses, we have not had it in edible oils. If you see our R&D budgets and where the crops are, or where the challenges are, we are too cereal focused. Whereas bulk of the growth in agriculture incomes is happening in non-cereal. It's happening in horticulture, fruits, vegetables, milk, dairy, animal stuff, all that is growing. That economy is today larger than the cereal economy. But we still think about rice, wheat, rice, wheat, rice, wheat. We need to break out of that. Having said, this is where the economy should go and this is where we should invest in, what are the roadblocks or hurdles? And I'll end with 3 or 4 big points. The first one, I think we need to see, we need to tweak policies so that there is regional balance. We can't have 1 or 2 parts of India going on a bullet train and 2 others going on a much more average speed train. Everybody needs to progress. And I don't think it can happen on its own, which means a lot of action is needed at the state level to do hand-holding and get them. Actually, a lot of people don't even know what to do. If I don't even want to name states, but state A wants to become state B, very often they don't even know what to do to become state B. So I think that's where organizations like Niti Aayog, other parts of government are useful in at least transferring knowledge across states. The other thing to do is if you have to grow rapidly, and mind you, this is simple math. I mean, if you have a capital output ratio of 4:1, and you want to grow at 8%, you need an investment rate of 32%. And if your capital output ratio is 5:1, to grow at 8%, you need 40% investment rate. There is no way our domestic economy will generate 40% or 36% domestic savings for investment, which means, A, you need to be very efficient in your own investments, which means reduce the capital output ratio and get foreign investment. And not by buckets, but by shiploads. And I think that's something very, very important. At its peak, China was drawing $200 billion of FDI per year. I think that should be our target. Anything less than 200, 250 billion is not going to satisfy India. I'll give you a simple math. Niti last week released a huge volume of reports on net zero pathways and Viksit Bharat. The climate finance needs of India for 2070 is $22 trillion. 22 trillion. The good thing is, $16 trillion we'll generate from domestic resources. This is a huge economic modeling. But we will need $6 trillion from outside India. Now, that is spread over a good 50 years. But still, that's just, huge and humongous. 6 trillion, even over 50 years, about $120 to $140 billion per year, only for climate-related investments. Think of other investments. So I think we should be targeting an FDI of 200 billion. And that requires a fundamentally different approach. We should seek FDI actively. We should seek investors, make life easy, A. And what happens when you seek FDI actively, you make life easy for Indian investors also, because the same policies affect both. So it becomes much easier. The other thing is, this whole business of climate change is something which is going to be bothering the world for the next 50 years. The fact is the world is warming fast. Politics may actually move countries for or against, but these are fashions and trends. But the long-term trend is, it is inevitable, so we all need to adjust to it. Which will mean we will have to re-engineer large parts of our economy. What do we have to re-engineer? Our buildings have to be different. If I build a new hotel today, the energy consumption of the hotel is locked in for the next 70 years, 100 years. So we have to build buildings right. We have to electrify. I'll say there are 5 things to do if you want to avoid climate change problems. A, electrify all energy needs. B, green all your electricity. C, you need to go for circularity and efficiency of all equipment and materials. D, change your lifestyle so that you actually consume modestly. Prime Minister Saab calls it Mission Life, lifestyle for environment. थोड़ा AC का temperature बढ़ा कर दीजिए. Why do you have to have it at 18? Keep it at 22. Makes a lot of difference. Go for more efficient equipment. Switch off the lights. By the way, these look negligible, but when 1 billion people do it, the aggregate is quite large. Everybody switch to these bulbs, LED bulbs, and it suddenly reduces the energy consumption in a lot of places. And last, we need climate finance. So this climate thing is a very big thing. We need to address that very, very seriously, not for the rest of the world's sake, for our own sake. We didn't pollute the atmosphere, but we are the sufferers of whatever is happening there. You can see the impact of climate change across the world, across India. Rainfall patterns, the way we are having floods, droughts, landslides, it's all becoming uneven. I think we need to do that. 1 or 2 other things which we need to address is the whole issue of technology. We are very good in pure R&D. We send people into space, we do excellent stuff, we do excellent defense-related R&D. But R&D in terms of coming out with products which are made in India, which the world consumes, which Indians consume, I think we still have to make that leap. The government has just opened up a fund called the RDI fund. Okay, now the RDIF is probably, and ANRF, which is for the public sector, is going to give that boost. So 1 lakh crores has been put aside. The whole idea is to take products which are still at pilot stage and take it to markets. If you're able to do that jump, then you will start feeling proud. You will also break out of technological dependency on others. So these are broadly the kind of challenges we need to address. But what does it mean? last words, most of the action in India is now at state level. Government of India has done probably 90% of what it has to do. And the Prime Minister has said we are on a reforms express. So we're moving very fast on reforms. But actually everything that you need is at the state level. Land, states. Labor, states. Electricity, states. Water supply, states. Roads, states. So fundamentally whether you succeed or not depends on a lot of things at the state level. And that's where the variability in India is. State A, Gujarat does very well in something, some other state doesn't do well in those things, it will remain backward. So I think we need to push states to reform much more than what they are. There's a lot happening. Cabinet Secretary is running a task force. In Niti Aayog, we have a member, Mr. Gauba, who's leading a high-level committee on reforms. Day in and day out, we are pushing. But I'll only keep saying that this pushing has to happen for 25 years. Fundamentally, when you ask people, what is it that made China grow so fast? Single answer. A lot of you will disagree. People think it's subsidies. People think, state. People think it's protectionism. The real answer is they make life easy for businesses. That's the fundamental difference between them and us. And if you have addressed that, your issue is resolved. Because there are Indian companies which export very successfully to China. And I have actually interrogated them out of curiosity. We are as competitive as them. There are companies which make stuff in India, in Vietnam, in Indonesia. We hear a lot of this noise. Infrastructure is costly, power is costly, this is costly, labor. No. They've said we disagree. India is as good as anybody else. It's just our paperwork, our procedures, our ecosystem. We just have to be more friendly. And I think that's what we are pushing towards. If we do all that, as I said, momentum is with us. The world is with us. And nobody can stop India from achieving its destiny. It will achieve its destiny. The only people who can block its destiny is us. And if we don't block ourselves, I'm sure we'll reach where we want to be. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Subramaniam. That was very insightful and reassuring, as someone from industry. And I think I agree with you when you say that a lot of reforms actually need to happen down the line, because as industry, oftentimes it's not even the state, you deal with the district, and day-to-day issues, particularly if you're in manufacturing and things like that. But one question I have, because you talked about the need to develop across a country and not have some states way ahead of the others. But so competitive federalism in some sense is making states compete with each other, which is also good because they try to attract investments. But is there any thinking about, deciding which state should pursue what? Because sometimes I find all the states are chasing the same sectors. There are states which have some natural advantages geologically. Some have more fertile lands. Some have something else. So is there a need to look at it from that perspective as well? And is there a role Niti can play there?
Thanks, Mr. Narendran. Yeah, thanks. That's an important point. You go to an ice cream shop, there used to be lots earlier, and you have a flavor of the day. So like that, for development and growth, there are ideas of the day. And every state tends to run after it. Every state wants to have data centers. Every state wants to have large industrial parks. Everybody wants a textile park. And the question is, you can't have 36 states in union territories all having data centers. Let's be very clear about it. So I think that's not the right way. And I think a lot of that is a result of not having any long-term thinking in states on where a simple SWOT analysis of a state. I ran Jammu and Kashmir for 3 years. And when you want to develop the state, the first thing you look at is, what does Jammu and Kashmir have? The first thing you realize is it's at one end of the country. Anything has to come, it has to come all the way. And if you want to sell anything, it has to go all the way. So there's no heavy stuff you can make in Jammu and Kashmir, because the logistic costs will finish it. The same thing you notice with Northeast. So you have to have a far more strategic and long-term planning for a state, and that's what we have done. Niti has pushed one thing. We are all talking of Viksit Bharat, but the last governing council meeting of Niti Aayog, which was in last year, May, the theme was Viksit Rajya for Viksit Bharat. Viksit Bharat can happen only if you have developed states. which means every state must have a vision for itself for 2047. And then when you deep dive and go into preparing the visions, currently 17 states have produced visions. All the big ones have. Uttar Pradesh, Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan, Gujarat, Andhra, Orissa, Chhattisgarh, everybody, Telangana. Then you suddenly realize, I can't do everything. And it could be for multiple reasons. I don't have a coastline. I can't do a data center because I don't have a landing station. You know, data centers would require immediate connectivity to sea cable. Okay, you're earthquake prone. Nobody will say, open a data center. I just saying data center because it came to my mind first, but you can go across anything, you know. Everybody wants to become a chemical hub. Chemical hubs require a lot of stuff, particularly they tend to be highly polluting. And because they're polluting, they need what is called a marine exit, so that you can actually flush things out into the sea. So these are very important characteristics. So when you sit down with everybody, officials, people, stakeholders, academics, and then make a long-term plan, you figure out, okay, what is it that I can do? So I worked in Chhattisgarh, as the Home Secretary in Chhattisgarh. Okay, my problem was Naxals. But you saw the state, you traveled around. If anybody looks at from a distance, Chhattisgarh, Orissa, and Jharkhand, and you operate there, have supposedly very similar endowments. All are forested, large tribal populations, a lot of iron and coal, right? If you sit down, and Niti was involved in preparing a vision both for Chhattisgarh and for Orissa. Number one, Orissa has a coast, Chhattisgarh doesn't have a coast, period. Then you go through a lot of things, you realize what Chhattisgarh can do, Orissa can't do. Chhattisgarh can become a logistics central hub. It can run huge warehousing facilities, etc., because it's equidistant, Nagpur, Calcutta, and all that. Orissa is to a side. Orissa has its own issues which it can develop on. Similarly, if you look at Andhra has developed a vision, Orissa has developed a vision, looks very similar, next door states. But endowments are so different. So if you actually, and I would suggest, people should come to the NITI website and see all the state plans, and whoever is operating in a state should see the plan. It's a remarkable diversity. And the good thing is, these are being driven at the Chief Minister and Chief Secretary level. So if somebody comes up with a harebrained idea, you know, somebody is going to shoot it down saying this is not doable. I mean, the next one that's going to be out in the next week, 10 days is Maharashtra. It's ready. There's a series of elections because of which it was not, released. But I think a public version is available for comments, etc. Maharashtra has developed a vision for 27. It's quite dramatically different from the one for Gujarat, because the endowments are so different. So I think that's very critical. And I think, copy my neighbor approach will be good for a lot of factors of production, land, labor, capital. But in terms of which sectors to target, etc., I mean, I'll give you another. NITI has produced a report on hand tools and power tools. There are just 4 places in India where you should actually focus on. It's Punjab, it's Coimbatore, it's Rajkot, and one more, Maharashtra somewhere, Pune, I guess. So that's it. There's no point going to some other part where you don't have the ecosystem and say, I will make hand tools there.
No, that's true. And honestly, one of the reasons why China is also competitive is they have this cluster-based approach, which helps drive a lot of competitiveness. The other comment or question I had based on what you said, skilling is so important. What you said is so true. And as industry, sometimes I've been asked, I mean, are you willing to pay a premium for skills? You will pay a premium for an IIT graduate as compared to somebody who's not from an IIT. So similarly in skilling, what is it that we as industry are doing? And I think that's a valid point. The other point, what you said is very important, is how do you bring respectability to skilling? Because I think there's a social issue there, because we still look at an engineer from a third-rate college as better than a very skilled welder or a very skilled crane driver or something. So, I mean, so there is, just like on cleanliness, we ran a lot of movement around Swachh Bharat, etc. Is there any thinking on skilling to change this mindset? Because it's a social issue as much as a industry issue.
Yesterday, 4 o'clock this time, NITI released a report on apprenticeship. We have 2 apprenticeship programs, NATS and NAPS. One is run by, that's the other thing, 2 departments running apprenticeships. One is with the Department of Higher Education, the other is with Department of Skilling. I mean, ordinary human beings can't navigate these departmental walls, number one. But apprenticeship is very specific. Government has a very large skilling program. And the thing is, it's run in so many ways. We are actually going to come out with something in less than 10 days' time. how do you tackle skilling from bottom up? And this has to be localized at state level. If I tell you the number of strands of skilling that are there, you have ITIs, you have Jan Shikshan Sansthan, which was set up for labor union employees' children. You have skilling centers which are run through the skilling councils. You have, there are umpteen such things happening in parallel. So it's a free-for-all, and that's why the last number you get is how many people in industry have taken skill courses? 4%. Okay. So the question is, I think, well, numbers look good. Where are the people who have been trained? What are they doing? I've been skilled in something, I'm doing something else. So I think we are coming out with 2 plans, one for Odisha, one for another state, which will actually try to integrate. First of all, skilling has to be integrated with schooling. It's fundamental. Class 7, 8, you need to start learning something about skilling. By the time in 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th, it should be integral to your education. Today, skilling is taught in schools and as if it is an extracurricular activity. It's over and above your normal 5 subjects. Why can't I do 4 skilling subjects and 1 normal subject and still get a class 12? 2, if you look at the German model, it's a completely seamless movement. Schools to skilling. You want to go back to college, you can go back to college. After college, you can again do skilling. So it's multiple. This is one group. And we have done an extremely detailed analysis. There's a huge category of people called NEET in India. Not in education, employment, or training. They're not studying, they're not working, they're not looking for jobs. What are they doing? Doing nothing. So they're not even counted as unemployed. And this is 10% of our population. It's a large number. We need to handle skilling for every segment. The needs are different. Women, the moment they have a child, they drop out of the job market. Coming back into the job market, and I'm talking of the working class, it's going to be very difficult. They need, again, a separate set of tools to address their issues. So maybe companies like you may manage to do it. But the problem of India is bulk of employment is either informal or MSME. They can't invest in skilling. So the state has to step in to do it. And I think we are on the verge of cracking this problem. If we do it in 2-3 years, I think you'll see the results.
So, you just mentioned MSMEs, and I think that's, again, a very important part of our success for the future, because I don't think there's any large country, economically large country without a strong MSME sector. And I think this budget also talked a lot about it. What do you see are the issues that we need to sort out as industry and as a government with the MSME sector? Yeah.
Okay. So I'm not an expert on MSMEs, but Niti curated the idea. It was in the last budget. It's in the last stages of approval. The National Manufacturing Mission is past the Expenditure Finance Committee. So when we were doing that, we did a lot of stakeholder consultation. Prior to that, Niti has come out with 2-3 reports sectorally. One was electronic components. That has become a scheme, and it's got expanded this year. One was on auto components. The third was on chemicals. We actually talked to a lot of MSMEs when doing this. There are 3 or 4 challenges which I see in MSMEs. The problem is we're only addressing the credit part. I think MSMEs have a tech issue. They are not. First of all, I think MSME has a structural issue. 99% of MSMEs in India are micro, which is mom and pop stores. Okay, 0.5% are small. I think just about 60,000 companies in India are medium. The 60,000 are going to be the Tata Steels of tomorrow. We have far more large companies than medium companies. It's a pyramid which is suddenly, nipped in the middle. It's not good enough if we want to grow fast. And the problem is, there's a technology issue. 2, there are not enough testing and certification centers for these people. 3, there is not adequate skilling in their neighborhood for the kind of employees they need. 4, and this is something funny, I learned that you have a tier 1 suppliers. Then you have tier 2, you have tier 3 who supply to the higher levels. They become smaller and smaller. And there is no visibility of these tier 2, tier 3 suppliers. So the tier 1s, everybody knows who they are. They supply the automobile companies, the big manufacturers. But their suppliers, and for the chap who makes a spring on which your vehicle's car door functions, he's probably a very, very small guy. I think we don't even address their needs, etc. And the only thing they ask, I'll tell you something about the hand tool industry. When we did this thing and a lot of discussions in Jalandhar, Ludhiana and other locations, you know what they said? We don't want money from the government. They actually said, we don't need a PLI for tools. Get out of these disabilities, that's more than enough. That's it. And what are the disabilities? The 4 things I've said. Technology, centralized facilities for testing and certification, skilling for our employees, and of course, easier access to credit.
So, you know, on technology, and since I'm involved in some of the academic institutions, one thing I find in India which is not happening enough is industry and academic institutions working together. In fact, the kind of funding and facilities that many of our institutions have, even the central laboratories, is huge. But somewhere the interaction is not enough. And a lot of the technology issues which MSMEs face can actually be solved if they do these projects. So it needs to work both ways. Industry needs to reach out to them. They need to reach out to industry as well.
I totally agree. I mean, I think local colleges should all have academic councils which are run by industry. Don't hand over the institute to them, because that's not industry's core strength. But their faculty or their committee or their senate should be totally staffed by local industry. You know, you go to other parts of the world, the local ITIs, the entire curriculum is set by the local industry. If you do that, that's going to be very successful. I mean, I've said that once before somewhere, you know. Hand over your ITIs to industries, you'll see a huge, don't hand over the bill. You pay the bill, hand over the running to them, they'll probably do a better job.
So there's a question which has come from the audience saying, as Niti Aayog has recently completed the 11th year of its foundation, has it been significantly better than the erstwhile 5-year plans?
Yeah. There's one fundamental difference between the Planning Commission and Niti Aayog. Planning Commission allocated money. We don't allocate money. So money is out of the picture. So in fact, 99% of Planning Commission's time was spent every year giving departments money, that's a source of power, and giving money to states, which is, in a way, a feudal kind of a thing. All chief ministers would trudge around the corridors of Planning Commission in October. You know, you have to do your salam there to get your plan approved. That function is off. So become a knowledge body and a hand-holding body. That actually has leveraged our strength much more, made us more difficult to work, because if you don't go with money, people will say, what is the use? Somebody asks us a question, you know, are you strong? What gives you teeth? Niti sits in every expenditure program of the government. Our views are actually the loudest. Our veto is literally a veto. So that gives us a chance to shape things the right way. B, who has prepared the visions in all these states? We have sat on it, whether the state has paid for it or we have paid for it in material. Because day-to-day work in government is so rushed, people don't have time to sit and think. We actually tell them, okay, we'll do the thinking for you, you go ahead and do it. The third is, which is very, very important, is cross-learning across the country. We facilitate that. So it's been very, very effective, and it's been a very exciting journey. I mean, it's become a huge knowledge body.
So, you know, another question which has come from the audience is, the elephant in the room is corruption and lack of accountability. It may be at different levels or whatever. And I think, again, like I said before, sometimes it's the day-to-day issues which really, it's not policy issues, it's day-to-day issues. And you also, in some sense, talked about how in China they make it easy to do business. So do you think technology can be part of the solution? It's already happening in different parts of, you know, the interface with government and things like that.
So technology is an important tool for solving the problem. I'll take you back to, say, 40 years ago or 50 years ago. Maybe the people 50 plus will probably remember. When you wanted to make a trunk call, that was what it was called. Right? You wanted to go across cities, you called up some number, and then an operator would come, and then you would book a call, wait for a call would be for 3 minutes, and then after 3 minutes you'll say extension please, and then 3 more minutes, and after 9 minutes you're not allowed to speak, right? Why I'm referring to that is there used to be tremendous corruption in that, because the operator who used to book the call, if that system is in league with the people who are actually going to speak on the call, I won't book their calls, or I'll book them on somebody else's number, and the money saved is split. It's a classic. I mean, it was rampant in the good old what was called P&T department, Post and Telegraph department. Once you had dialing, and what we call then subscriber trunk dialing, STD, this source of corruption vanished, because you could no longer do this manual booking, which then led to things not getting booked, etc. So I think technology cuts corruption in many ways by giving more tools, cutting out multiple layers, etc. Take the whole case of DBT in India. I mean, you remember the statement of an earlier Prime Minister, 15 paise of every rupee spent reaches the people. I mean, when you have DBT, you have cash transfers. I mean, I sat through the initial launch of so many of these cash transfer programs, sitting in PMO, particularly for gas cylinders and all that, etc. You pay the guy at the door, whatever, 800, 900 rupees, 300 goes into your bank account within actually less than 5 minutes. I mean, that's the kind of stuff. There's no corruption here. So I think a lot of systemic changes are there, and the government has had a lot of emphasis on anti-corruption. People have been retired from service for not only not corrupt, for being corrupt, but also for being inefficient. So I think there's been a general cleaning up. And as we move ahead, I think things will improve. Yeah.
No, I think certainly a lot of action is visible from the top. It's more down the line, how do you address, So the other question here is, there's
just to answer this down the line stuff, I think that's where reforms and even more so state level reform. I'll give you an example of fire permits. Okay, all people who have buildings require fire permit. In some states, you get it for 1 year and then renewed every year, or 3 years and renewed every year. Some states do it once in 5 years. Some states say once 5 years and then perpetuity. And then I'll do inspections randomly. Life becomes much easier. The more you have these kind of cycles, the more scope you give for corruption.
So there's another question saying there's a school of thought which says that India should move directly from agriculture to services and not try to be, a big manufacturing hub. So I disagree with that because I'm in manufacturing, but I wanted your thoughts.
So, look, you have heard views on both sides on this, and far more eminent people, and I've read all that. My own gut feeling and conclusion is a lot of services service the manufacturing. And therefore, if you don't have some core manufacturing, I mean, what will you service also becomes an issue. Services have benefited a lot from technology in terms of being able to deliver it from a distance. But there are enough services which cannot be delivered from a distance, particularly things which require use of both your hands and feet. So that is there. So I think India's destiny is in actually working on both. Also because dependencies develop if you don't have manufacturing. And you could see that both in COVID and the global crisis which has happened after all the troubles in Europe and all that. So given that, I think we need our own core manufacturing. If ever some small country, Liechtenstein, we could get away with just one sector or two. A country with 140 crore people, third largest, fourth largest economy, I don't think we can ignore one and do the other.
And the other point I want to make is, which is sometimes not appreciated enough, is manufacturing also creates jobs far away from urban centers. In fact, many urban centers get created because of manufacturing, and so that takes jobs closer to the people, yes. And so many other examples are there. There's this other question that has come is, what do you see are the big challenges for Niti over the next 10 years? I mean, you kind of mentioned some of it, but if there were 2 or 3 things that Niti Aayog would focus on in the next decade.
So, I think in a year or so, we would have laid down the roadmaps for almost every sector of the economy. I think the big challenge now is actually keep to the narrow path. As I've said, we have a narrow path ahead of us. 7 to 7.5% growth rate. There will be deviations, there will be shocks. Niti's job would be, either to anticipate those, bring them in. There will be shocks, not just geopolitics. There could be shocks from nature. There could be shocks of technology. Take immediate action, guide people, guide states, guide departments to move back on path. I think that is it. So this is actually now the more difficult thing. Thinking about an idea and then coming up with a solution is the easy part. Actually then rolling it out and see that you stick to it. Vision is, at the end of the day, a dream. Making the dream possible is the more difficult part. And I think Niti has done the dreaming. Now it's to make the dreaming possible. I think that's what our goal is.
In fact, somebody said vision and strategy is about dreams and details. So both are important. The flavor of the week is AI. So what is Niti thinking about it from a both opportunity and a disruptive impact point of view?
So Neeti is very bullish on AI. We set up a Frontier Tech Hub a year and a half ago. It's working with almost every known name in the country in that sector, in all sectors. We have come out with almost a dozen reports on what we call AI in manufacturing, AI in agriculture. There are things in AI which people are not even thinking of. AI for the informal sector. You know, I mean, how can you make your plumber more productive or your electrician more productive? You can actually bring technologies into their life to make it productive. AI in healthcare, AI in education. The whole, almost a dozen reports are out. We are also planning to launch an AI challenge for states on how quickly they can adopt AI into various parts, support them in that. So there's a whole host of activity that's happening. I mean, my colleague Devjani Ghosh is leading the initiative there. She knows far more about that stuff. All that I know is it's in safe hands, you know.
So I have one last question because I know you are running out of time. You know, the demographic dividend is a challenge and an opportunity, and you talked of skilling. And I'm also aware that now there are more formal agreements between countries, India and other countries, so that in a structured way we can send skilled people to those countries. So is that picking up momentum? Is there?
Yeah. So first is there is formal flows. So the Japanese, the Germans are actually signing agreements to lift people from, take people from India. They're also supporting language courses in India. Some of them are supporting technical courses so that your nurses learn their standards, your technicians learn their standards. So that is happening. There's going to be a much, see, but governments can go only so far. Bulk of the world is outside government. So I think there will be a lot more private movement of people in multiple professions. We need to actually, so that's one part of the skilling. One is skilling for India, and one is skilling for rest of the world. So I think the National Skill Development Corporation has called Skill India International Centers. They've opened half a dozen of them, but I would look at them as pilots or samples, which should actually be rapidly imitated. You remember when the IT boom happened? I don't even know whether a lot of these companies, how big or small they are now, you know, Aptech, NIT, STG, you go around all the towns. I come from the south, banners hanging on all the streets like, you know, election rallies. Every kid doing some course somewhere day and night. End of the day, this is the workforce which drove the IT thing, irrespective of what anybody else says. I don't believe that, you know, any education has to be high class. You learn something, you move on. I think the similar kind of a boom has to happen when I think there's an information asymmetry. If we start getting to know what are the shortages in Europe, in America, in East Asia, if the companies come up here, start training people for those markets, I think it is there. A lot of, I mean, after all, how many, 3.5 million Indians are there in UAE. Yeah. They all have skills. They have learned something there. And very few of them have come to government institutions. They've gone through the private routes, word of mouth, relatives, networks. But if you formalize it, it becomes faster. And the biggest issue here is their standards and our standards. So, you know, and I'll end with this. Some internal training program of the IAS, I was 6 years into the job. It was in some place near Cochin. There's some training course going on there, 1 week. And at night, what do you do after a training course? There's a theater nearby, and a nice Kerala theater with no walls so that breeze can blow in, and some movie going on. In the middle of that, there was an advertisement of somebody training people to be welders. And, you know, it's a 2-minute ad in the middle of a movie about welding courses and telling if you do welding, you'll get job in Denmark, Poland, wherever. Then you realize there is a market for this. Somebody is training welders to go to Poland and Denmark from heart of Kerala. So I think we need to create those markets. Once those markets get created, private sector providers will come who will then push people abroad.
Thank you so much, Mr. Subramaniam. Always a pleasure to hear you. Very insightful, very informative. Thank you for making the time for us. I promised you I'll let you go by 5:30. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sirs, for this very engaging discussion. May I request President-AIMA, Mr. TV Narendran, to kindly do us the honors of presenting a memento to our esteemed guest, Mr. BVR Subramaniam, CEO, Niti Aayog. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we conclude IMA's Platinum Jubilee 70th Foundation Day and the 20th National Management Day. We deeply appreciate the generous support of our sponsors, whose contribution have played a pivotal role in enabling us to organize this Platinum Jubilee event on such a grand scale. We thank our Platinum sponsor, Tata Steel, Diamond sponsors, Kirloskar Brothers Limited, Jindal Steel, Gold sponsors, Apollo Hospitals Enterprise Limited, Air India Limited, Knowledge partner, KPMG in India. Silver sponsors, Triveni Turbine Limited, Transport Corporation of India Limited. Bronze sponsors, Nico Engineering Services Limited, GAIL India Limited. Associate sponsors, Team Rajiv, Ambuja Neotia Group, Nico Cables Private Limited, Kevin Care Private Limited, Indian Oil Corporation Limited, JK Cement Limited, NTPC Limited, Life Insurance Corporation of India, Cochin Shipyard Limited. Ladies and gentlemen, please join us for high tea, which is being served at Rani Bagh. May I request you all to please proceed to the lawn and enjoy the break. May I request you all to please kindly vacate the hall for security purposes. And please do remember to carry all of your belongings with you. This hall has to be vacated. So please kindly leave the hall along with all of your belongings. Please ensure that you leave nothing behind. We look forward to welcoming you all back here at 6:15, that is 18:15 hours, in this very hall for the evening celebration, that is the Managing India Awards 2020.